Chapter 39-37. In the blink of an eye, the golden fan-shaped tide, which represented the power of the passage of time, completely covered a corner of the void in front of them. Some kind of mysterious power poured out immediately, causing the four super-old monsters to be completely frozen. As if their bodies were sealed, they were fixed in that void, unable to move. Unfortunately, the first wave of the golden tide didn't seem to have much of an effect on these four super-old monsters at all. The blue lock fire elephant, who was at the forefront of the group, remained the same, even with the blue lock dark light on the surface of its enormous true body. As for the three universe-old monsters behind it, although they were affected to a certain extent, the two great beings of the human race only had the halos of their defensive magic treasures slightly dimmed. However, the aura of the other arrow-tailed tiger was slightly older, that was all. However, the second wave of the golden tide, in less than half an instant, had already arrived with a rumbling sound. As the second wave of the golden tide flowed past, another 10,000 years quietly passed by. This time, the faint blue color on the surface of the enormous true body of the blue pool fire elephant was slightly dimmer. Among the three universe-level great beings behind it, the halos of their magic treasures that the two old monsters of the human race were protecting themselves were extremely dim, like candles in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. After all, in just a short instant, these two defensive magic treasures had already experienced the erosion of 20,000 years. Even the treasures of the universe-level old monsters would be unable to bear the burden. As for the arrow-tailed tiger, its enormous body suddenly and rapidly darkened. In less than half an instant, the grayish-black hair that covered the entire surface of its enormous body flew off from its body and rapidly turned into gray specks of dust, completely dissipating. In just half an instant, 10,000 years passed silently, but the auras of these four super-old monsters didn't increase in the slightest. It was as if they had lost 10,000 years of vitality for nothing. Although it wasn't enough to cause him to immediately die on the spot, and it didn't even weaken his cultivation and strength in the slightest, this was merely the second wave of the tide of time. In just these two waves of time, in less than a breath, what was washed away was tens of thousands of years of time. Without the slightest pause, at the same time that the second wave of time had not gone far away, at the source of the entire golden fan-shaped area, a third golden wave and ripple visible to the naked eye had already ruthlessly whizzed out from the mouth of the trumpet. Screech! This time, the surface of the enormous true body of the blue pool fire elephant at the forefront finally began to peel off pieces of dark blue skin. Even if it was an undying existence, after experiencing the ruthless erosion of 30,000 years of time in a short instant, although its body was completely unharmed, the of time, the skin, and so on, it was still a little unable to resist in the end. Seeing this scene and seeing that the third golden tide of time was approaching and flowing past their bodies, the arrow-tailed tiger and the other two universe-old monsters of the universe, who were already unable to move, and whose bodies were protected by their defensive magic treasures, finally, uneasy, and their eyes gradually to fear with a hint of panic. 10,000 years in one tide. Even the old monsters of the universe had an end to their lifespans. If such tides of time came a few more times, they would completely age in the golden ripples. In an instant they would waste tens of thousands of years of time, and because of their old age they would finally decay and die. It was also at this moment that the third tide of time finally arrived in front of the three of them. Visible golden ripples washed over the bodies of the three super-old monsters. After the erosion of this tide of time, the arrow-tailed tiger's enormous body seemed to have been washed clean of lead, and its 100,000 feet body finally began to decline. On the surface of its gray body, the flesh and blood began to wither. In the end, countless pieces of flesh and blood were peeled off from its body, turning into dust and disappearing into ashes. The two old monsters of the human race were no different. As the third tide of time flowed by, the protective halo of the magic treasure, which was already like a candle in the wind, flickered twice before completely disappearing. Not only did this mean that from now on, their bodies were half directly exposed to the corrosive power of the next tide of time, but it also meant that these two old monsters of the universe had each lost an important magic treasure in less than 2 seconds. 3 tides of time, 30,000 years of time flowed past these two defensive magic treasures in just 2 seconds, causing them to lose all their power. It was likely that it would be impossible to repair and refine them in the future. And this was only the third tide of time. Next there would be the fourth. Before this, Yi Xian's War of Time could only send out 3 waves of golden tide that represented the corrosive power of 10,000 years of time, and even the third wave was not complete, and its power was slightly weaker. But that was before, and now it was different. Swish! the faint sound of waves rang out, and the fourth golden tide finally arrived. This time, even the blue pond fire elephant's expression changed a little. He was indeed an undying, but in just 2 seconds he had experienced the passage of 40,000 years. Although he could still not hurt his foundation, he was definitely close to the point where he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. In fact, this was indeed the case. The surface of his huge true body, which was originally glowing with a faint blue luster, had already become dim and gray. This time, apart from large pieces of blue skin peeling off, occasionally, even large pieces of flesh and blood began to melt in some places. As for the 3 universe-old monsters behind him, 2 of them, who had lost the protection of their defensive magic treasures, instantly changed their expressions. They aged a lot in an instant. Dense wrinkles appeared on their faces. Their hair was dry and white, and their skin was as dry as a dried corpse. Even their eyes, which had been shining brightly, were no longer shining. Even their bright eyes dimmed. The arrow-tailed tiger was even more miserable. Previously, when the third tide of time came and flowed through his body, some parts of his 100,000 feet body had already revealed blood and bones. And now, with the arrival of the fourth golden tide, in less than half an instant the arrow-tailed tiger, which was at the level of an old universe monster, had already lost its flesh and blood, revealing a large amount of white bones and internal organs. Although it did not completely perish under the corrosion of the fourth tide of time. Its aura, however, had already weakened to the extreme. At a glance, it was like an old and weak tiger that had experienced the decay of time. It was already in its last years and was on the verge of death. But in the end it still saved its life. Unfortunately, this was still not the end. After the fourth tide of time, there was a fifth and final tide. This was the limit of the current war of time. It was indeed impossible to kill an undying, but it could injure an undying. At the very least, after revealing a bloodline that was full of vitality, it was still in such an unbearable state where large pieces of flesh and blood had been eroded. It was definitely a loss of face. Chapter 39-38. The arrow-tailed tiger was undoubtedly very unlucky. Facing the fifth golden tide, which represented the corrosive power of 10,000 years, he was the existence most likely to fall among the 4 super-old monsters. Needless to say, the immortal realm blue pool fire elephant Shinrong, even if 50,000 years flowed through his bloodline true body in the short span of 3 breaths, it still wouldn't be able to truly harm his foundation. Only the skin on the surface of his huge bloodline true body peeled off, and some large pieces of flesh melted a little. It was at most a superficial wound. As for the 3 old monsters behind him, the 2 old monsters of the human race were stronger than the arrow-tailed tiger and were at the intermediate universe grade. Previously, they even had defensive treasures to resist the corrosive power of the first 3 tides of time. However, the arrow-tailed tiger had relied on his own cultivation and the rich blood of his 100,000 feet bloodline true body to resist from the beginning. The old monsters of the universe were indeed extraordinary. They had resisted the first 4 tides of time. 40,000 years had flowed through his body in just 2 short moments, yet they hadn't killed him on the spot. However, it was really almost time. And now the 5th and final tide of time had arrived. There's still more? This time, even the immortal rank blue pool fire elephant couldn't remain calm. Its expression changed again, and its long fiery red trunk was about to spurt out substantial flames. It was so angry that it couldn't take it anymore. It was really sullen. If this tide of time didn't have some kind of confinement effect related to the power of time law, how could he, a dignified undying, be so sullen and only be able to resist this kind of damage? Before he finished speaking, the 5th tide of time had already flowed through the blue pool fire elephant's body. His foundation was still not hurt, but more flesh on his huge bloodline true body began to melt. Originally, his entire body had a faint blue luster, but now there were potholes and wounds everywhere and blue-gold divine blood flowed out. Behind him, the 2 old monsters of the human race were hunched over, but they still resisted in the end. However, it was obvious that their foundation had been hurt, and their battle power was almost gone. After returning, they would have to recuperate for thousands of years to recover. The worst was the arrow-tailed tiger. After the 5th tide of time flowed, his 100,000 feet bloodline true body, which had exposed his bones and internal organs, began to collapse in the blink of an eye. Organs fell out of his abdomen and turned into ashes along with the golden tide. Bones fell apart and disintegrated. Similarly, they couldn't resist the corrosive power of the golden tide and turned into ashes before finally dissipating. In just a short moment, his 100,000 feet bloodline true body was almost completely destroyed, and only about 1/3 of his bones were left. An old monster of the universe had fallen. He had died tragically in the starry sky. This scene frightened the other two old universe monsters of the human race. It was not easy to reach such a level of existence. Which one of them had not worked hard for tens of thousands of years to achieve the status and achievements they had today? Normally, even Ling Yu cherished it very much and would not easily take risks. But now, an old monster of the same level as them had died on the spot in just a few breaths of time. Even though he had manifested his 100,000 feet bloodline true body, he hadn't been able to resist the fifth tide of time. His entire bloodline true body was left with only half a year's worth of bones. This was horrifying. Although the two of them had gritted their teeth and resisted the fifth golden tide, which represented the passage of 10,000 years, they were now in a weakened state. Their bodies were withered and their bodies were bent. They were afraid that the moment the sixth golden tide arrived, they would be the first to follow in the footsteps of the arrow-tailed tiger. They would follow in their footsteps. Thinking of this, the two old monsters of the human race no longer cared about their so-called face, prestige, and dignity. Their bodies trembled slightly as they softly begged Yi Xian, who was in the air in front of them, for mercy. "Young friend, this is a misunderstanding. This is King misunderstanding. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil." As soon as the words left their mouths, the two old monsters of the human race felt ashamed and embarrassed. Their old faces flushed. They really didn't want to say it, but they couldn't control their mouths at all. At this critical moment of life and death, they trembled and said such words. It was completely instinctive, a subconscious reaction. Only then did the countless demon masters inside and outside the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor come back to their senses. Although they slowly closed their mouths, the expressions on their faces were strange. Looking at Yi Xian's back, their eyes were so complicated that it was impossible to describe what they were thinking. Monster. He was indeed a monster. In just a few short breaths, the 3 universe-old monsters had been reduced to such a state. One had died a tragic death in the starry sky, and the other 2 had lost all their fighting power. Most importantly, even their minds had collapsed, and they were trembling as they began to beg for mercy. This was really... How could they endure this? The 2 of you are exaggerating. Besides, you may have thought too much. In fact, the 5th wave of the tide of time just now was the limit. I really can't release the 6th wave. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was actually dripping with blood. What he said was the truth, but he didn't say it all. In fact, after the 5th wave of the tide of time was released, all of the golden slimes within the battle of time were completely weakened. They would need a very long time to recuperate before they could recover. Including the purple gold slime king with the cultivation base of the universe realm. Although this attack was quite effective and killed one of the old monsters of the universe realm, Yi Xian had paid a great price. The tide of time was completely destroyed in a short period of time. Unfortunately, it would have been better if he hadn't said so. Once he said so, it aroused suspicion. At the very least, the 2 old monsters of the human race clearly didn't believe him at all. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time they became even more vigilant. But they didn't dare to show it on their faces. Their faces twitched and they laughed dryly at Yi Xian, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Young friend, you must be joking. Today's matter is really a misunderstanding." Yes. Why don't you put away this tide of time, young friend? Let's talk nicely. If there is any misunderstanding, we can sit down and talk in detail. While speaking, one of the old monsters pointed at the tide of time at Yi Xian's feet. His face was full of fear. Obviously, he was extremely afraid. Chapter 39:39. There were tides in time, and one tide lasted 10,000 years. 10 waves of golden tides represented the instant passage of 100,000 years. And this was the limit of an eternal realm-old monster. If 10 waves of golden tides really surged over successively in a short period of time and flowed through his body, then even this blue pool fire elephant at the intermediate stage of the eternal realm would be partially crippled even if he didn't die. This was something that only he himself knew. How could anyone below the limits of an immortal realm-old monster try to snatch it away? But at this moment, Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shinrong didn't mind at all and directly spoke of this point. It was precisely because he was certain in his heart that the same golden tide would absolutely not be able to blast 10 waves out of this golden starry sky great battle. There were already 5 waves earlier, and perhaps there would be more after that, but it would at most be 1 or 2 waves and not more than 2 waves. Even if another 2 waves really came, he would be able to resist it, and he would at most suffer some light injuries. At that time, once this golden great battle before him was silenced, then all the freaks of devil that stood on the golden battle pole, all the devil experts within the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor star, and the ordinary clansmen would all die. They would all die because of his rage. Yes, as a lofty eternal realm old monster, he had indeed lost a great deal of face when he was reduced to such a sorry state during the previous 5 waves of golden tides. Moreover, all of this had come from the hands of a universe realm ant, and this was even more embarrassing and unbearable. If news of this were to spread, he would even become the laughingstock of countless experts in the 3 Great Plains. But all of this didn't matter. These people before him were unable to escape death in the end. Even though he'd lost a great deal of face today, so long as he killed all the existences here in the end, this matter would similarly not spread. Even if news of this spread, wouldn't he have personally gotten back the face he'd lost in the end? Moreover, he'd gotten it back on the spot. A small loss of face, yet countless experts in the starry sky had fallen, and the entire devil race had paid the price for this. In this way, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. It could be said that at this moment, even though Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shinrong's tone seemed to still be calm, he was actually in a state of shock. It was even to the extent that he didn't care about the life and death of the 2 surviving human old monsters behind him at all. Otherwise he would absolutely not speak up at this moment. Shinrong's words. It was as if he was afraid that the other party would stop here and not blast out the 6th wave of Golden Tide. On the one hand, Shinrong wanted to silence them. Since the entire demon race was going to be annihilated here today, there was no need for the 2 old monsters of the human race behind him to continue living. The entire star field would become a land of death today. On the other hand, the actions of the 2 old universe monsters of the human race trying to curry favor and make peace with Shinrong had made him extremely dissatisfied. He was even aggrieved and resentful. This had also fueled Shinrong's desire to kill them. The 2 old monsters of the human race pondered for a moment and understood everything. Indignation appeared on their faces, but they didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, if they angered this old monster in front of them, he would turn around and destroy them with a slap. A sense of despair appeared on their faces. They had no doubt that the golden battle claw in front of them would not be able to blast out more golden tides. Even if there weren't 10 waves and only 6 waves, to them, death was already certain. However, the subsequent development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. At this time, everyone felt that Yi Xian's time claw definitely had the strength to continue the battle. 5 waves of time tide wasn't the limit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold as to directly use it without any scruples and take the initiative to attack a terrifying old monster of the undying level. If he didn't have something to rely on, where did his confidence come from? However, everyone guessed wrong. Yi Xian did have something to rely on, but it wasn't the time claw. At this time, in the face of Fire Elephant Bluepool's provocation, he didn't have the slightest interest in putting on an act. He actually grinned, waved his hand and put the colossal time claw under his feet, into his body. At this time, his gaze also fell on the 2 old monsters of the human race behind Fire Elephant Bluepool, who had been stunned for a long time. He said with a smile, "Since it's a misunderstanding, please leave now. I'm very amiable and I don't kill the innocent. Next, I'm going to fight 300 rounds with this long-nosed friend. Looking at the state of your chi and blood, it's better if you don't join in the fun. What's going on?" The 2 old monsters of the human race looked at each other, their expressions stunned and strange. But the more calm Yi Xian was, the less confident they were. It seemed that the terrifying golden battle claw just now wasn't the true foundation of this freak in front of them. Otherwise, how could he put it away so easily? This was also consistent with the rumors. It was said that this monstrous genius of the demon human race that had recently appeared out of nowhere had several kinds of starry sky battle armors in his hands. Previously they were skeptical, but now, that golden battle armors had proven everything. This guy definitely still had a backup plan. With this thought, the 2 old monsters of the human race at the universe level were instantly stunned. If they were in their peak condition, they naturally wouldn't be scared away like this. But now their bodies were withered, their chi and blood had declined, and their battle power had been reduced by 80%. It would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. Even if they braced themselves and stayed, they would at most be delivering food. It was completely meaningless. Since that was the case, why take the risk and make such a meaningless sacrifice? Elder Shin, our battle power has been reduced by 80%. It's useless for us to stay. Yes, yes, yes. Why don't we cheer for Elder Shin from afar? Goodbye. Thinking of this, the 2 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. They cupped their fists and bid farewell to Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shinrong in the void ahead. Then, without stopping, they transformed into 2 streams of light and shot into the distance without looking back. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a short breath. As Yi Xian waved his hand and put away the battle claw of time, the power of the starry sky time law that was stirred up by the battle claw of time disappeared along with it. The two old monsters of the human race had sensed this change and immediately turned to leave. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, revealed a malevolent expression on his face just as Lan Zhe, the fire elephant Shenrong, was about to attack in a rage. Even his voice suddenly revealed a hint of madness. Long-nosed old monster, you are the one who forced this king today. Isn't it just a long-nosed old elephant at the immortal stage? Today this king is going all out. Even if I have to pay a certain price, I will definitely kill you here. Screech. After saying this, Yi Xian raised his head and let out a screech. A violent roar came from his mouth. Demonic Ape True Body. First change of 9 demonic ape transformations. Chapter 39-40. Second change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Third change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Fourth change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. Blah, blah, blah. Yi Xian, who had activated the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms, roared in succession. In the blink of an eye, his body had soared to a height of 1,000,000 meters under the 4th change of the 9 changes of the demonic ape. In other words, he was only 300,000 meters tall, which was comparable to a star city. Since his body had soared so fast, even the void was rumbling because of the surging blood and qi in his body. He had only been a universe realm rank 1, but he had soared to Star Lord rank 5 in the blink of an eye. Even a living person wouldn't be able to transform so fast. The senior members of the royal family behind him were all petrified. As for the experts and ordinary people in the 1,000,000 battleships and the atmosphere of the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor, they were completely dumbfounded, as if they had been struck by lightning. They had thought that it was crazy enough for Mo Jiufeng, the royal brother of the royal family, to attack an immortal being as soon as he jumped out. However, it seemed that things weren't over yet. It was obvious that he was going to fight the enemy head-on. However, while the Star Lord dared to fight an immortal being head-on, it wasn't as shocking as the information revealed by Yi Xian when he revealed the true form of the demonic ape. The true form of the demonic ape was the signature of the little primordial demonic ape. The little primordial demonic ape was actually young Master Hades and young Master Linghu. At that moment, Mo Jiufeng had activated his bloodline true form and performed an ability that only the little primordial demonic ape could have. What did it mean? What the F***CK? After all this time, the royal brother of the royal family, Mo Jiufeng, was actually young Master Linghu. There was an uproar inside and outside the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor. Even Shenrong, who was 1,000,000 kilometers away, was dumbfounded. As for the 2 human universe monsters who had already shot tens of millions of miles away, they turned around upon hearing the sound. Their bodies trembled violently, and they were completely dumbfounded. Previously, there were 3 monstrous geniuses in one body. They were young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, and the primordial little demon ape. From the looks of it now, this was clearly the rhythm of 4 great monsters in one, and there was also the demon's royal brother Mo Yifeng. This was definitely an explosive event. Apart from the current Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian and a few high-ranking members of the Devil Imperial family who were in the know, everyone in the void of this star domain was stunned. Even Bluepool Fire Elephant Shenrong, who had a terrifying cultivation base at the Immortal Realm, was caught off guard by this sudden scene. He was so shocked that his mind went blank. Shenrong stared dumbfoundedly at Yi Xian, who had now reached a height of 100,000 meters, and was no weaker than his Bluepool Fire Elephant bloodline true body in terms of size. He opened his mouth wide and actually seemed to have lost his voice, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. 2 seconds later, a heaven-shaking roar came from the mouth of the 300,000-meter-tall Blue Sea Fire Elephant. Linghu brat, I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Today, I will definitely kill you. The last roar was made by the Bluepool Fire Elephant almost at the top of its lungs. As this roar sounded, a large amount of blue flames gushed out from its body. This was the unique bloodline talent of this race of creatures. The name Bluepool Fire Elephant came from this. At this time, his entire 100,000-meter-tall body was covered with large pieces of peeled skin and flesh. It was full of potholes and looked very ferocious. Although it was not injured at the root, its state was really very embarrassing. In this state, a large number of blue flames gushed out from its body. Under the contrast of each other, the image of the Bluepool Fire Elephant became even more ferocious. There was also an indescribable terrifying pressure, which was rapidly spreading with the appearance of these mysterious blue flames. It was like an invisible tide suddenly spreading out, and it was close to him in the blink of an eye. Even with Yi Xian's current 100,000-meter tall body under the fourth transformation of the devil ape, it was filled with qi and blood. For a moment he felt his entire body tighten, and he almost couldn't breathe. This was just the beginning. The immortal old monster was indeed extraordinary. Under his rage, the pressure would become stronger and stronger. In a short period of time, it would climb to an extreme. Although Yi Xian was 100,000 feet tall, his qi and blood were so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. However, if nothing unexpected happened, he still wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying pressure. As his aura rose, his body would explode and he would die in at most a breath of time. There was no suspense at all. Although both sides were 100,000 meter tall, Yi Xian's cultivation realm was much weaker. They weren't on the same level at all. It was like the same size, but one side was light cotton wool, and the other side was heavy metal. If they collided with each other, the result would be no doubt. What the cotton wool would face would be a complete crushing force. In just half an instant, Yi Xian was already unable to hold on. At first, the 100,000-meter tall devil ape true body only felt as if it had fallen into a swamp, and was extremely sluggish. However, at this moment, it was as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on his body, causing him to be unable to move. In the mouth of the three true bodies of flesh and blood, in an instant he spat out a blood arrow. Rumble, pft. Boom! At the same time, in the void behind Yi Xian, similar popping sounds could be heard, and there were even sounds of bodies exploding. Following closely behind Yi Xian was a group of devil cultivator royal family upper echelons with cultivation above the universe realm. The Star-Lord old monsters were still fine, they only spat out blood, but the universe realm supreme experts were not so lucky. Although most of them had taken out some treasures to protect themselves, there were still a few universe realm supreme experts. Under this terrifying immortal pressure, their bodies exploded and they died. In addition, in the void further behind, of the millions of warships that densely covered a large area of the void, the 10,000 or so warships that bore the brunt of this immortal pressure were actually unable to withstand the crushing pressure of this immortal pressure. Rumbling sounds of explosions rang out. At least 10,000 warships of various types directly exploded at this moment, turning into huge fireballs that decorated this area of the void, showing a cruel brilliance of blood and fire. But this was still only the beginning. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the expression of the 100,000-meter tall blue sea fire elephant became more and more ferocious. This was not even his peak state. In less than half a breath, this group of ants had already been unable to withstand it. This scene made him feel extremely comfortable, a kind of delightful and comfortable feeling. After a breath, his immortal pressure would reach its true peak state. At this moment, the blue sea fire elephant was looking forward to it. He really wanted to see how many of these ants in the void in front of him could still struggle at death's door under his peak pressure. Chapter 39:41. Screech. Raising his head and roaring angrily, Yi Xian's body suddenly released a shocking force. Boom. At this moment, all the changes in the sea of consciousness were mixed together and turned into a huge roar, causing Yi Xian's consciousness to become hazy, and he almost subconsciously raised his left arm. Immediately thereafter, brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from the empty left palms of the three true bodies, and a golden bow that was in the form of energy appeared in their hands. It was the small golden bow that hung above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, representing the ancient Yuxia bloodline inheritance of the heaven-falling bow divine ability. In the middle of the bow was a two-headed monster. Its wide-open mouth was facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow were two humanoid creatures with their bodies bowed. The two-headed monster's wide-open mouth swallowed the two humanoid creatures' feet and a part of their calves, and the bow was connected to each other. Their heads were raised in pain and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were around their mouths as if they were howling, and their expressions were inexplicably strange. With the activation of the heaven-falling bow divine ability, Yi Xian's huge bloodline true body surged with an invisible and terrifying force, protecting his body, and he was no longer affected by the immortal pressure in the opposite void. What? This is. In fact, at the same time this giant bow appeared, the immortal old monster Shenrong in the opposite void had already cried out in alarm. At this moment he felt a sense of life and death crisis suddenly rise in his heart, and with his immortal realm cultivation strength, he actually felt that no matter how he dodged he could not avoid it. His intuition was gone. The immortal pressure that was originally leaking out of his body was interrupted at this moment and stopped abruptly. As a result, the upper echelons of the demon royal family behind Yi Xian, as well as the million warship army, finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. It was also at this time that the giant golden bow in Yi Xian's hand changed again. A bowstring formed by countless fine golden threads was connected to the two wide mouths of the humanoid creatures, and then a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. At this time Yi Xian's eyes burst with a strange golden brilliance. He stretched out his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand, holding the energy arrow, and slowly pulled it. At this moment, all the power in Yi Xian's body, the power of spirit origin, the power of divine sense cultivation, and even the unknown mysterious aura of the void marrow crystal in his sea of consciousness, all rushed to the right hand of the three true bodies, and entered the golden heaven-falling arrow, causing golden light to shine brightly and power rapidly rising. 1. The buzzing sound of energy trembling to the extreme suddenly sounded. At this moment, the void around Yi Xian's body seemed to have an invisible wave, as if the arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already affected the void. At this moment, the strong sense of crisis that the blue fire elephant Shenrong sensed suddenly became stronger. The cold penetrated to the bone, causing its body to tremble. It subconsciously twisted its giant head and looked in the direction of Yi Xian. Its heart was enlightened and it roared out, "Heaven-falling bow? This is the heaven-falling bow. You are Long Xian. Young Master Linghu, Young Master Netherworld, Little Primordial Demon Ape, Imperial Brother Emo Jinfeng, and Prince Shen, you are actually 5 great monsters in one body? But so what? The heaven-falling bow of the primordial Yiksha's bloodline is indeed extraordinary, but unfortunately you are still too weak. This arrow may be able to kill a realm master, but it can't even kill an old monster of the universe. I am an immortal, you can't shake it." Roar. The blue fire elephant almost roared out the last sentence. The immortal pressure in its body rose again against the sense of crisis of the heaven-falling bow on its back. What about now? Yi Xian did not move. His left hand held the bow, his right hand pulled the bowstring, and his mouth let out a roar again. Roar. Screech. A dragon's roar and a ghost's howl sounded at the same time. At this moment, the small netherworld claw and the black gold dragon scale in his sea of consciousness also trembled at the same time. A large amount of origin energy was extracted, causing them to fall into a dim and weak state. And the extracted energy all flowed through the left arm of the flesh and blood body into the heaven-falling bow. A gigantic demonic dragon suddenly appeared above the bow. It circled around the bow and glared at Bluepool's fire elephant, Shenrong. In the blink of an eye, even this corner of the void seemed to be flickering. There was also an invisible mysterious force that restrained the blue fire elephant's body. It was as if this gaze could confine the void. Then, the gigantic demonic dragon phantom once again plunged into the golden bow and disappeared. Immediately after, a dark green netherworld claw appeared with a bang as Yi Xian's right hand pulled the string. As soon as it descended, it transformed into an incomparably sinister skeleton head. It fiercely glared at the blue sea fire elephant that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the air, and its killing intent burst forth. Then it plunged into the bowstring that was still being pulled. Netherworld claw? Seeing the light in peace? This is impossible. This is clearly the demonic dragon candle dragon's most powerful ability? In the opposite void, the blue fire elephant, Shenrong, exclaimed in shock. Although he was not a creature of the primordial era, he knew some things about the past from the secret books of his clan. Whether it was the heaven-falling bow, the netherworld claw, or the demonic dragon phantom, they were all the most powerful bloodline abilities of the primordial era supreme. Yi Xian had the netherworld body and could use the netherworld claw. The heaven-falling bow was Prince Xian's trademark. The big clans and top forces in the 3 major planes had long known about this creation. But now he, who was one of the 5 great monsters, suddenly manifested the bloodline ability of the primordial era demonic dragon candle dragon. This was simply unbelievable. Ruthless. Linghu, I have to say, you are indeed the only supreme monster I have seen in my tens of thousands of years. You can actually fuse the most powerful bloodline abilities of the primordial era supreme with your own body. This time, after the blue fire elephant Shenrong raised his head and roared, his tone was actually filled with emotion. However, that ferocious expression was still the same, and his killing intent was even stronger. Unfortunately, you have not grown up yet. Although you have many powerful abilities, you are limited by your own cultivation base and strength, so you are unable to unleash their original power. The power that you should have. This arrow, after adding the bloodline power of the primordial netherworld and the primordial demonic dragon, has indeed increased its power explosively. It is no longer a problem for it to kill the old monsters of the universe. You can be proud of yourself. With your universe realm cultivation base, you can actually use so many methods and finally shoot an arrow that can kill the old monsters of the universe. I dare not say that this is unprecedented, but it is definitely unprecedented. Chapter 3942. Boom. Rumble. As the blue pool fire elephant Shinrong's immortal power rose again, Yi Xian was not affected by it because of the protection of the fallen sky bow. However, in the void behind him, nearly 10,000 of the millions of battleships in formation exploded in the blink of an eye, turning into huge balls of fire. Balls of fire illuminated the void. As for the upper echelons of the demon royal family, including the current demon emperor Mo Wen Tian, they had already retreated to the back. A confrontation of this level was too terrifying, and they could not interfere at all. It was better to retreat to the back and make other arrangements. Everything should end now. Shinrong spoke again. This time it was like a murmur, as if he wanted to use these words to bury this peerless monster. You do have the power to deter those below the immortal level, but in the end you can only stop here. Immortal. You are destined to be unshakable. Is that so? Just now it was not enough. What about now? Yi Xian sneered and did not hesitate anymore. Before he finished speaking, he had already activated the power of the last two treasures in his sea of consciousness. Shinong Cauldron. Raidi Seal. There were already a total of 9 objects hovering above his sea of consciousness. Surrounding him were 7 small objects: Spiritual Source Core, Void Marrow Crystal, Fallen Sky Bow, Black Gold Dragon Scale, Netherworld Claw, Immemorial Little Demon Ape, and the simple tortoiseshell that he had just entered not long ago. These 7 small objects represented the ancient powers and bloodlines that Yi Xian had obtained, as well as his cultivation power, spiritual power, and so on. Now, all of them had been activated, and their power had been integrated into the giant golden bow in his left arm. Now, the Raidi Seal and Shinong Cauldron that had been activated were in the center of his sea of consciousness. Just this position alone was enough to explain the problem. These 2 treasures were even more powerful and terrifying. In an instant, the giant golden bow in Yi Xian's left arm had changed again. Boom. A strange 4-colored flame rose up and enveloped the entire giant golden bow. The mysterious flame flowed along the body of the bow. In the end, as if it had a mind of its own, it all converged toward the energy arrow that was still in the process of being drawn. A layer of strange 4-colored flames expanded and expanded on the arrow, and the invisible pressure instantly increased by a large margin. But this was not the end. Zilala. The crisp sound of lightning rang out. The giant golden bow in Yi Xian's left arm was suddenly filled with streaks of green-gold lightning. In the end, they all gathered together and surged toward the energy arrow on the bowstring. Moreover, they all gathered at the front of the arrow. In an instant, it caused the arrowhead of this terrifying arrow to be suffused with boundless green-gold lightning and lightning. It stretched and retracted like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, and it caused one to feel a chill at the sight of it. At this point, the invisible pressure of this arrow had already reached its peak. Apart from the headless corpse of the infant, almost all of Yi Xian's trump cards had been gathered into one arrow. At this moment, not only was the arrow already on the string, it was ready to be fired. This is impossible. In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away on the opposite side, Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shinrong, who was 100,000 feet in size, finally changed his expression and let out a shocked cry for the first time. At this moment he felt an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis. If the power of the arrow on the giant golden bow in Yi Xian's hand could only kill the old monster of the universe and cause a certain amount of damage to him before. But now Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shinrong had no doubt that once this arrow was shot, he would definitely die here today. After all, it was the most powerful bloodline ability of a top Desolate Supreme. In the past, the Desolate Ancient Yaksha had paid a huge price to shoot this arrow, and it was even close to a meteor, burying a large area of the Desolate Ancient Sky. In fact, when Yi Xian's cultivation was still very weak when he was in the ancient desolate cage that was connected to the Forbidden Valley in the inner city of the Demon Emperor, shooting an arrow with all his might was already enough to cause the incomplete Heavenly Eye clone in the ancient desolate cage to be dazed for a moment. If not for this, the headless corpse of the infant, who had not yet recovered his strength and was still very weak, would definitely not have been able to take the opportunity to severely injure the incomplete Heavenly Eye clone and win a chance for Yi Xian and himself to escape successfully. Now, after his cultivation and strength had risen to such a level, Yi Xian had already locked onto Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shinrong with the power of the heaven-falling bow after using all of his means. There was no longer any possibility of him tearing through the void to escape. This almost doomed him to the final outcome of this arrow today. Young friend, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Everything today is a freaking misunderstanding. If there's something, let's sit down and talk about it slowly. Finally, Shenrong's voice also became trembling. When a true life and death crisis descended, even an immortal realm expert could only tremble. The fear was even greater than the fear of complete annihilation of an ordinary starry sky master. Because everything came too hard for them. After tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation, who would be willing to be destroyed and annihilated in a single day? A misunderstanding? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He sighed and then suddenly shouted, "Unfortunately, the arrow is already on the string. It has to be released." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. At this moment, Yi Xian directly released his right hand that was holding onto the golden energy arrow. The energy arrow, which was already filled with the power of the bowstring, instantly shot out. Even the void was torn apart. Golden arrows shot out. Suddenly, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind him. In the void in front of him, a bright and dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. A golden arrow shot out at a speed that surpassed time and space. In an instant, it rushed to the end of the boundless void. Along the way it destroyed everything. Even the void of the Milky Way was cut in two. The power of this arrow seemed to want to destroy the sky and shatter the dome of heaven. Even the void showed signs of being torn apart. In the next moment, the bright golden light in the eyes of the three true forms of the devil ape suddenly dimmed. The power of the entire body seemed to be drained in an instant. The devil ape true form was quickly dispelled. Yi Xian was forced to return to his human form. The huge golden energy bow that was originally in his left hand also quietly disappeared at this moment. It turned back into a small golden bow that was only the size of a thumb and hung in his sea of consciousness. And Yi Xian's consciousness also fell into an extremely weak state at this moment. "No, I can't accept this." Screech. As the three true bodies released their right hands, this arrow, which had a terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end, shot out with a loud boom. Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong, who was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in the void, started to tremble uncontrollably. An earth-shattering roar and violent howl resounded through this part of the world. Chapter 39-43. There was an earth-shattering explosion. In the distance, the space within a radius of 1,000 miles was almost shattered. A miniature black hole appeared, and endless space turbulence surged in all directions, shocking all the great beings inside and outside the three-star void space of the Devil Emperor. This arrow consumed all of Yi Xian's foundation and energy. When it transformed into a terrifyingly powerful arrow that shot out, not only did it seal a corner of the void, it also firmly locked the immortal realm old monster Blue Pool Fire Elephant Shenrong in place, unable to escape. Moreover, when the giant golden arrow was still tens of thousands of miles away from the giant body, the invisible shockwave had already peeled off all the flesh and blood of the giant bloodline true body like leaves in a gale. In less than half an instant, when the main body of the energy arrow was in front of him, there was only a golden skeleton left of Blue Pond Fire Elephant Shenrong. An undying great being had fallen. But this was not the end. Immediately after, the golden arrow with the terrifying aura crashed down, and the entire golden skeleton, along with the corner of the void space with a radius of 1,000 miles, was instantly annihilated. A powerful immortal realm old monster was completely annihilated. He was killed by Yi Xian's terrifying arrow to the point that not even a strand of hair was left behind. It was definitely an instant kill. All of this happened too quickly. It only took a breath from start to finish. In the distant void space, the two human universe monsters who were still moving forward heard the huge explosion behind them and subconsciously turned to look. What they saw was Blue Pond Fire Elephant Shenrong, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, had his entire bloodline true body completely blown up. Along with it, the void space within a radius of 1,000 miles was shattered, inch by inch. They did not see the scene when Yi Xian took out the fallen skybow. At that time they had turned around and fled. They had lost too much energy and blood and their bodies were bent. Their only thought was to flee as far away as possible before the battle started, so as not to be implicated. Hence, the two of them missed the most exciting and most terrifying scene. Therefore they only knew that Mo Jinfeng was young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld and the little primordial devil ape, but they didn't know that they were all Prince Xian. In this battle Yi Xian had revealed many of his trump cards. It was to the extent that Shenrong had found out the shocking truth behind the five monstrous geniuses before his death. However, Shenrong had already fallen, quietly vanishing with this shocking news. And now, the two human universe monsters who were still alive only knew the truth of the four freaks being in one body. At this moment, seeing an immortal realm old monster die in an instant, the two old men were scared out of their wits. Is this still AF** King Human? Run. In their panic, the two of them didn't hesitate any longer and didn't dare stay here any longer. They directly tore through space and dragged their weak and exhausted bodies along as they took a step forward and fled like rats. Only then did the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan come back to their senses. The Devil King Mo Wen Tian immediately issued a series of orders. All clansmen are strictly prohibited from leaking the details of this battle. Violators will be beheaded. Immediately dispatch the fortress army and activate the space compaction device at full force to repair the space. From today onwards, the entire Imperial Demon Clan is fully prepared for war. Hearing the words of the current Devil King Mo Wen Tian, Yi Xian's heart immediately relaxed. At this moment he was indeed worried that Prince Xian's identity would be leaked. However, now it seemed that the two human universe monsters hadn't seen him take out the fallen Skybow. And the Devil King Mo Wen Tian had thought of this at the first moment. Presumably, in order to deal with this matter, he would carry out some kind of arrangement with the great beings of the Imperial Demon Clan within and outside the 3 stars of the Imperial Demon Clan to ensure that Prince Xian's identity wouldn't be leaked. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Look after the Devil Emperor planet for now. This young master needs to leave for a while. I should be back in a few days. Nodding at the Devil King Mo Wen Tian, Yi Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and disappeared in a flash. This scene fell into the eyes of the commander of the Imperial Demon Clan guards, Chanas, who was in the command cabin on the top floor of a large fortress in the void behind. His gaze froze and he muttered to himself, "Disappeared again just like that? There wasn't any space energy fluctuation. What kind of method is this? The secrets on this brat, there are so many." Shio. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and Yi Xian's figure suddenly appeared. This was the black hole of life not far from the Imperial Demon Clan star domain. As soon as his figure appeared, Yi Xian staggered in the void. He was too weak. This time he had used almost all his trump cards. At this moment, an endless sense of weakness and powerlessness surged in his body. Even the 9 little items that were suspended above his consciousness that represented his cultivation, bloodline, and remarkable ability had dimmed. They had dimmed considerably. If it weren't for the fact that his physical body and chi had already reached the realm of the Almighty Master of Heaven and Earth, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and arrived at the black hole of life. The reason why Yi Xian came here was to practice in seclusion. On the one hand, he wanted to recover his strength. On the other hand, he wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could encounter that kind of opportunity again. While recovering his cultivation strength, he wanted to see if he could break through again. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out the Shenong cauldron and stepped into it. Then he activated the internal field of the Shenong cauldron and hid it from view. When his figure reappeared, Yi Xian was already in the space inside the Shenong cauldron. He was at the bottom plane in the heart of the volcano in the central region. This time, in order to shoot that terrifying arrow of immortal annihilation, Yi Xian had injected all kinds of energy into the fallen Skybow in his left hand. At this moment he was in a state of deficit in all directions. Fortunately, he had countless resources in his hands. In order to recover as soon as possible, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a large amount of star core origin and multipupil sense crystals from his undying world. He directly handed them to the devouring system to absorb the energy and inject them into his body. At the same time, he took out a large amount of netherworld furnace lotion and wrapped his body, as well as the innate chilling spirit liquid, a small amount of hellish ant liquid, and 2 drops of all evil origin liquid. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and cut off a large piece of the flesh and blood of the primordial great master purple gold void rat from a sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. After roasting it until it was golden and dripping with oil, he immediately ate it heartily. He began to eat. This was the flesh and blood of the primordial great master. It contained endless essence energy and was the best nourishment in this state of deficit. Chapter 3944. After an unknown period of time, when Yi Xian opened his eyes again, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm, Rank 2 Universe Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body chi and blood. Current realm, rank 2 universe realm. Rank 2 universe realm. Moreover, it was the cultivation of the ancient Dongshu tactics, and the realm of the physical body qi and blood had both entered rank 2 universe realm. This time, Yi Xian had indeed encountered the opportunity of breaking through and building up again. In a situation where the foundation energy in his body was almost depleted to the point of exhaustion, he had made up for it in a short period of time and finally raised his cultivation level again. The potential shackles of his physical body had also been torn apart a little bit, causing the strength of his qi and blood to increase greatly. Breakthrough at the same time. Enjoy. Yi Xian's consciousness quickly entered his sea of consciousness. What he saw made his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally relax completely. This time, in order to kill the immortal level blue sea fire elephant with one arrow, Yi Xian had added a terrifying amount of energy to the energy arrow of the fallen skybow. In addition to his own cultivation level, the strength of his physical body qi and blood, as well as his mental strength, he had fully activated the several small objects in his sea of consciousness that represented the primordial age and bloodline inheritance and extracted energy from them. When the arrow was shot, the black gold dragon scales and the dark green netherworld claw had all become extremely dim. Yi Xian was worried that some irreversible damage would be caused because of this, but now it seemed that everything had returned to normal. Of course, this was also because he had used a large amount of top-grade resources to make up for it. If it were other people, where would they find the top-grade hellish ant liquid, nether liquid, innate chilling spirit liquid, netherworld furnace lotion, and all evil elixir? While sighing, Yi Xian suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Previously, he had thought that this time's closed-door training was over because the blazing and rolling energy river formed by swallowing a large amount of top-grade resources in his body had nourished his physical body and his cultivation level, as well as his sea of consciousness. After making up for it, the few small objects had all disappeared. But at this moment, when his heart suddenly relaxed, he discovered that although the energy river seemed to have disappeared, his entire body was still burning hot, and there was a slight tingling sensation in his meridians. This was clearly a sign that the medicinal efficacy of those top-grade resources had not completely dissipated yet. Don't tell me there are more? This is the 15th major realm. Isn't it a little too exaggerated to break through 2 minor realms in succession? As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, the effects of the various resources in his body had not been completely refined, so he could not stop here. He could only sit cross-legged again, closed his eyes and concentrated. Very soon, he entered the state of seclusion again, and began to clear the remnants of the medicinal power in his meridians. Bottom refinement. Half a day later, when Yi Xian opened his eyes for the second time, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out once more. The unexpected breakthrough had actually come once more. Ding. Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current realm, rank 3 universe. Ding. Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's qi and blood realm. Current realm, rank 3 universe. Rank 3 universe realm. That was the peak of the early universe state. Yi Xian had just become a universe state expert. Who could have foreseen that he would reach the middle phase of the universe state in such a short time? Yi Xian's overall combat ability had obviously soared again after the 2 consecutive realms in terms of cultivation and physical strength. After his original body had entered the 15th major realm and become a universe state expert, according to Yi Xian's deduction, the growth of his strength should still be 2-to-1 when he activated the true form of the ancient demonic ape. When his original body was in the first level of the universe state, the true form of the ancient demonic ape was in the first level of the Star-Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 3rd level of the universe state, the true form of the ancient demonic ape had also improved by 1 level, which meant that he would reach the 2nd level of the Star-Lord state. Adding on the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, each of them increased his combat strength by a small level. Once Yi Xian entered the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body state and used the 4th transformation, his peak combat strength would reach the terrifying 6th level of the Star-Lord realm, which was the peak of the middle stage of the Star-Lord realm. One more step and he would reach the advanced phase of the Star-Lord state. This was definitely of extraordinary significance, but after a short moment of excitement, Yi Xian's mood quickly fell to the bottom, because he once again thought of the problem of the level 16 liquid. Once he reached the pinnacle of the 9th order, he would need to consume the level 16 liquid. Otherwise, even though the Dongshu ancient formula would still be able to advance in his cultivation, his physical body and blood qi realm would remain stagnant if nothing went wrong. Now, the perfect state of synchronization between the qi, blood, and cultivation of the physical body would be broken. Yi Xian's evolution would once again change from taking large strides with his 2 legs to staggering forward with 1 leg. At that moment, Yi Xian had already reached the 3rd level of the universe state in terms of physical strength, which was only 6 levels away from the peak of the 9th level of the universe state. After another 6 breakthroughs, this kind of awkward situation would be placed right in front of him, and there would be no way to avoid it. No, I can't delay it any longer. Thinking of this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as a bright light shot out from his eyes. This time, although Prince Xian's identity was not exposed, it can be considered a great fortune in misfortune. However, the identity of the devil cultivator imperial brother Mo Yufeng was exposed because of this. Young Master Linghu, Young Master Hades, and the primordial demonic ape all have a lot of old debts. I wasn't afraid of them before because they were all loners. Those guys wouldn't be able to retaliate even if they wanted to. But this time is different. Mo Jinfeng's identity has been exposed, and the 4 geniuses are one. Some old creditors will definitely come to pick a fight with the demons. The entire race of demons is right there and there's no way they can escape. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble in the future. This has nothing to do with the demons in the first place. If anyone dares to provoke us, I have the obligation to beat them until no one dares to come back. The Thousand Luo Federation in particular has lost an immortal state expert this time. They won't let this go easily. If they attack again, it won't be as simple as an immortal state expert. Under such circumstances, this young master's cultivation strength will definitely not remain stagnant. On the contrary, I must continue to make breakthroughs and rapidly grow stronger. Chapter 39:45. It had only been a day since Yi Xian left the Demon Emperor planet and entered the life black hole to begin his closed-door cultivation. This time, the Federation Senate had lost an immortal elder in the demon territory, as well as Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Primordial Little Demon Ape, and Demon Emperor Brother Mo Jinfeng. It would take at least a few more days to see the follow-up reaction. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of this opportunity to stay in the life black hole and the Shinong cauldron to concoct the level 16 liquid first. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would not have time to concentrate on this matter in the future. At that time, once his cultivation strength stagnated, he was afraid that he would fall into an extremely passive situation. Although it was not easy to concoct the level 16 liquid, Yi Xian was at least half done now. Previously, he had used the flesh and blood of a Luan Feng from a quasi-desolation era mighty figure. After being carefully refined by the Shinong 4-colored flame, he turned it into a round ball that emitted green and red light. This round ball that appeared in the form of a slurry was only a foot in diameter. It was the flesh and blood of a huge Luan Feng, broken the chains of order and reassembled. After being carefully refined by the Shinong 4-colored flame, the chains of order in the flesh and blood of this Luan Feng completely collapsed. At the moment when its body disappeared, a small flesh black hole appeared in the green and red slurry ball as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this slurry ball was a slurry. How terrifying was the energy contained in this ball. And this was only the first step of concocting the flesh and blood medicine. Yi Xian only got a semi-finished product that time, which could not be considered a real flesh and blood medicine. But now, if he wanted to concoct a true flesh and blood medicine, even if it was only a level 16 liquid at the beginning, he still had a long way to go. Yi Xian would use this flesh and blood medicine as a foundation, then add in all sorts of rare heavenly and earthly treasures as well as other resources, and mix them time and time again before finally obtaining them. Finally, this process required him to painstakingly explore and deduce. After all, no one had ever concocted a level 16 liquid before. Yi Xian still had a lot of work to do. It was like opening up a new path that no one had ever walked before. At that time, Yi Xian had used the 4-colored flames of Shinong to easily divide the lump of flesh and blood that was about a foot in diameter into 100 portions. Then he took out 100 small storage boxes made of chalcedony crystals and put the 100 portions of green-red flesh and blood the size of an egg into each chalcedony crystal. Inside the crystal box, the 100 portions of blood and flesh medicine represented 100 chances to refine the basic blood and flesh medicine. If he failed, he would have to refine the basic blood and flesh medicine again from the beginning. Swish! At this moment, as Yi Xian waved his hand, one of the 100 crystal boxes was taken out from his undying world. As the crystal box opened, an egg-sized bottle of green-red blood essence serum floated out. Its surface was enshrouded in a mysterious halo that was incomparably dazzling. There were also countless tiny runes that appeared and disappeared on its surface, making it appear mysterious and extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian carefully reviewed the formula of the level 16 liquid that the system had deduced earlier. Living Spirit Bamboo Melon. 10,000-year Hidden Dragon Mushroom. Immortal Star Purple Flame Grass. Spirit Restriction Dew. Demon Frost Powder. 10,000-year Sea Flame Crystal. Immortal Star Clothes Flying Sand Eggs. These were all top-grade rare resources. Even though Yi Xian had robbed, extorted, and demanded ransom time and time again, he had only barely managed to gather the various top-grade heavenly treasures required to concoct the level 16 and 17 liquids. Moreover, the quantity was not large and could not withstand his torment. Therefore Yi Xian appeared to be very cautious. Although he had 100 sets of flesh and blood medicinal slurry, and even the all-evil origin liquid that strengthened the medicinal effects and guaranteed the success rate, he had far more than 100 sets. However, he didn't have that many crucial heavenly and earthly treasures. At most, he could only barely gather 17 or 18 portions of the heavenly treasures required to concoct the level 16 and 17 liquids. In other words, Yi Xian actually only had 16 or 17 chances to try concocting the level 16 liquid this time. If he failed all of them, it would really be a tragedy. Carrying the anxiety in his heart, Yi Xian took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he took out a portion of the heavenly treasures that he had prepared according to the formula that the system had deduced. It floated in front of him and exuded an extraordinary aura. Immediately after, a wisp of Shenong's 4-colored flames shot out from the volcanic flame pool not far ahead. With a sweep, it enveloped all the top-grade medicinal herbs, crystals, and other heavenly treasures that were suspended in front of Yi Xian and began to condense and purify them. During this process, Yi Xian concentrated and did not dare to be distracted at all. This was because every portion of the heavenly treasures for the level 16 liquid was too precious. It was almost impossible to collect all of them now. At least it was impossible to do so in the short term. 2 hours later, all the heavenly treasures had melted and turned into a ball of green liquid the size of an egg. What Yi Xian needed to do now was to fuse this ball of green liquid with the same volume of blood and flesh medicine. Finally, he needed to add a drop of all evil origin liquid to guarantee success and a 10% boost. The level 6 nether liquid could only be concocted after the 4 perfectly matched and fused into one. The level 16 liquid would be considered to have been successfully concocted. In other words, Yi Xian still needed to do 2 more steps. The first was to fuse the green liquid with the blood and flesh medicine, then add a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid. After that, he had to perfectly fuse the mixture of these 4 ingredients into one. At this point, the level 16 liquid was complete. These 2 small steps were crucial. Yi Xian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Soon, a drop of all evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid that had been refined by the Shenong 4-colored flames were taken out of Yi Xian's undying world and suspended in the air in front of him. Then, with a thought, these 2 drops of priceless top-notch resources slowly drifted toward the egg-sized blood and flesh medicine paste that he had already prepared. At the same time, the ball of green plant essence, which was also the size of an egg, drifted over as well. The 4 ingredients were quickly gathered together. In that instant, Yi Xian's heart leaped into his throat. His consciousness was pushed to the limit and the mind source core in his brain was overloaded. His consciousness and mind power were both used to the maximum as he carefully controlled this ball of mixture and carried out the final fusion. Once he succeeded, it would mean that the level 16 liquid would be born. ZZZT. Z. In the next instant, as these 4 substances converged and fused, the surface of the newly formed mixture burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. It was so bright that Yi Xian's gaze froze. He subconsciously closed his eyes as his heart pounded. Chapter 3946. His first attempt was a failure in the end. At the last moment, the all-evil origin fluid, the nether liquid, the blood medicine paste, and the green essence of plants, which had been fused together by Yi Xian with his consciousness, exploded completely at the moment when they were about to be fused. They turned into a violent energy that spread out in the flatland at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Although he was a bit disappointed, this failure was within Yi Xian's expectations. A level 16 liquid wasn't a level 15 liquid. It was already impossible to concoct a traditional medicine concoction method. One had to first refine a flesh and blood paste as the base of the medicine in order to have a chance of success. It was obvious how precious it was. It would be unrealistic to succeed in one try. After all kinds of top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures were placed there. Just that small canister of flesh and blood medicine was extremely extraordinary. It was the flesh and blood of a quasi-primordial almighty expert. After shattering the inherent chains of order, it was then extracted from the impurities of the past. It was obtained. Besides, the nether liquid and the all-evil origin fluid were added later. If it were not for the fact that they were in the space inside the Shinong cauldron and the field of order of the whole world could be controlled by Yi Xian's thoughts, he might have been injured when the explosion caught him off guard. However, none of that was a problem now. As Yi Xian's thoughts moved, an invisible force appeared under the power of the field of order of the Shinong cauldron. In less than half an instant, it enveloped the explosion and compressed it into a green ball the size of an egg. A blue ball. Unfortunately, the energy inside was too violent to be absorbed. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been consumed because of it had been completely wasted. Even if he did not refine the level 16 liquid, it was no longer possible to use it as a top heavenly materials and earthly treasure to absorb the energy. It's a pity to throw it away just like that. It's better to keep it. I'll deal with all the failed explosions in this way, gather them together and compress them. While he was mumbling to himself, Yi Xian's eyes glittered. He seemed to be eager to try it out. In that case, as many little drops make a mickle, the final compressed energy will be extremely terrifying. It will be better to use it as a one-time consumable explosive magical equipment. At least it won't be a waste. And so the matter was happily decided. After this matter was resolved, Yi Xian quickly began his second concoction. Swish. The second concoction began. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian retrieved another portion of the blood and flesh medicine from the 100 crystal boxes. When the crystal box opened, a green-red blood and flesh medicine the size of an egg floated out, followed closely by the life transformation jade bamboo melon and the 10,000-year hidden dragon Ganoderma, as well as immortal rank flying sand egg and other top-notch heaven and earth treasures. After that, he endured his heartache and took out a drop of all-evil origin liquid and a drop of nether liquid that had been condensed by the Shinong four-colored flames. They floated in the air in front of him. After a short while, these two drops of priceless top-notch resources slowly drifted toward the egg-sized blood and flesh medicine paste that had been prepared long ago. The same went for the egg-sized green plant essence that was also the same size as the egg-sized green plant essence. The most critical part had arrived. Yi Xian's heart was in his throat again. His consciousness was pushed to the limit, and the mental source core in his brain was overloaded. He carefully controlled the mixture and carried out the final fusion. ZZZT. Z. Very quickly, as the four substances converged and fused, the surface of the newly formed fused substance instantly emitted a dazzling brilliance just like before. These different top-grade substances were rapidly fusing together. Once they succeeded, the level 16 liquid would be in their hands. Although Yi Xian hadn't expected to succeed in his first attempt, when he failed at the last step, he wasn't too concerned even though he was a little disappointed. However, this was his second attempt, so it would be a lie to say that Yi Xian hadn't expected to succeed. After all, he only had a dozen or so top-grade heaven and earth treasures that were required to concoct the level 16 and level 17 liquids. With each failure, the pressure in his heart grew heavier. This would affect his state of mind to a certain extent. The first few failures were fine, but after 5 failures, it would affect his state of mind. As a result, there would be many uncertainties in the subsequent concoctions. Therefore, it would be even more difficult to succeed after 5 failures. Moreover, the closer he got to 5 failures, the lower his chances of success would be. With this kind of anxiety, Yi Xian carefully used his divine sense and mental strength to control as steadily as possible, guiding the 4 different resources that had already gathered together to carry out the final perfect fusion. Soon nearly 2 hours passed. During this process, the small ball formed by the gathering of 4 top-grade resources had a sizzling energy halo on its surface, causing Yi Xian's heart to tremble slightly. However, the final result allowed him to completely heave a sigh of relief. Buzz. After a continuous sizzling sound, the small ball suddenly let out a trembling sound. At this time, Yi Xian also came to a realization. The level 16 liquid had finally been successfully concocted. When he focused his gaze, a round sphere the size of a vermilion fruit was floating in the air around 3 m away from him. It was obviously liquid, and its color was azure blue and extremely pure. Its surface was suffused with a layer of azure blue light that revealed violet light, and there seemed to be countless obscure talisman markings that were flickering in and out, repeating over and over again. Although this spherical green-blue liquid was not eye-catching, if one were to carefully observe it, one would discover that there were actually countless energy runes flickering within it. They appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. However, they continued to give off an aura that seemed to be able to draw one's mind into it. This scene was like a strange phenomenon. It was extremely shocking and inconceivable. However, if one were to think about it carefully, it would be understandable if a grand expert in the 15th level of the universe could break another major shackle of human potential through that small ball of blue liquid, allowing them to evolve and become a Star Lord. Boom. Boom. Just as Yi Xian's eyes were blank as he stared blankly at the blue liquid in front of him that was only the size of a pearl fruit, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the sky above the volcano in the central region. It was extremely dull, like the sound of thunder. Stunned, Yi Xian raised his head out of reflex, only to soon widen his mouth. Chapter 3947. Boom. 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 A series of thunderous explosions sounded, extremely dull, like the roar of thunder. In the sky above the Shinong Cauldron volcano, a large black thundercloud suddenly gathered. It was clearly a sign that a lightning tribulation was about to descend. The weird tribulation cloud was not affected by the order field of the Shinong Cauldron. It directly locked onto Yi Xian, who was inside the cauldron, and was about to descend a lightning tribulation. To be more precise, what the tribulation cloud locked onto was the level 16 liquid floating in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was confused at first. Then he was stunned. In the end, he realized what was going on. The level 16 liquid was only the most basic blood and flesh paste. It was made from the flesh and blood of an enormous Luan phoenix by breaking the chains of order and reassembling the essence. After being carefully refined by the Shinong four-colored flames, the chains of order in the Luan phoenix's flesh and blood completely collapsed. The moment its body disappeared, a miniature black hole of flesh and blood appeared in the green-red ball of slurry. It was as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this ball of slurry. It was obvious how terrifying the energy contained inside the liquid ball was. Then, a lot of top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures were added to the blood and flesh paste that was successfully refined, including the nether liquid and even the all-evil origin liquid. The effect of the liquid was even more unbelievable. It could directly make a level 15 expert of the universe reach the Star-Lord level. It was understandable that such an unbelievable liquid would trigger a response from heaven and earth after it was successfully refined, and a lightning tribulation would descend. It was safe to say that it was not just the level 16 liquid right now. The level 17, level 18 liquids that Yi Xian was going to refine in the future, as well as the gene cultivation liquids of higher levels, would all face the same problem. A lightning tribulation would descend when the liquid was refined. It was just like how certain super pill masters in the human camp of cultivators would face a lightning tribulation when they refined a heavenly treasure pill. Yi Xian was quite worried because it meant that the level 16 liquid that he was going to refine, as well as the similar liquids that he was going to refine in the future, would all have to go through one last step before they could be safely consumed. That was the liquid tribulation. If they did not succeed, then all their previous efforts would be in vain. Moreover, their resources would be wasted. This was really depressing. However, there were pros and cons to this. Everything in the universe was like this. The liquid tribulation was a threshold. If the liquid failed to pass the tribulation, everything would be in vain, and they would have to start all over again. If they succeeded again, they would face the same tribulation test. However, if he were to succeed, then the treasured liquid that had undergone a single lightning tribulation would undergo the baptism and tempering of the lightning tribulation, and its might and effect would definitely increase once again. This was obvious. In other words, the so-called liquid tribulation lightning tribulation was both a test and an opportunity. Yi Xian had grown from an ant-like cultivator in a sealed planet to a supreme being in the starry sky. Every time he encountered a situation like this, he would face it head-on and never retreat. Therefore, even if there was a risk this time and if he failed, it would be a little hard for him to accept. After all, he didn't have that many level 16 liquid materials on hand. He only had 12 portions left. But in order to obtain a better effect, he could only accept the test of the lightning tribulation and face it head-on. In fact, it was impossible to retreat. The tribulation clouds were almost done brewing, and the tribulation lightning would descend at any time. There was no way to retreat. However, although the treasure liquid tribulation this time was quite risky, after Yi Xian made a few deductions, his heart, which was originally in his throat, quickly calmed down by half. This was because according to his deduction and conjecture, the black tribulation cloud that was gathering in midair above the volcanic mountain in the central region had nothing to do with the universe outside. It was just a tribulation thunder that descended from the order region inside the Shinong Cauldron. That made sense as well. After all, the Shinong Cauldron was a primordial treasure of the era. It had been verified many times before. Even the primordial master was unable to forcefully pass through the order field inside the Shinong cauldron and sense everything inside. In Yi Xian's opinion, the heavenly eye that represented the will of the primordial heavenly Tao might be difficult to do. At least, before it recovered to its peak state during the primordial era, it basically did not have the ability to do so. Under such circumstances, for the current universe environment outside the cauldron where the will of heaven and earth was missing, the so-called power of heaven and earth should not affect the internal space of the Shinong cauldron. In the current universe environment, although there were the laws of the universe, there was no will of heaven and earth. The primordial era had been cut off in the long river of time. From then on, the will of heaven and earth had been missing. What had existed since then was only the pure laws of the universe, lacking spirituality. Since it was not the lightning tribulation that descended from the will of heaven and earth in the universe outside, but from the internal domain of the Shinong cauldron, then its purpose should not be a real tribulation, but to take advantage of the situation. Using this opportunity, Yi Xian had just refined this level 16 treasure. The liquid was purified and tempered again with the power of the lightning tribulation. In that case, what was there to worry about? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately calmed down. Originally, he had been a little impulsive, wanting to quickly store this level 16 treasure liquid floating in the void in front of him before the lightning tribulation descended and put it into his undying world, so as to avoid the lightning tribulation and not destroy the treasure liquid. But now, since he was basically sure that this was a good opportunity that fell from the sky, he naturally would not hesitate in the slightest. Before he thought about it, the blue liquid in front of him began to spin and slowly rise. In the end, it had already floated out of the central domain fire, the volcano crater of the mountain. During the entire process, Yi Xian had been following closely behind this blue-green treasure liquid that was as small as a vermilion fruit. After all, although he had roughly deduced that there would not be any problems, it was obviously impossible to say that he was completely at ease. He was more or less a little nervous. Kacha. It was also at this moment that a clear explosion sounded out. Within the black tribulation cloud that covered the void above the volcano in the central region, a strange green lightning struck down at an extremely fast speed. As expected, the green lightning bolt did not lock onto Yi Xian at all, but the blue-green level 16 treasure liquid in the void above his head. At this moment, the treasure liquid lightning tribulation descended. Chapter 39:48. There was only a single wave of tribulation lightning. Along with this green lightning bolt that was like an infant's arm striking down from the black tribulation cloud, the entire tribulation cloud vanished in an instant, and this represented that the tribulation lightning had ended. As for whether the level 16 treasure liquid successfully resisted the tribulation lightning or not, that had nothing to do with the tribulation cloud. Its mission was merely to sense the appearance of the treasure liquid, condense into form, lock onto its target, and blast down a bolt of tribulation lightning before directly dispersing. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to the black tribulation cloud that was swiftly dispersing in the sky above him. At this moment, his attention was completely attracted by the green lightning bolt that instantly enveloped the entire ball of azure green treasure liquid after it struck down. Fortunately, the green lightning bolt quickly vanished, but the ball of azure green treasure liquid that was enveloped by the lightning still hung in its original position, and it was still spinning in the air. The only difference was that after it experienced the baptism of the green tribulation lightning, this ball of azure green level 16 treasure liquid seemed to contain a trace of the aura of lightning, and there were clearly some tiny bolts of lightning that were like spiderwebs on its surface that were extending and retracting. Moreover, it just happened to be the same as the bolt of tribulation lightning that descended before, and it was azure green in color and emitted a dense sense of strangeness. When he saw this scene, Yi Xian's heart that was in his throat finally settled down completely, and joy surfaced in his heart. Without a doubt, after experiencing the baptism of a bolt of tribulation lightning, the medicinal effect of this ball of azure green treasure liquid would surely be even more shocking. Moreover, it had a strange green lightning attribute attached to it, and it presumably had a miraculous effect of tempering the body. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian waved his hand and withdrew the Rai-Di seal that floated above his sea of consciousness, and he made a hand seal to activate the might of the Rai-Di seal to revolve around this ball of azure green treasure liquid that was only the size of a cinnabar fruit. One could see that during this process, there was an extremely weak strand of green lightning that was like spider silk that was absorbed by the Rai-Di seal. Yi Xian had dense curiosity towards this type of green lightning that he'd never seen before, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a move at this moment. He had seen a lot of lightning, but this was the first time he had seen a green one. Unfortunately, after this weak strand of green lightning was absorbed by the Rai-Di seal, the Rai seal, which was known as the most powerful lightning bolt, did not change at all. This made Yi Xian feel a little disappointed, but he had always been a straightforward person, so he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind. However, what even Yi Xian didn't know was that in the instant he absorbed the Thunder Emperor seal that was as weak as a spider silk into his body, the primordial ancient treasure within his undying world seemed to have sensed something and slightly trembled. With a wave of his hand, a small, translucent bottle shot out from Yi Xian's body and sucked in the green liquid hovering above his head. After that, Yi Xian kept the precious bottle in his undying world. This would be an important thing for him to rely on in the near future to break through from the 15th realm to the ranks of the Star-Lord Old Monsters. After doing all this, Yi Xian fell into deep thought, but quickly made a decision. He was prepared to strike while the iron was hot and repeat everything that had happened before, to refine and concoct a second or even more bottles of level 16 liquid. There was no guarantee that one bottle of gene cultivation liquid would succeed, so Yi Xian would need at least 2 bottles of level 16 liquid just to ensure that he successfully broke through from the 15th realm to the ranks of the Star-Lord Old Monsters. Furthermore, there were many experts by his side and under his command who would definitely need this type of liquid in the future. For example, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were one such example. It wasn't that Yi Xian missed these 3 girls so much, but the key was that this type of liquid was unprecedented. In the current world, Yi Xian was the only one in the 3 realms of the universe. Once the 3 girls found out that Yi Xian had it but didn't prepare it for them, they would probably fly into a rage on the spot. In order to prevent these 3 girls from tormenting him, Yi Xian felt that it was extremely important to prepare in advance so that they wouldn't have a chance to criticize him. After making this decision, he immediately started concocting a new batch of liquid. Right now, after successfully concocting the first tube of level 16 treasure liquid, Yi Xian didn't have much level 16 treasure liquid left. He only had 12 portions left. He decided to leave 3 portions in his hands and not use them in case he needed them in the future. After all, the level 16 liquid required all sorts of top-notch treasures of heaven and earth. Some of them would also be used in the subsequent level 17 liquid concoction. In other words, other than the 3 sets of reserved materials, he could only use 9 sets of materials. However, with the experience of the previous successful concoction, Yi Xian didn't dare to say that all 9 concoctions would be successful, but a success rate of more than 50% was definitely not a problem. What surprised him was that Yi Xian had worked hard for a total of 9 sets of materials. In the end, he actually managed to produce 7 tubes of azure green treasure liquid. Including the previous tube, he now had a total of 8 tubes of level 16 liquid. As for the 2 failed concoctions, they were both accidents that happened during the final fusion process like a furnace explosion. However, the violent energy that spread out from these 2 explosions was forcibly compressed by Yi Xian, just like the first time, by activating the order field of the Shinong Cauldron. It fused with the first ball of violent energy. After the fusion, the ball of energy was still only the size of an egg, but the violent energy inside increased by several times. Yi Xian called this small ball of energy the Waste Liquid Energy Ball. It was just 3 bottles of level 16 liquid waste liquid energy gathered together. Although the power was considerable, Yi Xian still felt that it was far from enough. He decided to keep this waste liquid energy ball and not use it casually. Now, it already contained 3 portions of waste liquid energy from the level 16 liquid. In the future, when he concocted the level 17 and level 18 liquid, he would use the same method to collect all the waste liquid energy and compress it. In the end, this waste liquid energy ball would definitely grow to a shocking height. Who knew, it might even become a powerful weapon. Of course, this was on the premise that every time he compressed a new bottle of waste liquid energy, it would be completed smoothly. Of course, when the next 7 bottles of level 16 liquid were formed, a lightning tribulation would descend. However, just like the previous time, the following 7 lightning tribulations and 7 tubes of level 16 liquid were all safely passed. After experiencing the baptism of the strange green lightning, the body tempering effect of the 7 tubes of level 16 liquid was obviously better. However, when the last bottle of level 16 liquid went through the lightning tribulation, Yi Xian was once again curious about this strange green lightning. Therefore, when Yi Xian summoned the Rai seal with a wave of his hand, a small portion of the green lightning was directly intercepted and absorbed into the Rai seal. Chapter 39-49. As Yi Xian absorbed half of the green lightning into the Rai seal for the last time, the Yanluo in his undying world started to show signs of abnormality again. The entire surface of the Yanluo was covered with dense and strange green patterns like spider webs. The 2 corpse ancestors, Hamba and Ho Qin, had already awakened in the Yenluo and were able to reconstruct their corpse Dao true bodies. They had entered secluded cultivation a few days ago, but now such a phenomenon had occurred. Clearly something had happened. If there were no accidents, this could be the sign that the third desolate era alluring cultivator was about to awaken. Yi Xian did not know about all of this. The undying world in his body was too big. If he did not send his consciousness into the undying world to investigate, or if the commotion inside was too big, he would not be able to sense the slightest clue at all times. After the last lightning tribulation dissipated, Yi Xian stored the last ball of green liquid into a small bottle and kept it in his undying world, keeping it carefully. At this point he had 8 bottles of level 16 liquid in his hands. If any of them were to spread, it would cause a huge commotion. After all, a bottle of level 16 liquid was equivalent to the birth of a Star Lord. After all, this was a bottle of level 16 liquid that had been tempered by the Sun Shinong Cauldron's lightning tribulation. Its medicinal effect was 30% stronger than a newly condensed level 16 liquid. Among these 8 bottles of level 16 liquid, there were some that were good and some that were bad. It was related to the medicinal halo on the surface of the liquid and the density of the weak green lightning. Among them, the 4th bottle was obviously the best. Yi Xian decided that when his cultivation reached the peak of rank 9 universe realm in the future, he would use this 4th bottle. As for the other 7 bottles, he would keep them for the time being in case of emergency. And now, his cultivation had reached rank 3 universe realm. There were 6 more small breakthroughs and this moment would come. Therefore, even though the level 16 liquid had been condensed, Yi Xian was still under a lot of pressure. The remaining level 17 liquid, although not as urgent as before, could not be delayed too long. However, after the successful experience of concocting a 16th grade treasure liquid, Yi Xian would be able to concoct a 17th grade treasure liquid with ease. Successfully concocting a 17th grade treasure liquid would definitely not be a problem. This matter was not urgent, because he decided to carefully deduce the subsequent formula of the level 17 liquid. He did not have many top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures to concoct. Like the level 16 liquid, he only had a dozen or so portions. If there was a mistake in the formula, he would waste a portion of top-grade heavenly materials every time he failed. His talents really couldn't bear it. Therefore, he decided to make sure that the formula was correct. When the time was right, he would start to concoct the level 17 liquid. As for the 18th grade elixir and the 19th grade elixir, the collection of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had basically been placed in front of him and urgently needed to be resolved. Yi Xian took this matter to heart as he pondered where he could ruthlessly extort from. Moreover, this time he had to extort from the bloodline ancestor-level existences of the various large clans or top powers. Otherwise, even if it was a supreme expert or a Star Lord, they probably wouldn't have such a thing in their hands. Level 16 liquid could create a Star Lord monster. Level 17 liquid could create a State Lord monster. Level 18 liquid and level 19 liquid would create a Realm Lord monster and a Universe monster. Therefore, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed to concoct these 2 top-grade treasured liquids would at least have to be obtained from the Realm Lord monsters. It was not impossible that there would be none of those below that level, but the chances were much lower. After realizing this, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and bitterly smiled. If news of this spread to the outside world and people found out that he, a mere supreme being of the universe, was actually thinking about how to rob the Realm Master and the Universe Master, they would probably be shocked to the point where their eyeballs would drop. It's a good thing to increase one's strength quickly. The path of physical evolution with the gene cultivation liquid is indeed very convenient and fast. Unfortunately, Yi Xian sighed while mumbling to himself, it's a pity that the acquisition of resources is too troublesome. I have to rob the Realm Lord monsters when I'm only a Universe Lord. Won't I target the undying beings of the various races when I become a Star Lord in the future? Screech, roar. While Yi Xian was pondering about this matter, a fierce roar and a beast roar suddenly came from the direction of a mountain range far away from the volcano in the central domain. It was clearly the sound of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. The 2 native ferocious beast emperors had fallen into seclusion because they had swallowed a large amount of flesh and blood from the remains of the quasi-primordial beings. Who would have thought that they would come out of seclusion so soon? Moreover, they seemed to have succeeded in breaking through, because Yi Xian clearly captured the unique aura of a realm lord from the 2 roars. There was also a strong sense of joy. Roar. As the roars of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise echoed, a large number of roars and beast roars were soon heard from the mountains around the central domain volcano. Obviously, the other native ferocious beasts had also noticed the successful breakthrough of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise. This was a joyous occasion for the entire race. After all, the highest combat strength of the entire native ferocious beast race was only the 2 Realm Lord Old Monsters. But now there were suddenly 2 Realm Lord Old Monsters. This was definitely a huge surprise. The overall strength of the race had a qualitative leap. Yi Xian immediately soared into the air and rushed out of the central region's volcano. He shot towards the direction of the 2 roars that emitted the pressure of the Realm Master's Old Monsters. Haha, little brat, you also broke through? You're actually rank 3 Universe Realm? Stinking brat, you broke through faster than us 2 old men, this is too unreasonable. Without waiting for the figure to land, 2 figures rushed out from the mountain range. The primordial porcupine's body had shrunk from 1,000 feet to 100 feet now, while the primordial tortoise's body had shrunk from a few feet to a few feet now. But the aura emitted from their bodies was much stronger than before. They had indeed successfully broken through and stepped into the Realm Lord realm. Behind the 2 native ferocious beast emperors, there was a large number of native ferocious beasts following them. They covered the entire mountain range, and some of the more familiar faces Yi Xian had their auras strengthened by a large margin. Obviously, they had all gained something from this seclusion breakthrough. Chapter 3950. The overall strength of the native ferocious beasts had indeed leaped to a whole new level. Before this, the native ferocious beasts only had 2 domain lords, close to 100 star lords, nearly 200 supreme experts of the universe. Ordinary ferocious beasts below the universe lord level numbered close to 6 million. Now, the total number of the ferocious beasts had not changed, but the overall strength of the ferocious beasts at the bottom had increased slightly. In terms of high-end strength, there were 2 domain lords for domain lords, over 100 star lords, and close to 300 universe lords. This was definitely a ferocious beast army with a luxurious lineup. More importantly, this ferocious beast army had now experienced the benefits of the Shenong unusual flame and would not move even if beaten to death. To Yi Xian this was naturally a good thing. The Shenong cauldron had already been completely refined by him, and he had obtained the source of the cauldron's inheritance. Even the originally extinguished Shenong strange flame was ignited by his heart fire. This ferocious beast army staying in the Shenong cauldron was equivalent to Yi Xian bringing an army of millions of ferocious beasts with him. In the future, when they grew up, any ferocious beast army that revealed its bloodline true body could reach 10,000 zhang in size. At that time, once the entire ferocious beast army was mobilized and revealed its bloodline true body, the scene would be absolutely shocking. It would be like a fleet of millions of stars descending from the sky. Just thinking about it made one excited. Stinking brat, you have to think of a way to lead the little ones down there to do something big again. After fooling around for a while, the primordial porcupine changed the topic and talked about a serious matter. As it spoke, it surrounded a large number of ferocious beasts at the bottom of the ferocious beasts. Then it said, "This time, us old guys have gained a lot, but the little ones down there are almost out of food. You may still have some powerful desolate era creatures' flesh and blood reserves, but their cultivation is too low to enjoy them. Besides, this is not a long-term solution. After all, there are too many ferocious beasts, close to 6 million. You alone won't be able to support them." Yes. At this point, a high-ranking ferocious beast who had just become a domain lord took over the conversation. "Little leader, you have to find an opportunity to bring us out to do something again. Just like last time in the source of all evil star domain, on a larger scale. This way the little ones can save some flesh and blood resources. Anyway, everything will be laid out in front of us now. We can just come back and roast the food after our triumphant return." No matter how he heard it, it felt awkward. However, who told him to use the identity of the primordial little demon ape when he first joined the native beasts? Now that he was addressed like this, he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. However, although he was a newly promoted Domain Lord Old Monster, a Domain Lord Old Monster was still a Domain Lord Old Monster. Even this Domain Lord Old Monster called him boss, so there was no need to say anything about the other native beasts. If he was able to lead such a huge army of native beasts, then so be it. Being able to lead such a large army was already considered amazing. As for the title, he just had to grit his teeth and pinch his nose. However, this matter really made Yi Xian feel troubled. This was an army of nearly 6 million ferocious beasts. If they were to go out and fight, every ferocious beast would collect enough flesh and blood resources. Wouldn't they have to kill tens of millions of experts of various races? What kind of battle would that be? It was really a headache. However, this matter really had to be resolved. An army of millions of ferocious beasts couldn't always starve, right? Although they wouldn't starve to death, after all, they were starry sky experts. However, these native ferocious beasts were different from human cultivators. The latter could also increase their strength by fasting. However, the native ferocious beasts didn't have any cultivation methods. They only had bloodline inheritances and innate divine abilities. If they wanted to increase their strength, they had to rely on their bloodline and the evolution of life level to achieve it. And this depended on eating. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly again. He suddenly regretted keeping these guys in the Shinong cauldron by his side. Otherwise, if they stayed in the Four Clans fleet army and went on a punitive expedition against the slave races of the First Universe, how could they not have the opportunity to fight and plunder? Alright, at worst I'll make a trip back and send you to Grandpa Mo and the others. Spreading out his hands, Yi Xian could be considered to have a temporary solution to this matter. Right now, the Four Clans fleet army is on a punitive expedition all over the First Universe. When a great battle breaks out, I'll send you guys over and participate in the battle while collecting all the flesh and blood resources. Roar. Awoo. When they heard that a series of battles were about to happen, and that all the flesh and blood resources would belong to the ferocious beast army, a large number of cheers and whistles came from the surrounding mountains. A group of foodies cried out excitedly. The 8 great guardian deities were also among them, rubbing their palms together. Now, the cultivation of the 8 of them had soared very quickly, reaching the 14th great realm, the cosmic light first order. Compared to cultivating in the outside world, it was like sitting on a rocket. They had also formed an extremely good relationship with this group of ferocious beast army foodies. Now, even if they went out for a stroll, they would be considered to be people. After all, among the countless races and forces in the 3 main planes of the universe, which young descendant of a race could have such means to fight with a group of millions of ferocious beasts? Because they had formed a deep friendship. Just as Yi Xian felt that this matter was over and was about to exchange a few more words with the primordial porcupine, primordial turtle, and the other native ferocious beasts higher-ups before leaving, a call suddenly came from the undying world in his body. My lord, the Lightning Mother, has awakened. It was clearly the voice of Hitorigami, the corpse ancestor. Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard it all of a sudden. Then, his consciousness entered the undying world in his body and extended toward the Yanluo. Soon he sensed the 2 powerful auras of the old monsters in the Yanluo. Another surprise came. Not long ago, Hitorigami and Ho Qing, who had just been able to reconstruct their true bodies, had both entered seclusion and fallen into a deep sleep. At that time, both of them were Star Lords, but the 2 familiar auras in the Yanluo were both emitting the pressure of the Realm Masters. There was no doubt that Hitorigami and Ho Qing had finished their seclusion and had woken up again. Moreover, their cultivation had also broken through again because of this seclusion. At that moment, the 2 desolate corpse ancestors who had reconstructed their true bodies in this world, had both become old monsters of the realm. Chapter 3951. Corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing had both finished their closed-door training. Their cultivation had risen once again, and they had both entered the ranks of domain lords. In addition, out of the 7 desolate era's spiritual sense sources sealed within Yanluo, the third one, the desolate Lightning Mother's spiritual sense source, had also awakened. To Yi Xian this was definitely a joyous news. Unknowingly, the formation under his command had become even more powerful. This was not the power of the demon cultivator race, but a private army that truly belonged to him, as well as the entire fierce beasts led by the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle. Just like the other tribes. Therefore Yi Xian placed great importance on it. Now that the primordial lightning lady's spiritual sense had awakened, the most important thing was to help her reconstruct her bloodline true body, just like corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing, and then restore her strength. With a thought, Yi Xian took out the primordial treasure Yanluo from the undying world in his body. A gorgeous light flashed as it spun in the air in front of Yi Xian. It slowly grew in size and finally transformed into a 3-meter-long rainbow treasure luo. It floated in the air and slightly rose and fell. It swayed with the wind and was extremely beautiful. Swish. Swish. The treasure net shook slightly and 2 rays of light shot out from it. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 2 beautiful female cultivators. They were corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing. The 2 women looked like 28-year-old girls. Their figures were exquisite, making people envious. Their faces were incomparably beautiful, and their eyes seemed to be able to steal a person's soul. The 7 great primordial beauty cultivators were all famous in the primordial era. They were all top-notch beauties, and even in the current world, it was difficult to compare to them. For example, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were all top-notch beauties among the female cultivators of the current era. Compared to corpse ancestor Han Ba and Ho Qing, they were slightly inferior. Besides that, the gap in their bearing was even greater. After all, corpse ancestor Hanba and Ho Qing were both almighty figures of the primordial era during the distant primordial era. At the same time that they were renowned for their beauty during the primordial era, their cultivations and strengths were peerless. They had the supreme majesty of an expert, and also the maturity of countless years of accumulation. All of this was something that the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru did not have. However, although the two women were both existences of the primordial era, their temperaments were completely different. Corpse ancestor Hanba was hot and passionate. She wore a red dress. At this moment, the aura of her cultivation was completely restrained, and only a little bit of the pressure of her cultivation was emanated. Otherwise, once she utilized the energy within her entire body would be covered in scarlet red and terrifying corpse flames, and it would absolutely be hot to the point of being unable to endure it. On the other hand, corpse ancestor Ho Qing stood by her side. She wore a purple dress that hugged her figure. She was exquisite and beautiful, and her temperament was even more delicate and charming than Han Ba's. As the two gorgeous cultivators of the primordial era who had reconstructed their corpse Dao true bodies descended from the sky, the roars of beasts resounded in the surroundings. But at this moment all the native ferocious beasts fell silent, and this area of space fell into a deathly silence. The gazes of the millions of native ferocious beasts were all fixed on Han Ba and Ho Qing. Even the primordial porcupine and primordial turtle were the same. Saliva was dripping from the corners of their mouths. However, the reason they revealed such ugly expressions was naturally not because their appetite had flared up, but because they had committed a common problem of male animals. Although the two gorgeous cultivators of the primordial era were in human form, their true supreme beauty was irrespective of race. Even these native ferocious beasts were shocked. Interesting. You're quite bold. Looking around and seeing the expressions of the millions of native ferocious beasts, Han Ba and Ho Qing seemed to be displeased. Their faces darkened as they snorted coldly and scornfully. The aura in their bodies suddenly spread out at this moment. Huff. In an instant, the two peerlessly beautiful bodies were enveloped by two different colored corpse path true flames. One was blood red, and the other was demonic purple. The beautiful figures of Hanba and Ho Qing stood within these two rods of flames. Even though they were merely region lords, there was clearly a wisp of fiendish aura that terrified one's soul within them. After all, they were supreme existences of the desolate era, and they cultivated the treacherous corpse Dao. Although they had only recovered to the domain lord level after reconstructing the corpse Dao true body, the formless desolate corpse ancestor aura that came from the heavens instantly intimidated everyone present. Hiss. This is... The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise sucked in a breath of cold air. They quickly swallowed back the saliva that had already dripped to the corner of their mouths and subconsciously retreated. Although they were old monsters of the sector lord level and were stronger than Han Ba and Ho Qing, their innate foundation was far inferior. The latter was a corpse Dao true body reconstructed from the primordial era's spirit sense origin left behind by the primordial era's corpse Dao true body. Their life form level was already close to the peak. As for the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, they were still in the process of life form evolution. There was still a long way to go. Whoa. Even the two strongest existences, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, admitted defeat. They subconsciously shrank their necks and retreated. Needless to say, the millions of native beasts gathered in the surrounding mountains quickly shifted their gazes away, whimpering as they retreated. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were empty. All of the tribes scattered in an instant. Where's the lightning mother? Yi Xian found it funny when he saw the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise being defeated. He rolled his eyes and watched the two old fellows flee in a sorry state before turning his gaze towards the corpse ancestor, Hanba and Ho Qing. He asked, "Is it because she hasn't reconstructed her true body so she can't easily show herself? Doesn't that mean we have to find another corpse Dao origin? This thing isn't that easy to find, it's a bit of a headache." "My lord, you might be thinking too much." Han Ba bitterly smiled and shook his head. Although the desolate lightning mother is also a strand of spirit sense origin sealed in the Yenluo net, if she wants to reconstruct her true body, she doesn't need the corpse Dao origin because she's not a corpse cultivator, but a lightning cultivator. That's right. On the side, the charming corpse ancestor Ho Qing took over the conversation. A pair of watery beautiful eyes locked onto Yi Xian's face. As she spoke, she blinked, making Yi Xian feel uncomfortable. However, she didn't notice at all and continued as if no one was present. Since she's a lightning cultivator, if she wants to reconstruct her true body in this life, what the lightning mother needs is naturally related to lightning. However, compared to the corpse Tao origin, the lightning origin seems to be more difficult to find. Little master, I'm afraid you're really going to have a headache this time. The word little master was coquettish and numbing, making Yi Xian shiver reflexively and his entire body go soft. Chapter 3952. The Starry Sky Thunder Tomb? On the side, corpse ancestor Hitorigami was startled and subconsciously asked. Yes, it is the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. If there is a place where one can find the thunder origin, then this is definitely the place with the highest probability. Nodding, Yi Xian explained to the two corpse ancestor level subordinates, the demon domain has 10 great starry sky forbidden grounds. Among them, the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb is located between the Black Mosquito domain and the Black Wind domain. Although it's called the Thunder Grave, it's actually a galaxy of emptiness. It's half the size of the Black Mosquito star zone. The only difference is that this vast emptiness is even scarier than the black holes of life known as the space-swallowing black holes. In that vast void of the Milky Way for countless years, there have been countless thunderbolts and lightning, wreaking havoc endlessly. Once a warship enters it, it is hard to predict when it will be directly blasted to pieces. If one's physical body were to enter through the void, the result would be even more obvious. One would die even more miserably. This is not the thunder and lightning in the atmosphere of a star. This is the thunder and lightning that is naturally produced in the void of the universe. The power of the thunder and lightning cannot be compared at all. This Starry Sky Thunder Tomb is known as the Graveyard of Thunderbolts. Even thunderbolts can only be born and extinguished endlessly inside, unable to escape. The consequences of a creature or warship entering it can be imagined. Hearing this, the two corpse ancestors nodded repeatedly, but there was a slight worry on their faces. In that case, it is indeed possible to find a strand of the thunder origin there. It seems that the lightning mother is also very lucky. She has just awakened and already found the origin source to reconstruct her true body. However, thunderbolts are the power of pure yang. Since that void is known as the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, it will not be easy to enter it, right? This is not a problem. I have entered it once and returned unscathed, and I also gained a lot. Yi Xian nodded with a faint smile. Going there again is just revisiting an old place. Don't worry, leave this to me. As long as there is really a thunder origin source in the Thunder Tomb, I will definitely bring it out. The reason why he was so confident was naturally because of the Rai-D seal. The Thunder Emperor seal sounded like a magic treasure that was artificially created, but in reality, it was a natural treasure that was nurtured by the heavens. It was a natural treasure that was nurtured by the universe. It was immune to thunderbolts and even had the ability to control thunderbolts. It was easy to understand that emperors ruled the world. This Rai-D seal was what Yi Xian relied on to enter the Starry Sky Lightning Tomb. Previously, he had used the Rai-D seal to enter the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, killed a high-ranking member of the Tianji clan, and seized the Thunderbolt Fortress from him. Moreover, he had also taken advantage of that opportunity to condense 10 Thunder Origin beads with the endless thunderbolts in the Thunder Tomb. Until now, there were still 9 beads that were still being nurtured in the Rai-D seal to increase their power. This matter was thus settled. After the three of them exchanged pleasantries, Yi Xian really could not resist corpse ancestor Ho Qing's almost seductive coquettishness. He hurriedly took out a batch of resources from the undying world in his body, including 30 drops of all evil origin liquid. After giving them to the two girls, Yi Xian put away the treasure and then stepped forward. He soared into the air and left the internal space of the Shinong cauldron. When his figure reappeared, he was already outside the black hole of life outside the cauldron. Calculating the time, it had been a few days since he came to the black hole of life to recover. The outside world had already heard about the big incident that happened in the demon domain, as well as the shocking news that Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Primordial Little Demon Ape, and Demon Royal Brother Mo Jinfeng were actually 4 monsters in one body. They must have already had various reactions. It was time to go out and see the situation. Thinking of this, Yi Xian waved his hand and put the Shinong cauldron into his body. After summoning the void-shattering shuttle, he immediately rushed toward the Demon Emperor star at extreme speed. On the undying star, the headquarters of the Myriad Luo Federation. In the Federation Senate located deep under the headquarters. At this moment, in the main hall of the Senate Hall, almost 100 elders of the Federation were gathered together. The weakest among them was an old monster of the Domain Lord level, but they were the most numerous, accounting for half of them. Among the other half, another half were old monsters of the sector lord level, almost 30 of them. Among the last 20-plus people, there were over a dozen old monsters of the universe and almost 10 undying old monsters. As for the old monsters of the Star Lord level, they were just ordinary elders of the Federation's Senate. There were even more of them, and they resided in the Senate abodes and enjoyed the resources there. However, they didn't have the qualifications to enter the Senate Hall to discuss matters. The entire Senate Hall was extremely spacious. Almost 100 elders of the Federation who were at the Domain Lord level and above sat in order according to their strength. At the top row there were originally 9 undying old monsters. Among these 9 undying old monsters, 2 of them had especially lofty statuses. They were undying emperors and they sat at the very top. They were clearly separated from the other 7 undying old monsters' thrones below them. But now there were only 6 of the 7 immortal realm old monsters left. At this moment, including the 2 undying old monsters at the top, the 8 undying old monsters sitting at the top of the hall were all invisible. They were merely balls of energy of different colors. At this moment, within the 2 balls of energy, a voice resounded. An undying was reprimanding, and the entire Senate Hall was filled with a dense killing intent. The atmosphere could be said to be oppressive to the extreme. The demon is courting death. He actually dared to kill an undying of our Federation Senate. This matter can no longer be settled peacefully. Originally, we merely wanted to capture young Master Linghu, who was allied with him, as a proof of our allegiance in the future. Now it seems that this is far from enough. Since young Master Linghu is the demon's younger brother Mo Ju Feng, the proof of our Federation Senate must include the entire demon race. Otherwise, it won't be enough to show our sincerity. That old tortoise that has lived to the present age will definitely not dare to show himself recently. However, even so, we still have to guard against his revenge. Our Senate will carry this out in secret. We will send 2 undying beings to rush to the demon territory and wait for the right time. On the surface, we will immediately send an order to the Federation headquarters. In the name of the Myriad Luo Federation, we will request the 10 Extreme Celestial Palace and the Undying Empires of Humanity to send troops into the First Universe at the same time to fight the demon. As for the 2 undying emperors, as he finished speaking, the 2 balls of light at the top suddenly flashed. The undying's tone turned cold. It was as if 2 beams of dim light had shot out and entered the bodies of the human universe monsters kneeling in the center of the hall. Their hunched bodies, which had been severely weakened, suddenly trembled at the same time. Chapter 3953. With despair, the 2 old monsters of the human race who had been punished in name and almost sentenced to death, left the hall with ashen faces. The next 100 years for them was almost an ignoble life. If they couldn't break through to the immortal realm after 100 years, they would definitely die. Then 2 of the 8 balls of light at the top of the hall dimmed. This meant that 2 immortal elders had left. As for where they went, they naturally went to the demon territory of the First Universe. These 2 ordinary immortals of the Federation Senate would lie low there and wait for the opportunity to make a move in the following events. Following the order of the Senior Senate, a shocking piece of news exploded from the headquarters of the Myriad Sifting Federation. In just half a day the news spread throughout the 3 main planes of the universe, causing a huge uproar. Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, Immemorial Little Demon Ape, and Mo Jin Feng, the demon's royal brother, were actually the same person. Of the 7 peerless monsters of the younger generation, 4 of them were actually one, which was more than half of them. It was simply unbelievable. What was even more unacceptable was that the existence of the 4 monsters in one body was very likely to be Mo Jin Feng, the demon's royal brother, who was the last to be exposed. The people who had this speculation had 2 pieces of evidence, which seemed to be conclusive. First of all, among the 4 geniuses, whether it was young Master Linghu, young Master Netherworld, or the primordial little demon ape, they all suddenly appeared out of thin air. There was no origin behind them. Although they had origins, the clues to trace them had basically been cut off. The identity of Linghu Young Master was a descendant of the Linghu family of the Heavenly War Empire, but the Linghu family had left the Heavenly War Empire many years ago, so there was no trace to follow. Netherworld Young Master was needless to say. Although he had the bloodline of the Netherworld clan, it was said that he was sealed by Netherworld Great Emperor and only recently appeared, but if one continued to trace him there would be no clues. The same was true for Immemorial Little Demon Ape. The origin of all evil, the indigenous ferocious beasts, didn't seem to know its origin, so how could outsiders find credible clues about its identity? Only the last one, the younger brother of the Demon Emperor, had the entire demon race behind him. Although Mo Jinfeng had suddenly appeared, at least this identity had a foundation, and there was a possibility of tracing his roots. Secondly, of the 4 monstrous geniuses who had been confirmed to be the same person, Mo Jinfeng was the last to be exposed. Since this person had tried his best to hide his identity, then his true self would naturally not be exposed first. The last one to be exposed was more than 90% likely to be his true self. Although these 2 points were a little far-fetched, after careful consideration, there was nothing wrong with them. Thus, for a time all the major races and forces in the 3 Great Plains basically agreed with this statement. That was, the demon cultivator royal brother Mo Jiofeng was the one who gathered the 4 identities into one. The true identity of the young monster. This kind of statement made the various clans very embarrassed, because 4 of the 7 great monsters in the world were actually from the demon race, which was more than half of them. Although they were only young juniors, this basically explained some problems. It was as if the fate of the 3 great starry sky main planes in the current world was more than one. More than half of them were concentrated on the demon race. Moreover, the demon race had joined forces with the space rat race, the hell ant race and the giant ferocious race to form a 4-race alliance army. Now, the punitive war in the first universe was completely unstoppable, which proved this statement from a side perspective. Judging from all of this, the demon race had clearly obtained a great deal of luck and was about to soar into the sky. In the past, among the 3 Great Plains, the Heavenly Fate race was the only one who dominated. Although the Myriad Luo Federation could contend against them and could be considered to be evenly matched, the Myriad Luo Federation was the union of the various races and forces of the 2 Great Plains of the universe. Only by gathering the 2 great camps of the human race and the various races of the Second Universe Federation could they be compared to it. Right now, with the migration of the Heavenly Fate race and their disappearance from the world, the demon race was about to replace them and become the #1 overlord of the 3 Great Plains. Now, the Myriad Luo Federation had fallen apart, and the various races of the Second Universe had withdrawn, leaving only the 2 great camps of the human race. The Federation of the 2 Great Plains of the universe had become the Federation of the human race, which was not very meaningful. If the demon race took advantage of this opportunity to rise up in one fell swoop, even the Myriad Luo Federation would find it difficult to contend against them. Under such circumstances, the Myriad Luo Federation acted righteously and issued a call to all the races and forces of the 3 Great Plains to unite and suppress the demon race, refusing the appearance of the overlord of the plains again. For a time, the great forces of the 3 Great Plains responded one after another. It was as if the 3 Great Plains were to unite and suppress the demon race. Although the various races of the Second Universe had already announced that they had withdrawn from the Myriad Luo Federation, after learning that 4 of the 7 peerless monsters of the current era were actually the demon race's imperial brother, Mo Jiofeng, the other 9 races of the top 10, excluding the Dark Turtle race, immediately spread out shocking news. Roar and roar. Immediately after, the other races of the top 10 also expressed their intentions to form an army to suppress the demon race. In the Second Universe, almost all the major races had been harmed by the Netherworld Young Master. In the previous source of all evil incident, they had been harmed by the Linghu Young Master. However, at that time, the Linghu Young Master and the Netherworld Young Master were difficult to find because they were alone, so it was difficult to track them down. But now, with the entire demon race there, they could not run too high. The anger of the various races of the Second Universe finally had a direction to vent. In addition, in the first source of all evil incident, the demon race acted as a bandit road tyrant and collected a large amount of toll fees. This was completely extortion, and it was also hated by the various races of the Second Universe. Now that these 2 things were combined, the various races of the Second Universe naturally could no longer remain silent, and they all secretly took action. Although they had suffered heavy losses in the source of all evil Starfield before, the demon race Starfield was not the source of all evil, and there were no underworld furnaces there. Even if the demon race's imperial brother Mo Jiofeng had the means to plot against the immortal old monsters, after that incident, most of them had fallen into a cooling period, and it was impossible for them to return to their peak in a short period of time. Now was the best time to launch a crusade against the demon race. Roar. Demon race. Is actually a demon race this emperor hates. At the same time, a shocking roar came from the ancestral land of the Een demon race in the Second Universe, resounding through the void. The former patriarch of the Een demon race, Een Emperor, hurriedly fled back to the Een pool of his former race's ancestral land after being severely injured last time. Chapter 3954. If the revelation of the shocking truth of the four great monsters in the second universe was said to have aroused the anger of the entire plane, then, when the servants of the first universe heard the news, their reaction was to be uplifted and they were extremely excited. Now, the powerful alliance of the four races, the demons, the space rats, the hell ants, and the giant ferocious beasts, were launching a full-scale expedition in the first universe. In addition to the Ashwolf clan, two more powerful servant races had been conquered by the alliance of the four races and taken under their command. It could be said that the powerful expedition of the alliance of the four races in the first universe was almost unstoppable. Before long, when the servant races of the first universe could not see the slightest bit of hope, their morale would collapse. At that time, the remaining races would not even be able to gather the strength to resist. Rise. And that day, according to the current situation, it would not be long before it arrived. Fortunately, at this time the news of the four great monsters in one body came, and the true identity of the four great monsters could be confirmed. It was the demon brother Mo Jinfeng who was exposed last. As a result, the demon race had become the public enemy of all the major races in the three universes. Needless to say, the servant races of the first universe were also harmed by young Master Yuming in the second universe. The human race and the Wan Luo Federation were the same. This was definitely the rhythm of a punitive expedition in the three universes. Once the fleets of the major races approached the Demon Emperor planet, the alliance of the four races that was conquering the entire first universe would collapse and have no choice but to retreat. For them, the crisis was almost solved without a blade. How could this not be exciting? For a time, the servants of the first universe, who had originally lost their morale, regained their confidence. They reorganized an army and gathered in a certain star field where the alliance of the four races was about to go. Another round of fierce war was about to break out. In the third universe, in the human race's science and technology camp, in the territory of the Heavenly Underworld Empire under the rule of the Immortal Dynasty, near the Heavenly River planet. Under the command of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, one of the three great empires of the Immortal Dynasty, the Heavenly Underworld Empire was only a medium-sized country. However, because it was close to the Graveyard Domain, the Heavenly Underworld Empire had a large population, which led to the development of this small country in all aspects. After all, not only was the Graveyard Domain rich in star core origin, but there were also two wormholes in the depths of the Graveyard Domain, one leading to the first universe and the other leading to the second universe. It could be said that this was the portal between the human race of the third universe and the other two main planes of the universe. Since the Heavenly River star was the closest administrative star to the domain of the falling stars, it was particularly prosperous. The chief executive of the Heavenly River planet, also known as the planet manager, was Wang Shirley. The commander of the Heavenly River planet was Li Xiaobin. These two were the young masters of the Wang family and the Li family of the Heavenly Dust Nation. The two of them wanted to curry favor with Prince Xian. In fact, at that time Prince Xian was like the sun in the sky. Not only the two of them but the entire Li and Wang families, including the Emperor of the Heavenly Underworld Empire, also wanted to ride on his coattails. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Before Prince Xian could return to the immortal star of the imperial capital, the situation changed while he was still on the Heavenly Underworld star. In the end, he was sent to the desolate Death Star region by the imperial capital. Since then he rarely appeared in public. During this period of time, there was almost no news about Prince Xian. Although he was one of the 7 peerless geniuses, he had always been one of the 7 peerless geniuses because he had broken into the demon tribe of the first universe alone and caused a lot of trouble there, and his methods were heaven-defying. He was one of the 7 peerless geniuses. However, with the appearance of Linghu Young Master, Netherworld Young Master, and the others, each one more capable than the other, and their battle records were even more shocking. Prince Xian, who was once said to have swept through the 3 major dimensions, was now rarely mentioned by people. In everyone's eyes, the current Prince Xian's fighting spirit had most likely dissipated, and he was willing to spend the rest of his life in the Death Star region. Under such circumstances, many of the imperial capital's families and forces, which originally wanted to ride on his coattails, immediately gave up on the idea. This included the Li and Wang families of the Heavenly Underworld Empire. Ever since Prince Xian was sent away, the young masters of the Li and Wang families put aside their thoughts of relying on Prince Xian to climb up the ranks smoothly. They focused on managing the Heavenly River star. It could be said that they were doing well. In the void thousands of miles away from the Heavenly River star at this moment, there was a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. It was heading towards the Heavenly River star. It was a commercial fortress. The surface of the ship looked a bit old, as if it had been there for a long time. It was probably not far from being scrapped. As a matter of fact, not long ago, the huge fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters had only been a nondescript commercial fortress with a diameter of 70,000 meters. Yes, it was a zombie fortress formed by the combination of several special zombies under Tuoba Linfeng's command. It had only been 70,000 meters in diameter before, but after devouring a lot of excavation equipment on the mineral planet that was close to exhaustion, the zombie fortress had finally grown to a diameter of 100,000 meters. At this moment, Tuoba Linfeng, a zombie emperor who had become a Star Lord, was in the command cabin on the top floor of the zombie fortress, assigning tasks to the 1,000 zombie warriors under his command. This emperor's Sky Devil army has developed to this day, and there are already over 1,000 generals. All of them have already reached the universe realm, or are about to step into this realm and enter the ranks of the almighty universe realm. Now, it's also time to determine a fixed rear base camp. The Heavenly River Star in front of us is the target that I have chosen. The Heavenly River Star is adjacent to the Graveyard Star Zone. A lot of star state experts live in the 3 main planes of the star state all year round. It's safe to say that the void nearby is rich in resources. Also, because of the special geographical location and the allure of the abundant sources of the planet cores, the space pirates are very active around the Heavenly River Space Zone. It will be a subtle cover for the development of the Heavenly Devil Legion in the future. This time, all the members of the Heavenly Demon Legion will be mobilized. We must take down the Heavenly River Star without leaking any information. This place will be the base camp of my legion in the future. Chapter 3955. Although the Sky River Star was a small administrative planet, due to its special characteristics and the fact that it was located at the edge of the Graveyard Star Field, which was rich in the star core origin, the star defense array of the Sky River Star was of a high level. Even so, for Tuoba Linfeng, the zombie emperor who had become a Star Lord, it was still a piece of cake for him to break through this small administrative planet. But he didn't make such a choice because this time what Tuoba Linfeng wanted was not to attack and plunder, but to lie low and launch a silent full-scale invasion. So, the 2 female zombies took action. The 2 female zombies in their human forms were not only beautiful but also hot and had very cute names. One was called Vivian and the other was Lilith. They sounded like 2 cute little girls, but in fact they were 2 terrifying female zombies whose cultivation had reached the universe realm. Once they activated the universe zombie bloodline in their bodies and showed their true forms, they could probably scare people to death on the spot. Although the zombie fortress was only a commercial fortress, it was, after all, an unregistered one. It was impossible to enter the Sky River Star, and it was even difficult to get close to it. After all, it was such a big guy. Once it got close, the garrison battleships responsible for patrolling the void outside the atmosphere of the Sky River Star would immediately approach and search it. Investigate. After all, the pirate activities in the Sky River Star field were still rampant. At this time, Vivian and Lilith took action to solve this problem. Following their departure, the zombie fortress also stopped moving forward, maintaining its concealed state as it floated in the void. The evolution direction of Vivian and Lilith was the zombie wave frequency. This so-called zombie wave frequency energy, in addition to its own unique power, also had a very strong simulation ability. At least, it was very easy for them to simulate the fluctuations of the divine sense of the human race. Therefore, Vivian and Lilith easily passed through a starry passage in the atmosphere of the Sky River Star and entered the interior of the planet. Their figures flickered, and they went straight to the Sky River City on the main continent of the Sky River Star. During this process, Vivian and Lilith activated the zombie bloodline in their bodies almost at the same time. A powerful, evil and ruthless aura gushed out from their bodies. The 2 women's originally exquisite and provocative figures as they fell to the ground, they were like balloons that were rapidly inflated, growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the Heavenly River City below, some people immediately sensed it, and all of them subconsciously looked up and then exclaimed in horror. Heavens, what is that? Previously they seemed to be 2 beauties, but now, they have become 2 mountains of flesh? A mountain of rotting flesh? Ah, zombies. Space zombies, run. Enemy attack, bang. Bang. Rumble. As cries of shock echoed, Vivian and Lilith, who had descended from the sky, finally landed on the ground. At this moment they no longer looked human at all. Their bodies had turned into 2 enormous mountains of rotting flesh. Not only were there large rotting holes on its surface with pus flowing out, it was also covered with countless fleshy tentacles that were waving around randomly. Looking at it made one feel disgusted and cold all over. Screech. 2 screeches sounded from the 2 mountains of flesh at once, and some kind of invisible and strange frequency radiated directly, enveloping the entire interior of the Heavenly River Star in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, the superbrain located in the Heavenly River Star's underground star control center had no time to react before it fell into a state of paralysis. Then it was completely invaded and controlled by Vivian's zombie frequency. The next moment, when the superbrain's paralysis was lifted, it, as the core of the entire Heavenly River Star's space defense array, had been reduced to a puppet. Rumble? The rumbling sound of the activation of the array formation came from the atmosphere in the sky. Under the command of the superbrain, which had turned into a puppet and was evolving into a zombie superbrain, all the star passages in all directions of the Heavenly River Star's atmosphere were completely closed, and the star defense array formation was activated. In less than 3 breaths, all of this was completed. Since then, the Heavenly River Star had become a completely sealed-off world. No one in the starry sky outside the atmosphere could enter, or they would be attacked by the star defense array formation. And because the central superbrain of the Heavenly River Star's administrative star network had also been invaded and turned into a puppet, it was evolving into a zombie superbrain. This directly led to the interruption of all communications within the entire Heavenly River Star, and no star network signal could be transmitted out. In short, the entire Heavenly River Star had been completely cut off from any contact with the outside world. It was basically equivalent to completely falling into the enemy's hands, and this was obviously just the beginning. After all, Tuoba Linfeng's purpose was to quietly take full control of the Heavenly River Star, not to forcibly occupy it with force and expose himself. Screech. Screech. After completing the blockade of the entire administrative star, the 2 mountains of flesh that Vivian and Lilith had transformed into by activating their zombie blood once again let out 2 mournful howls. The tentacles on the surface of the flesh mountains grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, they had covered half of the Heavenly River City. At this time, the entire Heavenly River City was already in chaos. A large number of starry sky powerhouses and ordinary people fled in panic. These 2 terrifying mountains of flesh were too disgusting, and they carried the chilling zombie virus in the universe. Therefore, even the starry sky powerhouses did not dare to attack, and the warships did not dare to open fire. Because if that happened, once the flesh mountains exploded, the virus would spread even faster in the air, and no one could guarantee that they would not be infected. In the face of such a terrifying existence, the only way to deal with it was to escape as fast as possible, as far away as possible. This consensus was immediately thought of by everyone. After all, there had been precedents before. Under the invasion of the universe zombies, the Heavenly War Empire's imperial capital, the Heavenly War Planet, had been completely destroyed in just half a day. All the people had turned into zombies and were finally wiped out. The Heavenly River Star? No one thought that the Heavenly River Star would be able to escape this disaster. At this time, the only thought in everyone's mind was to escape, escape, escape. Poof, poof, poof. During this process, countless flesh tentacles that covered the sky waved unscrupulously, as if harvesting lives, piercing into the bodies of the fleeing crowd again and again. The scene that followed was even more terrifying. The flesh tentacles that pierced into the bodies of these fleeing people were like straws. With a sudden tremor, they could completely suck a living human body clean in less than half an instant. Chapter 3956. Puff. Puff, puff, puff. A series of muffled puffing sounds rang out, but it was not the sound of the tentacles penetrating the bodies of the fleeing people. Instead, it was the sound of the 2 terrifying mountains of flesh formed by Vivian and Lilith activating their zombie bloodlines. As the bodies of a large number of fleeing people were penetrated, all their flesh, blood, and bones were instantly sucked in and gathered into the bodies of Vivian and Lilith through the tube-like zombie tentacles. The size of the 2 mountains of flesh was also growing larger and larger. When they first arrived, they were only 100,000 feet in radius. But now, in less than an hour, they had grown tenfold, reaching a radius of 100,000 feet. It was also from this moment onwards that new changes took place. Cracks suddenly appeared on the 2 huge mountains of flesh, and this was where the puffing sounds came from. Then from these cracks, small mountains of flesh crawled out like chickens laying eggs. They were densely packed, and there were so many of them that it was frightening. Although these small mountains of flesh were only 1,000 feet in size, their appearance was exactly the same as the 2 huge mountains of flesh. Their surface was full of cracks with pus dripping from them, as well as a large number of tentacles. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of thousands of these small mountains of flesh. They spread out in all directions, wreaking havoc in every corner of the Heavenly River planet. This scene was like a mother reproducing, and in fact it was indeed so. This was one of the abilities of the zombie bloodline that Vivian and Lilith had evolved. After activating this ability, they were equivalent to 2 zombie hives. They could replicate a large amount of flesh and blood that they had collected in their bodies, evolving into small mountains of flesh that looked like saplings. Then, thousands of soldiers and horses spread out, carrying out a larger scale and faster terrifying plundering. There was no doubt that as these hundreds of thousands of small mountains of flesh spread out, the entire Heavenly River planet would completely fall in a very short time. All the starry sky powerhouses and the people of the Heavenly River planet would not be able to escape this calamity. In the end, they would all be devoured by these small mountains of flesh. It was because the few space gateways in the atmosphere of the planet had been completely sealed. The interior of the planet had long been turned into a blocked area. There was nowhere to run. At this time, as the nearly 1 million small mountains of flesh scattered, the entire huge Heavenly River city had turned into a dead zone. Vivian and Lilith, who had swallowed and absorbed a large amount of flesh and blood, had also returned to their original size of 100,000 feet. Then, the 2 enormous mountains of flesh shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 breaths, Vivian and Lilith returned to their human forms. They were still as beautiful and graceful as before. Moreover, after this round of devouring, their bodies had more or less retained some of the energy from the devouring of flesh and blood. Because of this, their life level had evolved again. Their cultivation level had risen from rank 1 universe realm to rank 2 universe realm. In about 10 minutes or so, all the flesh and blood living beings in the interior of the Heavenly River planet will be completely devoured. Turning her head and looking around at the dead silence, Vivian raised her hand to tuck a strand of messy hair behind her ear and laughed softly. After that, in about an hour or so, all the people who have been devoured will reappear again. At that time, this Heavenly River planet will be completely in our hands. Well, I'll leave this matter to you. I have to pay close attention to the zombification process of the superbrain. It is the intelligence center of the entire Heavenly River planet space network and the planet's defense system. There can't be the slightest mistake. Beside her, Lilith also smiled casually, as if she was talking about something trivial. If everything goes well, within 2 hours, Lord Heavenly Demon will be able to lead the army into the Heavenly River planet. From then on, this place will be the headquarters of our Heavenly Demon army. Puff! Puff, puff, puff. 10 minutes later, similar muffled sounds like the sound made when Vivian and Lilith activated the mother nest ability of the zombie bloodline and produced a large number of small mountains of flesh from their bodies, came one after another from all corners of the Sky River planet. This time, the sound was even more concentrated, because the surface of the hundreds of millions of small mountains of flesh, which had grown to a terrifying size because of the large amount of flesh and blood they had devoured, were now all cracking. On the surface of each mountain of flesh, there were thousands of cracks. In every crack, as if they were reproducing, living beings were coming out. However, they were all in human form, not similar small mountains of flesh. Before all this unfolded, there was not a single living person in the interior of the Heavenly River planet. All the flesh and blood living beings, including some domesticated ferocious star beasts, had been devoured by the nearly 1 million small mountains of flesh. At this moment, all the flesh and blood that had been devoured, after some unknown transformation in the small mountains of flesh, had all been reproduced. However, although they now looked like humans on the surface, there was no difference at all from before they were devoured. Even their eyes and the aura emitted from their bodies were exactly the same. But in fact, these guys who were lining up to come out of the cracks on the surface of the small mountains of flesh were completely different from before. Before they were devoured, they were humans. But now, when they reappeared like they were reproducing, they had become corpse slaves. The ultimate purpose of the mother nest ability that Vivian and Lilith had displayed was to refine all the living beings in the interior of the Heavenly River planet using the mother nest zombie child nests, changing their essence from human to corpse slaves. The whole process ended in about half an hour. When everything was settled, the millions of zombie child nests that were spread all over the Heavenly River planet had completely withered and disappeared. In less than an hour, the entire Heavenly River planet had undergone a nightmarish transformation. On the surface, the current Heavenly River planet had not changed at all. As far as the eye could see, the areas were still crowded with people and appeared to be extremely prosperous. But in fact, these living beings that had been reproduced after being devoured were completely different from before. At this point, the Heavenly River planet was completely under the control of Tuoba Linfeng. Not long after, as the star passages in the atmosphere opened again after a short period of closure, a large number of starry sky masters came and went from the void outside. But they would never know that in less than 2 hours, the entire Heavenly River planet and the entire Heavenly River planet had undergone a complete transformation. All of the living beings within had already undergone a thorough and evil transformation. From now on, this place no longer belonged to the Heavenly Dust Country, no longer belonged to the human race. Chapter 3957. The Heavenly Demon Army of the zombie race had finally occupied the Heavenly River Star. In just 2 hours they had completed the transformation of the entire Heavenly River Star. When the star passages in the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star, which had been temporarily closed, reopened, the entire Heavenly River Star belonged to Tuoba Linfeng. This included the Superbrain, which was the central intelligence core of the Starry Sky Network and the defense array of the star, as well as every living creature in the interior of the star. 2 hours, which was just 2 hours, was too short. During this time, some experts had returned from the domain of the graveyard and intended to enter the Heavenly River Star. However, because the star passages in the Heavenly River Star's atmosphere had been completely shut down, they could only wait in the starry river with astonished expressions on their faces. However, they had not expected that in less than 2 hours, such earth-shaking changes had taken place in the Heavenly River Star. When the star passages in the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star reopened, everything returned to normal. These starry sky experts who had been waiting in the outer space lined up to enter the interior of the Heavenly River Star, but none of them had noticed anything unusual. Everything was the same as usual. It was as quiet as usual. It was as orderly as usual. Under the control of Vivian and Lilith, the zombie superbrain that had completed its evolution gave up its authority. In a remote corner of the Heavenly River planet's atmosphere, it quietly led the hidden zombie fortress into the Heavenly River planet and landed directly on an underwater base in the Heavenly River Sea. This underwater base was extremely spacious. It was originally a military base of the Heavenly River Star Garrison, but now it had become a secret base of the Heavenly Demon Army under Tuoba Linfeng's command. For a long time in the future, Tuoba Linfeng and all the zombie generals of his Heavenly Demon Army would hide in this underwater base in the deep sea. Outside the base, the entire Heavenly River Star would function as usual. This was his core base camp, and it was going to be quietly built into an underground lair that was like an iron wall, a place where he could settle down and live his life. Kacha, following Tuoba Linfeng's order, the zombie stronghold began to disintegrate. In just a short minute, the huge ship had completely disintegrated, turning into 5 smaller strongholds with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. If they wanted to, these 5 small zombie fortresses could continue to transform and eventually shrink into 5 human beings. This was because they were originally 5 cosmic zombies with a cultivation base of Cosmos Realm. The evolution direction of their zombie bloodline was the mutant alloy behemoth type. Now, the small fortresses with a diameter of nearly 50,000 meters were their true forms. However, Tuoba Linfeng clearly didn't have this intention. After the zombie stronghold was divided into 5 smaller zombie strongholds, the thousands of zombie warriors waiting at the side all leaped up and divided into 5 groups, with each group having more than 200 zombies, and entered the 5 smaller zombie strongholds. Only 5 late-stage Cosmos Realm zombie generals were left behind. They would stay with Vivian and Lilith to guard the Heavenly River planet. In the end, the Heavenly River Star, and many fortresses Heavenly River Star. Soon, the 5 small zombie fortresses converged their figures and slowly rose from the seabed base. After rushing out of the sea, they shot straight into the atmosphere of the Heavenly River Star. These 5 small zombie fortresses, with the Heavenly River Star as the center point, would travel in 5 different directions along the void. After leaving the Heavenly River Star, they would reveal their ferocious faces and begin bloody plundering in the void of the universe, growing stronger step by step. During this process, the 5 small zombie fortresses would occasionally return to the Heavenly River Star. The purpose of this expedition, in addition to devouring to strengthen themselves, was to bear the task of developing the next level of mutant zombies. There was no doubt that as time passed, the scale of the entire Heavenly Demon Zombie Army would grow larger and larger. Currently there were only a little over 1,000 zombie generals, but in the near future, this number would rapidly increase like a rolling snowball. The prelude to the chaos of the human race had officially begun. 2 days later, the small zombie fortress that Tuoba Linfeng was in after several space jumps and several wormholes, had arrived at a gap star field between the Heavenly Dust Country and another small country. It was neither too far nor too close to the Heavenly River Star, and the distance was just right. Thus, the starry sky hunt of this zombie army officially began. In the distance of the starry sky ahead, a commercial fleet was moving obliquely from the right side of the void. The size of the fleet was considerable, with 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, more than a dozen large and small fortresses, and dozens of star-level starry sky merchant ships. Let's start and end this quickly. Remember, don't expose the fortresses. This will be our best cover when we are sailing in the starry sky. With Tuoba Linfeng's order, more than 200 zombie generals in the small zombie fortress all rushed out, including Tuoba Linfeng himself. Kacha? Almost at the same time, a mechanical grinding sound came from the small zombie fortress that had remained hidden. In just a few breaths, it turned into a ferocious behemoth that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its entire body was greenish-black, and its shell had a cold metallic luster. Its size was similar to the giant star scorpion, and it looked like a giant star scorpion with a hard shell. It perfectly concealed the strange existence of metal and flesh. At least, no matter who saw it, they would never associate it with the giant star scorpion. Immediately afterward, the giant star scorpion removed its concealment, and its figure appeared in the void. At the same time, more than 200 zombie generals who had rushed out of the small zombie fortress first also activated the zombie bloodline in their body at this moment, transforming into terrifying giant space zombies. Roar. Screech. Amidst the earth-shattering roars and howls, the over 200 zombie generals all completed their zombie transformations in a short period of time. Some transformed into gigantic carrion bone dragons, while others transformed into ferocious beasts covered in pus and blood. But the aura in their bodies were all extremely powerful. More than half of them were universe powerhouses in the 15th realm. The other half, although not universe powerhouses, were close to it. They were all universe powerhouses in the 14th realm. A group of terrifying behemoths suddenly appeared in the void without warning. As soon as they arrived, they roared and roared. This scene was really too shocking. The commercial fleet that was sailing obliquely in the distant void was immediately alarmed. After a short period of dead silence, there was a tide of horrified exclamations, one after another. "Oh my God, what did I see? Is this still the third universe of the human race? Did we accidentally pass through the wormhole and come to the legendary underworld? Zombies. Space zombies. Oh my God, didn't they say that they had been wiped out long ago? What happened? Run, screech." Chapter 39:58. Clang. The demonic blade slashed out, and in an instant, there was a violent clang with endless joy. The blade, which was originally only about 10 feet long, expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 10,000 feet long. It was like a heavenly blade, with ferocious gaps all over the blade, slashing towards the void ahead. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the demonic blade had crossed the endless void and slashed on the hull of a commercial fortress. The loud noise was earth-shattering, but the commercial fortress did not explode. Instead, inside the hull, there was a tide of horrified screams, but in just half a breath, everything stopped. Within the body of the heavenly demon blade, an endless amount of demonic fiendish chi spread out like the thickest black fog, completely enveloping the entire Shanghang fortress. Since then, the commercial fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters was completely invisible, wrapped in the black fog-like demonic aura. But from time to time, the sound of metal friction could be heard. At the same time, the more than 200 zombie generals who had turned into giant carrion beasts also unleashed their fastest speed, flanking from the left and right sides, and in the void, the entire commercial fleet was surrounded in the middle. Buzz. The low buzzing of the void jump sounded. This time, a small commercial fortress that reacted first successfully activated the space jump ability before the more than 200 zombie generals, who had turned into giant carrion beasts, began to kill and devour, and luckily escaped far away. In this regard, the more than 200 zombie generals who had completed the siege of the entire commercial fleet did not care at all, because even if the news was leaked, it did not matter. Today's demonic zombie legion was far from what it was in the past. In the next moment, the 2 zombie generals in charge of sealing the void successfully sealed this corner of the void, and all the commercial battleships behind were forced to stay, and the activated void jump was forcibly interrupted. Screech. Devour them all, leave nothing behind. Raising his head and letting out a fierce roar, Tuoba Linfeng's figure swayed as he spoke, and his original human form instantly changed into an almost illusory ferocious demon. His whole body was like a black fog, and in the blink of an eye, he drifted away, rushing into the encirclement and headed towards a large fortress. Shrouding down, he began to plunder and devour. Boom. Rumble. Explosions and screams resounded in this corner of the void. Some of the cannons of the merchant warships opened fire, and some of the starry sky cultivators rushed out of the warships, fighting and retreating at the same time. They wanted to use their physical bodies to cross the void and escape from this sealed void where teleportation and warship jumps were impossible. However, everything was destined to be in vain. After an hour or so, everything fell silent. The entire fleet was gone, and the only thing left in the void were the wreckages of warships that were not worth devouring. As for all the Star Warriors in the fleet, their flesh and blood were the most delicious food for the universe zombies. Naturally, they wouldn't waste any of it. Except for the hundreds of starry sky overlords who had strong cultivations and strong foundations, who were left behind to develop this zombie army, the rest, without exception, were all devoured and eaten. The large stronghold that was enveloped by the heavenly devil Blade's black heavenly devil baleful chi and began to corrode and devour it was dispelled the most thoroughly. When the evil black heavenly devil baleful mist once again entered the heavenly devil Blade's body, the void where the large stronghold was originally located was already empty, except for an incomparably ferocious sword. The black demonic blade lay across the void. With a whoosh, it rushed back into Tuoba Linfeng's body and disappeared. Retreat, use the fastest speed, leave the star field, change a place, and continue to hunt. As Tuoba Linfeng's words sounded, more than 200 ferocious and terrifying carrion behemoths gradually shrank, and soon returned to their human forms. Not far away, the zombie generals that turned into giant scorpions also changed their forms again. A small merchant fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters stood in the void. After a group of zombie generals stepped into the cabin, the first thing they did was to hide their figures, launch their fastest speed, and leave in the blink of an eye. Similar scenes were playing out in the other 4 star fields that were extremely far away. In the end, the 5 zombie armies all successfully completed a star hunt within a day. In the process of this hunt, the zombie generals in the army strengthened themselves. At the same time, they also developed some solid star warriors, who became zombie recruits that joined the army. For this hunt, the confidence of the 5 zombie legions was far greater than before. Even before setting off, Tuoba Linfeng had personally instructed them to formulate various countermeasures for unexpected situations. Therefore, for the fish that occasionally slipped through the net during the hunt, they simply didn't pay attention to it. They were too lazy to chase and attack. Because of this, all of this was passed on by the survivors who fled almost immediately. The news seemed to have grown wings, and it quickly spread throughout the third universe at the fastest speed. The zombie army appeared again, wreaking havoc in the starry sky. And this time it wasn't just one zombie army, but at least 5 zombie armies in different star fields launched a star hunt. As this shocking news spread, the entire human race was in an uproar. The panic in the major star fields of the third universe was like a rolling snowball, getting more and more serious. The human race was in chaos. First universe, Devil Emperor planet. When Yi Xian returned from the black hole of life and returned to the Devil Emperor planet, the news of the human race's chaos happened to arrive. What? The zombie army appeared again? This time, they even showed up in 5 different voids that were far apart in one day and started a space hunt? Hearing this news, Yi Xian was shocked, and an extremely bad premonition appeared in his heart. With his understanding of Tuoba Linfeng, if he wasn't sure that he had some kind of perfect arrangement, he would never suddenly become so high-profile and arrogant. Faintly, Yi Xian had an ominous feeling that something big was about to happen. This matter is indeed worrying. On the side, the current Demon Emperor Mo Wentian nodded in agreement. His face was full of worry. The zombie army suddenly launched a high-profile attack. This is not a trivial matter. It gives people a feeling that the universe's zombies will erupt in a full scale, and it will be difficult to contain them. However, for our demon race, this matter is temporarily good. On one hand, at least, the human race is in chaos because of this. The entire third universe is in panic. Whether it is the Immortal Dynasty, Tenju Heavenly Palace, or the Wanluo Federation, they can no longer devote their full strength to suppress our demon race. Their own backyard is on fire. This will more or less tie up a part of their energy. Chapter 3959. It's just the regular forces of the race. It doesn't seem to be enough, right? Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded and turned to look at the current Demon Emperor, Mo Wentian. The various races of the first universe are currently being restrained by the 4 great races led by the Demon Cultivator. In terms of regular forces, they probably won't be able to spare many battleships to participate in the crusade. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, they will most likely send high-end combat strength. It's the same for the human race. The universe zombie army has reappeared in the third universe, and this time, there are 5 zombie armies wreaking havoc in different star fields at the same time. It seems like a full-scale zombie disaster is about to erupt. Under such circumstances, the two camps of the human race, the Tenju Heavenly Palace and the Immortal Dynasty, even if they send a battleship. The scale of the crusade against the demon cultivator in the first universe should not be too large. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, the two camps of the human race should also be dominated by high-end combat strength. The various races of the second universe must have received the news. They know that the myriad Luo Federation Senate has already lost an immortal old monster here. This time, in addition to a large number of conventional fleet combat strength, in terms of high-end combat strength, I'm afraid the level will also be greatly increased. It's very likely that the major forces will send out the immortal old monster again. Under such circumstances, if the demon cultivator's foundation does not move, we will not be able to resist at all. This was the truth. Although Yi Xian did not elaborate on how awkward and distressed he was after he killed the immortal old monster of the myriad Luo Federation Senate, the upper echelons of the demon cultivator royal family who were present at that time were obviously well aware of it. It would be strange if he could still be alive and well after killing the immortal old monster in the universe realm. Even though Yi Xian had already recovered, he might still be able to kill an immortal realm old monster after exhausting all of his trump cards like before. However, according to his speculation this time, how could there only be one immortal old monster among the major forces that were about to arrive and suppress the demon cultivator race in unison? Just as he said, if the demon cultivator race did not use the true strength of the race, they would not be able to survive this calamity. That's right. Our demon race is the same as the other races in the three main planes of the starry skies. We do have our own race's heritage. Yi Xian's words made the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan look at each other and smile bitterly. In the end, the current Demon Emperor Mo Wentian sighed. Then, he continued, the only difference is that the foundations of the major races and forces in the three main planes of the starry skies are usually hibernating in the depths of their ancestral lands or in a small independent plane connected to their ancestral lands, such as the Void. Although they're dormant, there's still a chance that they can be awakened in advance by paying a certain price. Of course, the price to awaken a bloodline ancestor of different levels is different. The more powerful a bloodline ancestor is, the lower the possibility of being awakened. But our race is different. Our bloodline progenitor isn't in the three main planes, but the origin of all worlds. Origin of all worlds? What the hell is that? Yi Xian frowned. Before, there was already a origin of all evil. Now, it had become a place that countless forces and clans in the three main planes of the starry skies hated and loved. They were deeply hurt, but they couldn't give it up. The name of the origin of all evil lived up to its name. Now that the myriad realm's origin had suddenly appeared and he had never heard of it before, Yi Xian felt that it was strange. He asked, is it another similar star field? No, the origin of all evil is indeed a star field in the first universe plane, but the origin of all worlds is different. The former and the latter can't be compared at all. At the mention of the origin of all worlds, the current demon emperor Mo Wentian's face was full of fascination and even holiness. He continued solemnly, the origin of all worlds, as the name suggests, is the origin of all planes and all worlds. As we all know, the first universe, the second universe, and the third universe are only the three main universe planes in the world. In addition to these three main planes of the starry skies, there are countless large and small void planes. Basically, they are all very dangerous and full of void turbulence. There are even more that have never been seen before. The living creatures of the present world are involved in them, and they are not known to the present world at all. In fact, just in the three main planes of the starry skies, there are a large number of independent small planes such as the void and the like. For example, the so-called Holy Land of the Demon Race, the ancient void connected to the Forbidden Valley of the inner city of the Demon Emperor is actually a cage, related to the desolate ancient era. According to the secret records of the Demon Royal family, in fact, these countless planes that exist in the present world, including the three main planes of the starry skies, are actually just a part of the distant desolate world. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are fragments of the universe plane. In the past there was a great battle. The entire desolate world collapsed and turned into countless turbulent void. Some were big and some were small. There were some void passages that connected them, but most of them were isolated from each other. The buffer zone was all void turbulence and it could no longer be connected, and the three main planes of the starry skies in the present world should only be the larger or the safer and more stable, three of these fragments of the desolate world. However, it seems that the heavenly Tao I, one of the commanders of the two great camps back then, did not fall, and even set up a netherworld furnace in the source of all evil star domain. Regarding that incomparable battle back then, There were many secrets passed down by later generations, but the specific details were not clearly stated. However, now it seems that since the heavenly Tao I, one of the commanders of the two great camps back then, did not fall, it even set up a netherworld furnace in the source of all evil star domain. Such a terrifying void refining grand array. Then, one day in the future, when the heavenly Tao recovers and the desolate great world descends, it is very likely to become a reality. So, the desolate world is the source of all worlds? The current three main planes of the starry skies and countless turbulent voids, small secret realms, and small grotto heavens were all formed by the collapse of the desolate world. Yi Xian seemed to be deep in thought and then said, "Then, in the desolate great world that collapsed in that battle, is there still a place similar to the core of the hub? After the collapse of the desolate world, it also became an unknown void that no one knows, and the foundation of your demon race is there?" You can say that, but it's not entirely correct. The current demon emperor Mo Wen Tian nodded and continued to explain, "The desolate great world can indeed be seen as the source of countless planes of the present world, but it is not the source of all worlds. The real source of all worlds is a star, an extremely beautiful ancient star with a blue ocean occupying more than 70% of the surface of the star. That star was extremely mysterious in the desolate era and was called the Mother Star. The initial prototype of the desolate great world was born with that mysterious Mother Star." Chapter 3960. That's right. That Mother Star is the so-called source of all realms. Because even the initial prototype of the Eldritch world was born with that mysterious Mother Star. Mo Wenian wasn't surprised by Yi Xian's reaction. He even felt that it was within his expectations. He didn't know that Yi Xian's heart was in turmoil. He only thought that anyone who heard such words would have such a reaction. Because this involved the secret of the origin of the Eldritch world, it was the most ancient and distant legend. Legend has it that before the Eldritch world was born, even the universe didn't exist. The entire world was a mass of chaos. The cores of the stars nurtured countless innate life forms. Among them, 500 were born one after another. They were known as the 500 innate demon gods. Among them there was the most powerful demon god. After he was born, he did not like the chaotic scene of the world at that time, so he used a giant axe to split open the chaos. From then on, there was heaven and earth. The clear air of chaos that was split open rose to become heaven. That was the prototype of the Eldritch world. The turbid air descended to become earth. This earth was the mysterious mother star known as the source of all worlds. The bloodline primordial ancestor of our demon tribe came from that mysterious mother star. That year, when the primordial war broke out, the entire primordial world was shattered into 10,000 worlds. Our mother star drifted into some spatial crack. Our bloodline primordial ancestor, who was at the supreme primordial master level, brought a few juniors with him. They drifted into the void and finally came to the first universe. But because of his serious injuries, he hibernated in a small independent grotto heaven to recover from his injuries. Later, one of the descendants of the primordial ancestor started to spread his influence in the first universe. That's how the demon race of the first universe came to be. The first demon emperor was actually not the first-generation descendant of the primordial ancestor. He was only called the first demon emperor because he founded the demon dynasty. In fact, in that independent grotto heaven, there were many ancestors who were more senior than the first demon emperor. That independent grotto heaven could be said to be the ancestral land of the demon race in the first universe. However, the origin of our race's bloodline and the true foundation of our race is actually that mysterious mother star. In the end, you're just taking long breaths when you speak. At this point, Yi Xian had confirmed that the mysterious mother planet that the current devil emperor Mo Wen Tian had mentioned was the one he was familiar with. Although he was pleasantly surprised, he was also a little disappointed. This was because after entering the current starry sky environment, he finally heard news related to that star. The sea of stars was boundless, and this was really not easy. The reason why they were disappointed was because, according to the current generation's demon emperor, Mo Wen Tian, although they knew of the existence of the mother planet, they were still clueless as to where it was currently located. Yi Xian originally thought that he'd found hope of returning, but now it seemed that he was just overjoyed. He was excited for nothing. Fortunately, although this thought still existed in Yi Xian's heart, it had been too long since he left. It was no longer an obsession and he was already used to it. Right now, the most pressing matter was the current situation. As he sighed in his heart, he quickly adjusted his mood and returned to the main topic. He asked the current devil emperor Mo Wen Tian, since there's a supreme primordial bloodline primordial ancestor in the ancestral land of the demon race, as well as a few followers of the race, then the current problem is easily solved. Can you think of a way to awaken one of them? Even if it's just a follower of the primordial ancestor, it's at least a quasi-primordial almighty existence. It's enough to solve the current crisis. The primordial ancestor left tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise, how could our demon race become the slaves of the heavenly mystery race? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the current demon emperor Mo Wen Tian shook his head and bitterly smiled, including the ancestors of the clans that followed the primordial ancestor to the first universe. They all left together. Of course, before they left, they all left behind bloodline descendants in the first universe. But after all, they didn't belong here. Although they had bloodline descendants in this universe plane, in the end they were still homesick and embarked on the path back. They entered the vast void to find a way to return to the mysterious mother star. Since then there has been no news of them. F***ck. Your demon race's bloodline primordial ancestor is too irresponsible. She just gave birth to a child here and didn't care? She just left. Yi Xian was immediately disappointed when he heard that a few of the golden fighters, who were at least quasi-desolate ancient supreme experts, had all left with the primordial demon bloodline primordial ancestor. Furthermore, this was something that had happened tens of thousands of years ago. After muttering a few words, he seemed to suddenly think of something and then asked, "By the way, didn't you just say that the demon race in the first universe is only the bloodline left behind by a descendant of the primordial demon ancestor who is at the level of primordial demon ancestor? What about the other juniors and followers? Which race did they leave behind their bloodline?" This seemed to be a sensitive question, so the current devil emperor Mo Wen Tian didn't know what to say. He frowned and exchanged glances with the other higher-ups of the demon race. After exchanging glances, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "We don't have the right to comment on this. If you really want to ask, you should ask the first devil emperor. Just ask the devil emperor lest you bring us trouble." **CK. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have vaguely guessed something, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't get anything. His heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat, itching unbearably. However, since they weren't willing to say anything, he had no choice but to roll his eyes. However, although the primordial ancestor and his followers have left, the first and second generation descendants of the demon race in the first universe plane are still alive, and both of them are at the undying level. Among them, the first generation descendant has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. At that time he was an emperor-level undying. He wanted to become an emperor-level undying so that he could destroy the Tianji race and help the demon race get rid of the enslavement. Unexpectedly, that seclusion hasn't ended yet. After tens of thousands of years, the one guarding our ancestral land is the second generation descendant, and his strength is Marquis-level undying. Speaking of this, the current devil emperor Mo Wen Tian nodded slightly. A Marquis-level undying is enough to suppress a few normal undying, but according to our information, there are at least 2 emperors in the Senate of the Federation. Chapter 3961. He's just an undying, yet he has so many tricks up his sleeves. What normal undying, official undying, emperor undying? There won't be an emperor undying, right? Yi Xian had only asked casually, but looking at the current devil emperor Mo Wen Tian's expression, it was clearly the case. This immediately made him roll his eyes. F***ck, these immortal realm old monsters really know how to play. Even so, after learning that the second generation ancestor of the demon race was an official level undying that could suppress several normal undyings, his heart finally calmed down. According to his estimations, there would at most be a few normal undyings coming to attack the demons. Emperor-level undyings wouldn't be easily dispatched. By the time they were suppressed, the other races would realize that there were still official-level undyings within the demon race. Hence, the next time they sent emperor-level undyings, who knows, the first generation of demon race ancestor might just come out of closed-door cultivation. With his strength at emperor level, suppressing a few emperors shouldn't be a problem. Although this was a little too idealistic, given the current situation, Yi Xian could only think this way. Of course, he would not slack off in the slightest when it came to his own efforts. Thinking of this, Yi Xian changed the topic and asked, "What about the first demon emperor? Is it in the ancestral land of the demon dwellers? Can you contact him? This young master has some matters to discuss with him." Yi Xian had always been concerned about the bloodline descendants left behind by the other followers of the demon race's bloodline primordial ancestor in the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Since the current generation demon emperor, Mo Wen Tian, didn't dare to say anything, he could only ask the current generation demon emperor, Mo Zhu Tian. That's right. The demon emperor is indeed in the grotto heaven nest, which is equivalent to the second ancestral land of the demon kin. Mo Wentian nodded, and a troubled look appeared on his face. But that heavenly abode void is not in the Devil Imperial planet. It is only connected by a void passage. Among the upper echelons of the Devil Imperial family, only great-grandfather Mo has the authority to open that void passage. So, I'm afraid we can't contact it for the time being. Yes. However, although the void passage cannot be opened, the news can be transmitted through special channels. Regarding the situation in the demon domain, I have already reported to the ancestral land and received a reply. The second-generation ancestor will pay close attention to the situation here. When it is time to take action, he will naturally do so. As long as no emperors appear, there shouldn't be much of a problem. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to contact the previous generation's demon emperor, Mo Rentian, in a short period of time. Yi Xian was immediately disappointed. He even felt that this old fellow had a premonition and was purposely avoiding him like the Mad Mosquito Emperor and the old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. When he thought up to this point, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He exclaimed involuntarily, "That's right, Mad Mosquito Monarch and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher are related to the Devil race. The bloodline descendants of your bloodline primordial ancestors' followers in the three main planes of the universe wouldn't be related to these two old fellows. Am I right?" Yi Xian asked as he turned to look at the current Devil Emperor Mo Wentian. Little friend, we have to hurry back to prepare for the war. Yes. We can't stay here for long." The reactions of the few old fellows were very big. They immediately found excuses and left in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the main hall of the small courtyard that Yi Xian was staying in was empty. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. As if he had found a clue, Yi Xian's heart calmed down. After muttering a few words, he decided that the next time he saw Mo Yutian, he would ask for the whole story. After that, he threw this matter to the back of his mind and started to think about the situation in the demon domain. With the second-generation ancestors' close attention, the demon domain's current crisis was basically nothing to worry about. However, Yi Xian still felt a strong sense of urgency. This was because after this incident, when the second-generation ancestor of the demon domain was exposed, the next time the other races and the Senate of the Federation came, there would be Emperor-level undyings. Although with his current strength, no matter how fast he rushed, it was impossible for him to have the strength to fight against an undying emperor in a short period of time. However, Yi Xian still had many other methods. For example, the 4-star wars as well as Hanba Ho-Chin, and the desolate lightning mother in the Yen Luo, he could think of ways to increase their strength and power. Many a little makes a mickle, so Yi Xian's overall strength would naturally increase even faster. Thinking about this, he quickly made a decision. The direction of the future for a period of time was also roughly formed. Other than increasing his own technique and body level, he also had to think of ways to increase the life level of the 4-star wars, including the Mosquito Beasts, the Golden Slimes, the Star Soldier Ladle, and the Weeping Soul Beast. From there, he could greatly increase the power of the Battle Wars. For example, once the Battle Wars were activated, tens of millions of Golden Slimes would attack at the same time and unleash a golden tide of time. Each tide represented the instantaneous passing of 10,000 years. If he could increase the life level of these tens of millions of golden slimes, then, once activated, a golden tide of time could represent the instantaneous passing of 20,000, 30,000, or even 40,000 years. At this level of golden tide of time, 7 or 8 waves of time would be equivalent to hundreds of thousands of years quietly passing. Even Emperor-level undyings might not be able to withstand it. Compared to Yi Xian immersing himself in training and relying on his own strength to fight Emperor-level undyings, this method was obviously more practical. Thinking about this, he immediately gave an order to the devouring system. Immediately start a comprehensive and detailed search and deduction of the system's database. Look for the special resources that can increase the life level of the 4-star wars kinetic life forms. After receiving this order, the devouring system immediately started its search and deduction. Because Yi Xian asked for a comprehensive and detailed deduction, there probably wouldn't be any results in a short period of time. He didn't pay attention to it and didn't want to wait around. This was because there were still about 10 days before the forces of the 3 dimensions to attack the demon race would arrive one after another. Other than the 4-star wars, the Yen Luo was also a high-end combat force that was highly anticipated. Yi Xian quickly turned his attention to this Yen Luo. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of these 10 days to make a trip to the Star Thunder Tomb to see if he could find a strand of thunder origin there to help the recently awakened Desolation Lightning Goddess reconstruct her thunder true body. Chapter 3962. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately sent a message to the current Devil King Mo Wen Tian, saying that he would be leaving for a few days. Then, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and rushed to the black hole of life because it was closer to the starry sky thunder tomb. After the jump, Yi Xian was already in the black hole of life. He waved his hand and summoned the void-shattering shuttle. He immediately rushed out of the black hole of life and used his extreme speed. With the terrifying speed of a realm master old monster, he headed straight for the starry sky thunder tomb. Half a day later, a void full of thunder and lightning appeared in front of him. He had arrived at the starry sky thunder tomb. After so long, the starry sky thunder tomb was still the same as before. There were no changes. Thinking about it, how could anyone come to such a void full of thunder and lightning for years? Even a warship would be turned into scrap metal if it entered, let alone a strong warrior of the starry sky. When Yi Xian first came to the starry sky thunder tomb, his cultivation was still very weak. Even when he used a thunder source pearl to kill the Tianji clan's upper echelon, Shan Bo, his cultivation was only at the mystic light realm. But now he was already a universe realm master of the 15th realm. But this time, when he came again and saw this vast void of thunder, he could still feel a strong sense of danger. According to his current strength, Yi Xian felt that if he went deep into the starry sky thunder tomb, even the immortal realm old monsters might die. It seemed that this starry sky thunder tomb was far from as simple as he thought. If it wasn't for the Rai Di seal, Yi Xian would definitely have died the last time he entered. When he thought up to here, he couldn't help but feel a sense of lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he'd only entered the periphery of the lightning graveyard last time and didn't enter the depths. Otherwise, even if he had the lightning emperor seal that could be said to be revered in the Tao of lightning and could command the lightning of the world to protect his body, under the circumstances that his cultivation was too weak, he was afraid that there would be many problems. There would be less trouble. But that was in the past. This time he was already an almighty figure of the universe at the 15th level. Moreover, he possessed various extraordinary abilities and reserves, so he couldn't be compared to the past. Even if it was the deepest core of this boundless lightning graveyard, Yi Xian still dared to charge into it now. Moreover, if the lightning origin source that he needed really existed in this lightning graveyard, it would definitely be in the deepest core of the lightning graveyard. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian didn't delay any longer. His figure shook as he strode out of the void break shuttle, and then he put it away into the undying world within his body with a wave of his hand. After that, he took a stride and charged towards the edge of the starry sky lightning tomb. Rumble! Ka-cha-cha! The moment they rushed down the starry sky thunder tomb, endless thunderous booms and crackling sounds of lightning assaulted their faces, causing Yi Xian to feel as if he had entered another universe, another world. Everything in the surroundings had changed. He had completely lost all connection and perception with the outside world. This was a world of thunder and lightning. Cyan fractionation towers and golden lightning covered the sky and earth, densely packed. Cyan lightning and golden lightning were the main themes of this world. Here there were no stars or cosmic dust. Even if there had been before, after so many years of being struck by endless cyan lightning and golden lightning, they had long since turned into nothingness. Here, only cyan lightning and golden lightning continued to wreak havoc, life and death, back and forth endlessly. Even so, the current Yi Xian, even if his physical body was in this starry sky lightning graveyard, he would be completely fine. Just as his figure stepped out of the void shuttle, a faint cyan mist clearly gushed out from Yi Xian's body. It didn't spread too widely, but instead covered about 3 inches of his entire body. Just these 3 layers of cyan mist were enough to protect him. Protect Yi Xian as he rampaged through this starry sky lightning graveyard. This was the unique power of the Rai Di seal's domain, which was displayed by Yi Xian with a thought. The power of this starry sky origin treasure was unique. It could ignore the damage of thunder and lightning, and this was only the most basic of its properties. With the protection of the Rai Di seal's domain, Yi Xian stood in the void of this starry sky lightning graveyard, where there was only endless cyan lightning and golden lightning. A thin layer of cyan mist appeared on the surface of his body as he quietly stood there, but imperceptibly exuded an aura of being the emperor of this domain, commanding the entire star. The supreme aura of the void lightning graveyard had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was purely an innate suppression of his attribute. Around his figure, the cyan lightning and golden lightning that were wreaking havoc without end clearly carried a sense of fear and subconsciously retreated into the distance. As a result, a radius of 1 zhang around him had become a vacuum, without any cyan lightning or golden lightning appearing. These cyan lightning and golden lightning naturally did not have any consciousness. The reason they retreated was purely a natural reaction to the suppression of the Rai-D seal's emperor pressure. With his mind set, his figure flashed as he directly crossed the Sea of Lightning with his physical body. With Yi Xian's current speed, even if he crossed the Sea of Lightning with his physical body, it did not take long for him to arrive at the area where he had condensed 10 Thunder Origin beads last time. This was also the furthest place he had ever reached when he first set foot in this Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard. Further ahead was the core of the Starry Sky Lightning Graveyard, where even Yi Xian, who possessed the Rai-D seal, did not dare to rashly set foot in last time. But this time he had no choice and would not retreat. After taking a deep breath, Yi Xian quickly moved forward again. This time, after a full half a day, he discovered that the surrounding void had begun to change. In the void of lightning he had passed through before, the thunder was cyan while the lightning was golden. But after arriving here, whether it was the cyan lightning or the golden lightning, they were all covered with a faint layer of purple gold. And this situation became more and more obvious as he went deeper. Another day passed. When Yi Xian came to his senses, he discovered that the lightning and thunder in the surrounding space were all purple gold in color. It was completely different from the green lightning and gold lightning from before. It emitted an even more powerful pressure and an even more violent aura of destruction. Undoubtedly, these purple gold thunder and lightning were of a higher level. This made Yi Xian's heart tremble. Then, before he could do anything, the Rai-D seal suspended above his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled without warning, as if it was transmitting some kind of message to Yi Xian. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian was blessed with luck. He immediately stopped moving and extended his consciousness towards the Thunder Emperor seal above his sea of consciousness, entering it. Rumble, boom. In the next moment, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly entered Yi Xian's ears, causing him to be shocked. Chapter 3963. The Inheritance Scene. It was actually the Inheritance Scene again? At this moment, Yi Xian had a flash of realization. The Rai-D seal had clearly been refined, but this time he actually saw this inheritance scene from the primordial era, which was suspected to be from when the Rai-D seal was first born. At that time, the universe had just been born, and everything in the universe had a strand of innate primordial chi. After countless years of nurturing, it became a starry sky origin treasure. This kind of opportunity and fortune could not be found in later generations, and it would be difficult to reproduce again. At the end of the void of this inheritance scene, a giant golden lotus was blooming brilliantly, releasing endless golden light. It was as if the entire universe was illuminated by it, as if it was nurtured by the heavens and nurtured in the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge, and even the stars in front of it seemed to be very small. They were extremely small and weak. On the lotus stem of the golden lotus, there was only one lotus seed, but it was green in color. It was clearly a seal-shaped object, and its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, stretching out and spitting out continuously. His Rai-D seal was nurtured from this giant golden lotus with an aura that could almost cover the heavens and earth. In the giant lotus's lotus seed pod, there was only one lotus seed. Rumble. The inheritance scene was still and unmoving, but the rumbling of thunder continued to enter Yi Xian's ears, shocking his mind. Surrounding the green gold lightning seal that existed as a lotus seed on top of the lotus canopy, there were countless tiny golden lightning bolts extending and retracting. And if one were to expand one's line of sight to the extent of the entire giant golden lotus, one would be able to see that around the entire golden lotus, there were countless green lightning balls. They exploded one after another. They were born and died in an endless cycle. Gradually, the green lightning beads around the giant golden lotus became denser and denser. They all exploded, turning into countless huge golden lightning bolts. At first, they only wreaked havoc in the void, destroying countless stars. In the end, these golden lightning bolts seemed to have received some sort of summons, and gradually they began to move. They converged in a certain direction. It was the green gold lightning seal, the only lotus seed on the top of the giant golden lotus. But this was not the end. Last time, the scene that Yi Xian saw in the Rai-D seal's legacy image had come to an end. But this time, the subsequent evolutions were still continuing. In the inheritance scene, the Rai-D seal began to spin. As it spun, a large amount of green and golden lightning around the giant golden lotus was sucked in and gathered towards the Rai-D seal. It slowly turned into a large greenish-gold cocoon. This scene was exactly the same as when Yi Xian had condensed the Thunder Origin Orb in the Astral Lightning Tomb. He understood that this was the Rai-D seal demonstrating a kind of power. Very quickly, a gigantic greenish-golden cocoon enveloped the Rai-D seal. The entire cocoon was formed from green lightning and golden lightning. Finally, it began to condense inwards. When all the green lightning and golden lightning had condensed into a single point, a greenish-golden bead the size of a cinnabar fruit appeared above the Rai-D seal. It was the Thunder Origin bead. But this was still not the end. It was not over yet. Just as the Rai-D seal was condensing the Thunder Origin bead, the gigantic golden lotus in the inheritance scene was also growing. Previously, it was green lightning and golden lightning that were expanding and retracting in its body. But now, whether it was lightning or thunder, they had all turned into a purple-gold color. Even the entire golden lotus had turned into a purple-gold color. It was as if it had only been green before, but now it had matured. Immediately after, the Rai-D seal began to spin again. Following the rotation of the Thunder Emperor imprint, a large amount of lightning was once again gathered around the Thunder Emperor imprint. Merely this time around, regardless of whether it was the lightning, they were all purple-gold in color. And the greenish-golden Thunder Origin bead hovering above the Rai-D seal was still there. It spun together with the Rai-D seal. All the purple-gold lightning that had gathered surged towards the Thunder Origin bead. This seemed to be the second tempering process to improve its quality. Soon, as more and more purple-gold lightning gathered, the second cocoon was formed. Just like the first one, it was still formed by endless lightning and thunder. Its entire body was purple-gold, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Everything that happened after that was replicated like before. The purple-gold cocoon rapidly shrank and disappeared into the Thunder Origin bead hovering above the Rai-D seal. At this time, the original greenish-golden Thunder Origin bead was now purple-gold in color. The lightning and thunder on its surface were all purplish-golden in color. At this point, the inheritance scene came to an abrupt end. Yi Xian took a few seconds to recover from his shock. He originally thought that the Rai-D seal had been completely refined, but now it seemed that this origin treasure was far from being as simple as he thought. It seemed that there was still a seal that was being unsealed layer by layer. What Yi Xian saw now was only the second layer of the Thunder Origin bead. Whether there would be a third layer after that, he did not know. But one thing was certain, and that was that the purple-gold Thunder Origin bead condensed by the second layer of the Thunder Seal secret technique could definitely threaten the existence of the immortal realm. Its aura was too terrifying. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was almost excited. In the Rai-D seal in his body, there were still 8 golden Thunder Origin beads. If all of them were tempered again and upgraded to purple-gold Thunder Origin beads, he would undoubtedly have a stronger foundation when facing the immortal realm old monsters. Xiao. Excited, he no longer hesitated and waved his hand to bring out the Rai-D seal. In the next moment, as the Rai-D seal was brought out by Yi Xian and hung above his head, the entire depths of the Thunder Tomb exploded like a pot of boiling oil that had been poured with a ladle of ice water. Countless purple-gold thunderbolts were attracted and exploded above Yi Xian's head. A huge amount of purple-gold thunderbolts rained down on Yi Xian's head, but none of them could cause any harm to Yi Xian. The surface of his body was always shrouded in a thin layer of purple-gold mist, and his hands were behind his back. Standing in the void where the thunderbolts were raging, exuding a strong emperor's aura. A large amount of purple-gold lightning gradually enveloped the Rai-D seal and even Yi Xian's entire body. In the end, it formed a huge lightning cocoon that flickered with purple-gold lightning. Yi Xian, who had the Rai-D seal above his head, was the core of this huge lightning cocoon that was like a star. At this moment, the purple-gold mist that originally enveloped his body suddenly expanded and spread out, enveloping the entire purple-gold cocoon, turning it into a misty green color. Then, it began to condense inwards. The whole process was basically the same as what Yi Xian saw in the inheritance image of the Rai-D seal. After an unknown amount of time, the giant purple-gold cocoon that was formed by a Thunder Origin bead after being tempered by hundreds of millions of purple-gold thunderbolts finally disappeared completely. And above the Rai-D seal hanging above Yi Xian's head, a Thunder Origin appeared. Chapter 3964. After the condensation of the first purple-gold Thunder Pearl was completed, Yi Xian opened his eyes and the familiar sound of the system notification rang out again. The unexpected breakthrough to the next cultivation level had actually come once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current cultivation level, Level 4 Universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the physical body's Qi and Blood realm. Current cultivation level, Level 4 Universe. Without a doubt, the breakthrough of both the ancient Dongshu formula and physical body's Qi and Blood realm had something to do with his use of the Rai-D seal to condense the purple-gold Thunder Pearl. This was because during the process of condensing the purple-gold Thunder Pearl, Yi Xian's body, along with the Rai-D seal and the other golden thunder pearls suspended above the Rai-D seal, had also been enveloped by the surging purple gold thunder pearl. It could be said that the original golden thunder pearl had been tempered for a second time, raising its quality and power. At the same time, Yi Xian's physical body had also been baptized by the purple gold thunder pearl. His cultivation level had also increased because he had absorbed some of the purple gold thunder pearl's energy. I didn't expect there to be such benefits. This is really an unexpected surprise. In his surprise, Yi Xian couldn't help but look forward to it again. There are still 7 more golden thunder pearls that need to be condensed. I wonder if they can increase my cultivation level. With this kind of surprise, Yi Xian stored the completed thunder pearl into the Rai-D seal. Then he took out the second golden thunder pearl and repeated the previous steps to start the second round of condensation. 4 hours later, when he opened his eyes again, the anticipated system notification had actually appeared in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the ancient Dongshu formula. Current cultivation level, level 5 universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the breakthrough of the physical body's qi and blood realm. Current cultivation level, level 5 universe. It actually had an effect. This was really a surprise. In a short period of time, Yi Xian's cultivation level and physical body's qi and blood realm had both made a breakthrough. After the 2 consecutive breakthroughs, Yi Xian's overall combat ability had obviously soared again. According to Yi Xian's deduction, after his original body reached the 15th level and became a universe expert, the growth rate of the ancient demonic ape's bloodline true body was still 2-to-1. When his original body was in the 3rd level, the ancient demonic ape's bloodline power level. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels, reaching the 5th rank of the cosmos state, his true form of the ancient demonic ape had also improved by 1 level. He was about to reach the 3rd rank of the Star-Lord state. Coupled with the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, each transformation would increase his combat power by a small level. Once Yi Xian entered the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed demonic ape and used the 4th transformation, his peak combat power would reach the 7th level of the Star-Lord state. He had finally reached the advanced Star-Lord state. That's not a good idea, is it? Every time I condense a purple gold thunder source bead, my cultivation base and my physical body's qi and blood realm will all increase by 1 level. If this continues, I will be able to become an immortal old monster in a short time. At most, I will just condense a bunch of purple gold thunder source beads. While dumbstruck, Yi Xian stored the second condensed purple gold thunder origin bead into the Thunder Emperor seal. At the same time, he took out the 3rd golden thunder origin bead that was waiting to be refined as he muttered to himself. However, that was just a casual remark. It was impossible for such a situation to happen. The reason why he was able to improve his cultivation base the previous 2 times was because he had only just begun to temper himself with this purplish gold high-grade lightning power. It was like tempering one's body with some kind of top heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The effect would be obvious at the beginning, but it would lose its effect after a while. Even so, 2 breakthroughs shouldn't be the end. He still had 6 more purple gold thunder source beads. Even if they could only improve his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels, it would still be impressive. After all, the current Yi Xian was already a supreme being of the 15th Great Realm. In the past, when others were in this great realm, breaking through a small stage would require a long period of time and effort before they could achieve it. He definitely couldn't miss out on such an opportunity. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer and immediately started to condense the 3rd purple gold thunder origin bead. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the main purpose of coming to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb this time, which was to search for a strand of thunder essence and help the desolate lightning mother reconstruct her thunder true body. Afterward, no way. Whatever. I'll refine all 8 purple gold thunder source beads first. A few hours later, the last purple gold thunder source bead was refined. When Yi Xian opened his eyes again, the system notification that he had been expecting really appeared in his head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Current state, 7th rank universe realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a breakthrough in the physical body. Current state, 7th rank universe realm. The truth was just as he had guessed. Although the refinement of the 6 purple gold thunder origin beads was still effective in increasing Yi Xian's cultivation and physical body's qi and blood realm, the effect was clearly far inferior to the original. Previously, the 2 purple gold thunder origin beads had raised his cultivation base and body by 2 small levels. At the moment, the refinement of the last 6 purple gold thundersource beads had only improved his cultivation by 2 levels. However, Yi Xian was already very satisfied, if not overjoyed, because the gains were so great that they were far beyond his expectations before he set foot in the Star Lightning Tomb for the second time. When his original body was at the 5th rank of the universe realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 3rd rank of the Star-Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 7th rank of the universe realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons had also improved by 1 level, which meant that he was about to reach the 4th rank of the Star-Lord state. The first 4 forms of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape would also improve his combat ability by 1 level. Once Yi Xian entered the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms and performed the 4th form, his peak combat ability would reach the 8th rank of the Star-Lord state, which was only 1 level away from the peak of the 9th rank. There was a huge gap between levels. Right now, he only needed to break through 2 small levels in terms of cultivation, physical body, and blood to reach the pinnacle of the 9th step of the universe. Then, once Yi Xian entered the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body state and used the 4th transformation of the devil ape, his peak combat strength would reach the pinnacle of the 9th step of the Star-Lord realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a region lord. If he swallowed the level 16 liquid that he had just refined, Yi Xian would be able to display the terrifying combat ability of a region lord, which would definitely be of great significance. The breakthrough of a major realm would allow him to unleash even more power when he cast all kinds of bloodline abilities. Chapter 3965. As soon as he entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, Yi Xian encountered a great opportunity. On the basis of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, his cultivation base had actually risen by 4 small realms, and his combat strength had soared by a large margin. Apart from that, the original 8 golden Thunder Origin Pearls and the Thunder Emperor Seal were refined a second time, raising their grade. Previously they could only threaten Universe Masters, but now they could threaten Immortal Realm Old Monsters with Purple Gold Thunder Origin Pearls. More importantly, after this experience, Yi Xian realized the extraordinariness of the Rai-D Seal. Previously he thought that after refining this innate treasure, he had already grasped its mysteries, but because his cultivation was too weak, he could not unleash the power that matched it. But now he understood that the Rai-D Seal itself had a seal. Even if a new layer of seal was opened this time, using it to condense the Purple Gold Thunder Origin bead, it was still not the end of its true power. In the future, as Yi Xian encountered lightning power stronger than the Purple Gold Thunder Origin bead, there would definitely be more. When the seal was unlocked, it would reveal even more powerful abilities. In this way it was qualified to match the Shinong Cauldron that was still in a growing state. At the same time, it was suspended in the central region of Yi Xian's Sea of Consciousness, superior to the 7 small objects that represented the strongest bloodline and divine ability, such as the Fallen Sky Bow and the Black Gold Dragon Scale. After a period of excitement, Yi Xian finally calmed down. At this time he carefully calculated that 2 days had passed since he entered the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. Adding the half a day he used to come here, 2.5 days had passed. However, he had not started to search for the strand of thunder origin that the desolate Lightning Mother needed. He was too excited before and completely forgot about this matter. It seems that I have to hurry because after finding the thunder origin, I may have to delay a little bit in collecting it. So time is already very tight. Thinking of this, he did not delay any longer. He immediately stored the last 8 condensed purple gold into the Rai-D Seal, and then let the Emperor Seal float about a foot above his head. His figure flashed and he rushed towards the core area of the depths of the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb. From the moment he stood in the area where he was refining the Purple Gold Thunder Origin bead, all the thunderbolts and lightning in the surrounding space had already turned purple gold. Now that he continued to move forward, the situation was still the same and there was no difference. In the vast void around him, there was only purple gold lightning and purple gold thunder that exploded from time to time. Not to mention the universe stars, not even a speck of space dust. The thunder pressure at the core of the thunder graveyard was too terrifying. Even if the immortal realm old monsters were here, they wouldn't be able to resist for too long. Otherwise, even if they didn't die, they would still lose a layer of skin. It was impossible for any other material to exist here. Even the starry sky alloy that was used to build top-level battleships could not be taken out by Yi Xian from the undying world in his body. Without the protection of the Rai-D Seal, it would instantly turn into green smoke and be annihilated. Soon half a day passed. At this point, Yi Xian had left the Demon Emperor Star for 3 days, but he still had not found the shadow of the Thunder Origin. Not to mention the thunder origin in this half a day, he had not seen anything except for the purple gold lightning and purple gold thunder. In fact, Yi Xian still had no idea what this so-called thunder origin looked like, and what kind of form it existed in. It was not that he had not searched in the database of the devouring system in his body, but unfortunately, there was no result at all. Regarding the thunder origin, perhaps because Yi Xian had not come into contact with it, the database of the system was blank. Just as he was feeling disheartened after searching for a long time without any progress, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the thunder origin. Do you want to collect it immediately? What a coincidence. But where is it? Caught off guard, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He almost thought that he was imagining things because he was too anxious. As these thoughts ran through his mind, he turned his head and looked around with a blank expression. Very quickly, in the space in front of him to the right, a color that was slightly different from the surrounding purple gold suddenly flashed and disappeared, attracting Yi Xian's attention. In this sea of purple gold lightning, other than Shao Qin, who had the Thunder Emperor seal above his head, it was impossible for anything else to exist. Now, a strand of a different color had appeared and flashed by. What else could it be other than that strand of lightning source energy? Yi Xian was instantly excited. With a flash of his body, he chased after it with extreme speed. This flash of light was green in color and was very eye-catching in the purple gold. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily discovered by Yi Xian as it was only the size of a finger. Of course, this was also related to the system's notification. What surprised Yi Xian was that although this green flash of light was only the size of a finger, it seemed to be alive. It was extremely agile like a small worm and was not afraid of any of the purple gold lightning and lightning. Its speed was extremely fast as it rushed straight ahead. If it were not for the Rai-D seal above Yi Xian's head, which was also unaffected by this sea of lightning, he would have been shaken off in a few moves. Even so, half a day had passed in the blink of an eye as Yi Xian chased after him. Although the green bug was already extremely close, a green substance that was around 3 meters in radius appeared in the sea of lightning in front of him. It floated within the purple gold lightning that filled the sky. No, it was not affected in the slightest. This was a green fog that actually existed in the lightning, which made Yi Xian's jaw drop. In addition, the green worm in front of him seemed to be running straight for this green fog. That seemed to be its nest. Yi Xian suddenly became nervous. If it was a nest, it would be fine. But if there were other things in this green fog, such as the existence of a void passage, when the green worm rushed in, it would be as if it teleported and disappeared. It would be difficult to track it down. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to forcibly devour. Although forcibly devouring had a certain success rate and sometimes there was a possibility of failure, now that the other party was about to escape into its nest, he could not care less. Screech. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. As the green worm let out a strange screech, the next moment in Yi Xian's mind, the system's reply prompt sounded, "Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a strand of thunder origin. Do you want to absorb it immediately?" Chapter 3966. With a strand of thunder origin in hand, the purpose of this trip to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb was finally achieved. Yi Xian's heart, which was in his throat, finally settled down. Just as he was about to take out a large amount of innate chilling spirit liquid, dark furnace lotion, 9-colored meat paste, 10,000 evil origin liquid, and other top-grade resources from the undying world in his body, he sent them to the desolate Electrolady to help her reconstruct her Thunder True body. At the same time, he also sent another batch to Corpse Ancestor Hamba and Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing. Just as he was about to restore the resources, a sudden change occurred. Rumble. Kacha. Without the slightest sign, the enormous sea of lightning ahead seemed to have suddenly been stimulated by something, and it suddenly became violent, and it emanated the sound of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth and boundless crackling sounds of lightning striking down. All of this was too sudden and the changes were too intense. It gave people the feeling that they were in an incomparably tranquil ocean, but in the blink of an eye, tsunamis and hurricanes had been set off. Those who were timid would have fainted on the spot. Looking up, Yi Xian was slightly startled. Then his eyes flashed and he vaguely understood something. The sea of thunder in which the riot occurred was about 10,000 miles in radius. However, its core point happened to be the strange green fog that seemed to be the nest of the little green bug. This strange fog was originally only about 10 feet in radius, but now it instantly spread to 10,000 miles in radius. All the sea of thunder that was covered by the fog seemed to have been injected with boiling water, and instantly became violent. It was obvious that this riot had something to do with the strangeness of the turquoise canopy. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered that the strand of thunder origin that looked like a little green bug seemed to have let out a weak but sharp roar before it was forcibly swallowed by him. It should be that the roar contained some kind of power that caused the green fog that seemed to be its nest to change, which led to this unexpected scene in front of him. The Thunder Sea riot was definitely an earth-shattering event. After all, thunder and lightning were originally a kind of extremely strong and violent power. Coupled with the power of the Thunder Sea riot, in the face of such a situation, an ordinary starry sky powerhouse would not dare to take the risk and would most likely retreat in a hurry. However, Yi Xian had the Rai seal. Right now, it was merely hovering above Yi Xian's head, pouring out a green screen of light to protect Yi Xian's body. However, it was not fully activated and displayed the true might of the Thunderbolt Imperial Seal. This green mist was indeed strange. This could be seen from the fact that it could exist in the center of the Sea of Lightning, and at the same time, it was the nest of the lightning source. Perhaps it was because of this that it was able to cause all of the lightning and thunder to go berserk when it suddenly spread out. From a certain point of view, this strange green fog clearly had a certain effect on lightning, and even had the ability to drive it away. But even so, compared to Yi Xian's Rai seal, it was still far from enough. So what if the Thunder Sea riot was about to happen? With the Rai seal in hand, Yi Xian could completely use it, and with a flip of his hand, the Imperial Seal could suppress the Thunder Sea riot. Yi Xian was very certain of this, and this certainty and confidence of his was indeed proven. Whoosh! With a thought, the Rai seal began to spin, slowly rising above Yi Xian's head higher and higher. During this process, the green light pouring out from within the Imperial Seal also became more and more intense, and the area it covered also continued to expand as the source of the Imperial Seal rose higher and higher. But no matter what, Yi Xian was always at the center of the expanding green light. He was firmly protected and was not affected by the power of the lightning at all. Yi Xian had already used all of his strength to activate the Rai seal. Although he was still far from being able to unleash the true power of this Imperial Seal, with Yi Xian's current cultivation level, the power of the Imperial Seal field that he could unleash was clearly not to be underestimated. Vaguely, there seemed to be an indescribable pressure that passed through the Imperial Seal above his head and projected onto his body. Yi Xian could clearly feel this. At this moment, Yi Xian's body inexplicably emitted an emperor's might. He clearly didn't make any movements, but at this moment he had an additional sense of supreme majesty, as if he was a monarch descending upon the world. It was very strange, very mysterious, and allowed him to be blessed. Immediately after, with a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian subconsciously waved his hand towards the Sea of Lightning in front of him. Walala! With a light movement of his hand, the boundless purple-gold lightning that filled the sky in front of him actually obediently separated to the left and right like a tide. In the Sea of Lightning there was a wide and open road. This scene shocked Yi Xian. Was this really the ability to command all the lightning in the world? With this kind of method, even if he brought an army of thousands of men and horses into the Sea of Lightning, he would still be able to protect everyone. With a wave of his hand, the lightning would split apart like a tide. What was there to fear? He just had to safely pass through. However, for Yi Xian this was completely unnecessary. With another wave of his hand, the passageway in front of him, which was 1,000 miles in diameter and extended endlessly, closed once again and was filled with boundless purple-gold lightning. At this moment, Yi Xian also soared into the air and shot towards the area enveloped by the green mist that was still spreading outwards. As his figure suddenly moved, the Rai seal, which was still slowly rising above his head and emitting a blazing green light, also followed closely behind, protecting Yi Xian at the center of the green light. Very quickly Yi Xian, who had the Thunder Emperor's mist above his head and a vast expanse of blazing green light moving around his body, entered the area where the lightning was rampaging. As he had expected, although all the purple-gold lightning in this area had gone berserk due to the influence of the strange green mist, with the arrival of Yi Xian, all the lightning that came into contact with the Rai seal's cyan lightning instantly calmed down. Compared to the blazing green lightning radiance released by the Thunder Emperor seal, the strange green mist wasn't a match for it at all. Following Yi Xian's arrival, the area covered by the green lightning radiance was like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun. The only reaction was to quickly melt. And as Yi Xian finally came into contact with the strange green mist, the data of the devouring system in his body was finally updated again, with the resources of this strange green mist. After a round of investigation, Yi Xian was suddenly enlightened, and completely understood this strange green mist. Just as Yi Xian had guessed before, this canopy had now spread to a distance of 10,000 kilometers. However, at the beginning, it was only a strange green fog with a radius of around 3 meters. It was indeed the nest of that strand of thunder essence. Chapter 3967. The Thunderlock Spirit Mist was a special product that was unique to the vast innate thunder sea. Its attribute was innate, and it was nurtured by the innate thunder essence in the endless thunder sea over a long period of time. Every strand of Thunderlock Spirit Mist would take tens of thousands of years to fully manifest. From this, one could see how precious this Thunderlock Spirit Mist was. It had been nurtured for at least hundreds of millions of years. To this starry sky thunder grave, its value was definitely second only to the thunder essence. The thunder essence was the Thunderlock Spirit Mist nurtured by the Thunderlock Spirit Mist in the innate thunder sea. The Thunderlock Spirit Mist was the mother nest of this thunder essence. This strand of thunder origin consciousness was originally a thunder worm without any intelligence. As it slowly grew, it would eventually develop intelligence. At that time, it would become the thunder spirit of this vast sea of thunder. The thunder sea that gave birth to the thunder spirit could be controlled at will. When it was large, it was vast and boundless, spreading out endlessly into the starry sky. When it was small, it could even condense into a thunder ball, crossing the void and shooting out into the endless starry sky. To put it bluntly, this thunder sea had become a spirit. However, to this starry sky thunder grave, this kind of opportunity to become a spirit was obviously no longer possible. As this strand of thunder essence that had just been nurtured and was far from becoming a thunder spirit was captured by Yi Xian in the form of a thunder worm. Moreover, Yi Xian clearly did not intend to let go of this Thunderlock Spirit Mist. The path to becoming a spirit in this starry sky thunder grave was basically completely cut off. Although it would not become a spirit, the starry sky thunder grave would still exist. To Yi Xian this was enough. In the future there might be a time when he would need to use this thunder sea. As for the present, to Yi Xian, the only thing he needed to do now was to absorb and use this Thunderlock Spirit Mist. After that, this trip to the starry sky thunder grave would be considered complete, and he could embark on the journey home at any time. That's right, Yi Xian intended to absorb the lightning pool spiritual mist that had already spread out in front of him. If there were no accidents, this would definitely allow his cultivation strength in the realm of his physical body and chi to achieve another breakthrough. After all, Yi Xian's body had been wrapped in the lightning cocoon formed by the boundless purple gold lightning when he was refining the purple gold thunder origin bead. He had benefited greatly from it, and his cultivation had broken through again and again. The Thunderlock Spirit Mist was the cradle of the innate lightning origin, so its grade was definitely much higher than the purple gold lightning and lightning bolt. If there were no accidents, it was almost certain that he would make a breakthrough in his cultivation after cleansing his soul and body again. It wasn't just Yi Xian himself, but also the corpse ancestor Hanba and Ho Qing, as well as the desolate lightning mother, who was about to reconstruct her thunder true body. Yi Xian would also give them some thunderpool spirit mist. This was something that could only be found by chance. The first time one used it, the effect would definitely be amazing. This was especially so for the desolate Electro Lady. She cultivated the Tao of Lightning, so she would definitely benefit even more from this. With a wave of his hand, Yen Luo appeared from within his body and floated in the air in front of Yi Xian. Although they were in the Sea of Lightning, due to the Thunder Emperor's seal emitting a green light above their heads, Yen Luo wasn't affected in the slightest. Yi Xian had already sent the innate lightning origin bead that he had previously captured into the desolate Electro Lady. However, it was clearly far from enough for the desolate Electro Lady to reconstruct her thunder true body. She would also need a large amount of other top-grade resources. At this moment, Yi Xian was preparing these resources. With a thought, he took out a large amount of innate chilling spiritual liquid, netherworld furnace lotion, and 9-colored meat paste from his undying world and threw them all into the desolate Electro Lady. Finally, there were 30 drops of all evil origin liquid. Of course, these weren't just for the desolate Electro Lady who was about to reconstruct her thunder true body. Corpse Ancestor Hanba and Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing were also included. With this new batch of resources, the 3 primordial female cultivators who had already awakened would once again enter a state of hibernation. Yi Xian believed that when they came out of seclusion in the near future, their cultivation and strength would definitely increase again. And this was what Yi Xian was eagerly looking forward to. After doing all of this, Yi Xian activated the Thunder Emperor's seal that floated above his head. He activated the power of the Emperor's seal and drove away a large amount of azure-green thunder swamp spirit mist, entering the Yen Luo. Finally, he waved his hand and kept the desolate Electrolady into his undying world. Then he took out a small storage bottle made of innate chilling jade. This kind of lightning spiritual mist could only be nurtured by an enormous innate lightning sea. Furthermore, every strand of lightning spiritual mist required tens of thousands of years to produce. It was extremely precious and could only be found by chance. After much consideration, Yi Xian finally decided to collect some of it and store it as lightning liquid in case he needed it in the future. Otherwise, if he needed to refine higher-grade gene cultivation fluid or refine great medicines in the future and didn't have it, he would be dumbfounded. Very soon, as the power of the Rai-D seal was released, a large amount of lightning spiritual mist was compressed. The green color gradually thickened, and when it reached a certain level, the spiritual mist turned into lightning liquid. It was a very thick green color. There were a total of 300 drops in the small bottle. 300 drops of lightning spiritual mist didn't sound like a lot, but one had to know that the lightning spiritual mist was in the form of green mist before. But now it was condensed into liquid. It was obvious how much lightning spiritual mist was used to obtain this amount. It was almost half of the total amount of lightning spiritual mist. Considering that he still had other uses for the remaining lightning spiritual mist, Yi Xian stopped and kept the bottle of lightning spiritual mist into his undying world. Then he took out the farmer god cauldron. The lightning spiritual mist was a good thing. Yi Xian even gave it to corpse ancestor Hanba Hoqin and the desolate lightning primordial true body. Naturally, he wouldn't leave out the 8 great Vajra and the indigenous beasts in the farmer god cauldron. Fortunately, the lightning spiritual mist was in the form of a mist. It seemed like there was enough of it. Therefore, even though there were millions of indigenous beasts in the farmer god cauldron, every single one of them could absorb a little of it. Of course, it was impossible to share it equally. Beasts like the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise were able to absorb a lot. Naturally, they would be able to absorb more. Very soon, a large amount of lightning spiritual mist was sent into the farmer god cauldron by Yi Xian. Although the beasts in the cauldron knew that the lightning spiritual mist was good stuff, they immediately roared in excitement and started to absorb it. The 8 great Vajra, who were already familiar with the indigenous beasts, also joined in. They absorbed the lightning spiritual mist to their heart's content while howling in excitement. Other than that, some of the spiritual mist seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It floated and sank to the bottom of the volcano in the central region into the fire pool. Chapter 3968. This aura. After drawing the large amount of Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist into the Shinnong Cauldron, Yi Xian was originally prepared to immediately put away the Shinnong Cauldron and use the remaining Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist to temper his body and increase his cultivation. However, right at this moment, an aura that shocked even him erupted from the Shinnong Cauldron. Yi Xian lightly took in a breath, and with a thought, he pulled out a strand of Shinnong's strange flame from the cauldron and floated in front of him. After seeing it with his own eyes, he finally confirmed the bold guess he had when he felt the sudden burst of aura. The Shinnong unusual flame had indeed leveled up. It had turned from a 4-colored flame to a 5-colored flame. The additional color on top of the previous 4-colored flame was the green color of the lightning pool spirit mist. Obviously, the Shinnong exotic flame had advanced because it had absorbed the lightning pool spirit mist. If there were no accidents, the 5-colored flames after this advancement would most likely contain some unique power of lightning. The transformation of the 4-colored flames into 5-colored flames was originally no different from a great increase in power. However, this time there was the unique attribute of thunder. This was definitely like being reborn. Whether it was using this flame to attack, or using the new Shinnong 5-colored flames to roast blood food and refine great medicines, the effects would definitely be far better than before. It was comparable. This was another pleasant surprise. Yi Xian was incomparably excited. He almost impulsively took out a piece of the quasi-desolate ancient supreme's flesh and blood on the spot. He used this brand new 5-colored flame that contained the lightning attribute to properly roast it and test its medicinal effects and wonderful taste. However, he suppressed this impulse in the end. This matter was not urgent. There would be plenty of opportunities later. What was more important now was to deal with the remaining lightning spiritual mist. After all, it had been a long time since he left the Demon Emperor planet. It had been almost 5 days. Yi Xian was still worried about the situation in the demon domain. After calming down, Yi Xian put away the Shinnong 5-colored flame that was floating in front of him. Then he waved his hand and put the Shinnong cauldron back into his undying world. At this time, the indigenous beasts in the cauldron and the 8 great guardian warriors were still in the area around the volcano in the central domain. They were howling as they absorbed the lightning spiritual mist that Yi Xian had drawn into the Shinnong cauldron. Although this spiritual mist had the property of lightning, it could be directly absorbed. It had an extremely strong effect on the evolution of life forms. Yi Xian believed that after absorbing the thunder swamp spirit mist this time, the overall strength of the entire native beast race would increase by a small margin once again. After all, even the Shenong unusual flame of the Shenong cauldron had directly evolved after absorbing the lightning spiritual mist. Even if these indigenous beasts absorbed a little less, the benefits were absolutely not to be ignored. All of this was within Yi Xian's expectations. However, even he didn't know that within the inner space of the Shenong cauldron, other than the 8 great Vajras and the millions of ferocious beasts, there was another existence that he had almost overlooked. This time he had accidentally absorbed some of the thunder swamp spirit mist. And he had obtained a great opportunity. This person was the former heaven and earth Taoist of the Battle Lion tribe Shi Wanjin. Shi Wanjin's heaven and earth Taoist foundation had been taken away, and he had become the pride of the tribe Shi Ba Dao. However, because Yi Xian wanted to obtain the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, he had used a mutated slave seal on Shi Wanjin, who had lost his cultivation and was now like an ordinary person. This caused him to become Yi Xian. He was a slave. Therefore Yi Xian did not kill him. Instead he left him to fend for himself. After giving him some top-grade resources to recover from his injuries, he left him in a cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Since then Shi Wanjin had been in a coma. Although his injuries had healed, his cultivation was only a little. He was not much stronger than an ordinary member of the Berserk Lion tribe. But this time, for Shi Wanjin, who had a bloodline deficit, the lightning pond spirit mist that he had unintentionally inhaled into his body had given him an opportunity to rise from the ashes. At this time he was still lying unconscious in the cage of the mountain wall at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. His cultivation aura was still very weak, but from time to time, there were a few purple-gold thunderbolts sizzling on the surface of his body. Obviously, Shi Wanjin, who had lost his heaven and earth Taoist foundation, was like a blank sheet of paper. Because of the lightning pool spiritual mist that he had just absorbed, his bloodline was transforming into a certain type of lightning attribute bloodline and physique. Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. At this time, he waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into his undying world. He immediately sat down cross-legged in the void and activated the Rai Di seal that was suspended high above his head. With the power of the Emperor Seal domain, he drew the lightning pool spiritual mist from the surrounding sea of lightning towards his body. At this moment all the 1.08 billion pores on Yi Xian's body opened up. His entire body was bathed in the lightning pool spiritual mist that was like an ocean. This green spirit mist followed his mouth, nose and pores all over his body. As soon as it entered his body, it instantly surged with an extremely ferocious and tyrannical power. Not only did it have an extremely strong tempering effect on his body, even Yi Xian's soul was cleansed because of it. Every minute, every second. It was becoming stronger and more tenacious. This feeling was definitely both painful and pleasurable. However, Yi Xian was already used to it. Whether it was using the genetic cultivation fluid to break through a large realm or using the hellish ant liquid to temper his physical body, it was always accompanied by intense pain. As long as he could rapidly increase his cultivation strength and life force level, this little bit of pain was nothing. He had to grit his teeth and bear with it. Time passed slowly. Gradually, as large amounts of the lightning pool spiritual mist were absorbed by him, Yi Xian slowly became numb to it. He was almost unable to feel the pain. There was no telling how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar system notification echoed in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host on making a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu arts. Your current state is the peak of the 9th rank of the Cosmos realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host on making a breakthrough in the physical body. Your current state is the peak of the 9th rank of the Cosmos realm. Finally, he had reached the 9th rank of the Cosmos realm. Yi Xian was instantly excited. When his original body was at the 7th rank of the Cosmos realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons was at the 4th rank of the Star-Lord state. Now that his original body had improved by 2 levels and reached the 9th rank of the Cosmos realm, his true body of the ancient ape demons had also improved by 1 level. That was to say, he was about to reach the 5th rank of the Star-Lord state. In addition to the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape, each transformation would increase his combat strength by a small level. Once the current Yi Xian enters the 3-headed, 6-armed Devil Ape true body state and uses the 4th transformation of the Devil Ape, his peak combat strength would reach the terrifying peak of the 9th step of the Star-Lord realm. That was to say, Yi Xian was at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos realm under normal circumstances. Also, his cultivation and physical body had both reached perfection. Chapter 3969. This time, when he entered the starry sky thunder tomb, Yi Xian's fortune could be said to be shocking. Just thinking about it now made him feel as if he was in a dream. Everything was too surreal. He had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmos realm in such a short time. He was already a half-step Star Lord and a quasi-Star Lord. This was under the condition that he hadn't activated the 3-headed 6-armed ancient devil ape's bloodline. Otherwise he would possess a peak 9th order Star Lord strength and directly rise to the quasi-region Lord realm, becoming a terrifying quasi-region Lord. However, Yi Xian wasn't satisfied with that. Although there was only a single word difference between a quasi-domain Lord and a true domain Lord, in reality, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. After all, these were two completely different realms. In the path of evolution of a starry sky powerhouse, the further one progressed, the greater the gap between a small rank was. Needless to say, the gap between a large rank was as wide as the abyss. It wouldn't have been a big deal if it had been any other time, but Yi Xian had made multiple breakthroughs in the Star Lightning Tomb. He could have stopped and stabilized himself for a while before continuing. However, the situation was too urgent. Once he returned to the Demon Star region, there would probably be a great battle. Yi Xian was absolutely in a hurry to improve his strength. There was a huge difference between a quasi-Star Lord and a real Star Lord in terms of combat ability. The difference was even more obvious when it came to bloodlines and the power of various techniques. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and decided to spend a little more time to use the level 16 liquid that he had already concocted. He would use it to raise his cultivation level to the true Star Lord realm. After making the decision, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a small crystal bottle was shot out of the undying world inside his body. It floated in front of him and was still spinning in midair. What was in this small bottle was the best quality bottle out of the 8 bottles of level 16 liquid that he had in his possession. The level 16 liquid was already extraordinary to begin with. It was merely the most basic flesh medicine paste, made from the flesh and blood of an enormous Yuan Phoenix's precious body, shattered the chains of order, and then reassembled from the essence. Moreover, after being meticulously refined by the Shinong 4-colored flames, the chains of order in the Yuan Phoenix's flesh and blood completely collapsed. The moment its body disappeared, a miniature flesh and blood black hole even appeared in the green-red slurry ball, as if it was completely collapsing. From this, one could see that this was the case. It was obvious how terrifying the energy contained in the liquid ball was. Then, a lot of top heavenly materials and earthly treasures were added to the blood and flesh liquid, including the nether liquid. Even the all-evil origin liquid was fused into it. In terms of efficacy, it was even more unbelievable. It could make a 15th-state universe grand cultivator become a Star Lord. Now, after experiencing the baptism of the green tribulation lightning, this ball of green level 16 treasure liquid seemed to contain a trace of the aura of lightning. On its surface, there were clearly some tiny bolts of lightning that were like spider webs that were expanding and retracting. Also, it happened to be the same as the lightning tribulation that had descended after it was born. It was green and gave off a strong sense of strangeness. Without a doubt, after experiencing the baptism of a bolt of tribulation lightning, the medicinal effect of this green-colored liquid would surely be even more shocking. Moreover, it was attached with a strange green-colored lightning attribute, and it presumably had a miraculous effect of tempering the body. Yi Xian was full of expectations. Apart from the level 16 liquid, Yi Xian also prepared some nether furnace lotion, nether liquid, and all-evil origin liquid. He also cut off a large piece of flesh and blood from the remains of the purple gold void rat of the quasi-desolation almighty level and summoned a wisp of Shinong 5-colored flames to roast it. Then he swallowed all of it. After completing all of this with a thought from Yi Xian, the cork of the small bottle was directly opened. The ball of green liquid inside flew out as if it had a mind of its own and shot towards his mouth. Yi Xian was blessed with good fortune. He directly opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he sat cross-legged in the air, closed his eyes and looked inside. Very quickly he entered a cultivation state where he forgot about everything. Boom. In his mind, a thunderous explosion sounded out. The sea of consciousness in Yi Xian's mind, which represented the power of the void cave technique, instantly stirred up stormy waves. The few small objects that represented the most powerful abilities and bloodlines floating in the sky above the sea of consciousness seemed to have sensed something, and all of them began to shine brightly. His blood was boiling inside his body. As the terrifying effect of the level 16 liquid spread out, Yi Xian's body boiled immediately. His blood was surging like a river, and his power was surging in his veins. There was also the never-before-seen clanking sound of chains. This time, a huge chain appeared out of nowhere in his body. Its surface was covered with all kinds of mysterious and obscure runes. This huge chain directly connected Yi Xian's spine to the sea of consciousness in his skull. It was an important potential shackle chain on the path of evolution of the human body, like an extremely difficult to cross. A natural chasm. Tearing it apart was equivalent to crossing this natural chasm. From then on, he would break through the universe realm and become a Star Lord. If he failed, this huge potential shackle chain would very likely become even stronger. It would be even more difficult to break through again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of chains rang out, and the sound of surging tides of energy in Yi Xian's body continued. The level 16 liquid had completely dissolved, including other supreme resources such as the all-evil origin liquid, the blood and flesh of the quasi-desolate great power purple gold void rat, and so on. All of this gathered into a huge river of energy in Yi Xian's body. Wherever it passed, countless smaller potential shackles of the human body were instantly torn apart. Although this process was painful, there was also an indescribable feeling of pleasure. It was extremely wonderful. In the end, this huge river of energy finally rushed to Yi Xian's neck and began to attack the tight shackle chain that connected his spine to the sea of consciousness in his skull. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, all 1.08 billion pores on his body were emitting endless light. He was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. In a short 2 hours, the enormous shackles were completely broken. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body suddenly felt lighter. The surging of the strength and bloodline in his body increased by at least 10 times. Even the sea of consciousness in his brain, which represented the power of cultivation, instantly expanded by more than 10 times. When Yi Xian opened his eyes with a bright light, the anticipated system beep quickly sounded out in his mind. Chapter 3970. The first level of the Star Lord state. Yi Xian couldn't have been more excited. He had a lot of mixed feelings. He hadn't been in space for long, but he was already a Star Lord at the moment. There were 2 major obstacles on the path of evolution for Star State experts. The first one was to advance from the cosmic state to the cosmic state, the 15th. Once one entered the cosmic state, one would become a grand expert. Yi Xian had crossed that threshold not long ago. The second obstacle was to advance from the State Lord state to the immortal state. On the second path of evolution, Yi Xian had successfully broken through from the cosmos realm to the Star Lord realm and become a Star Lord. It could be considered a solid first step. He was very ambitious at the moment. He firmly believed that he would cross the second obstacle and become a supreme immortal state expert in the near future. In his excitement, he immediately activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and transformed into an ancient demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was very eager to know if he could use the power of his cultivation after activating this powerful bloodline because of this breakthrough. As for the real State Lord state, when his original body was at the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic state, his true form of the ancient ape devil bloodline was at the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Even though his original body had made another breakthrough and reached the first level of the Star Lord realm, according to the ancient ape demon's bloodline, his original body should have broken through 2 levels in order to increase its strength by 1 level. Therefore, he deduced that, after Yi Xian activated his bloodline, his true form of the ancient ape devil bloodline should still be at the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Only by making another breakthrough and reaching the 2nd rank of the Star Lord state would the ancient ape devil bloodline reach the 6th rank of the Star Lord state with 3 heads and 6 arms. In this way, coupled with the first 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, every single one of them would increase his combat strength by a small level. Once Yi Xian entered the devil ape true body state and executed the devil ape 4th transformation, his peak combat strength would be able to attain the first level of the Region Lord realm, allowing him to advance into the ranks of Region Lords in one go. He would have the terrifying combat ability of a State Lord state expert. However, to his surprise, his original body had only made a small breakthrough, but after activating the ancient ape devil bloodline, his original body had also improved by 1 level, reaching the 5th rank of the Star Lord state. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. This was because he was aware that as long as he used the 9 transformations of the devil ape and reached the 4th transformation, he would instantly become a domain lord. It was obvious that the shackle of the ancient demon ape state, which could only be improved by 1 level after he became a Star Lord, had been broken. Henceforth, the improvement of the State Lord state. Yi Xian's original body state expert, Ye's original body, and the ancient ape state, expert state, lord state of the demonic ape state. Although he really wanted to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability right now and immediately feel the power of the domain lord's old monster after reaching the 4th transformation, Yi Xian suppressed this impulse in the end and gradually calmed his mind. Looking up, there was still a lot of lightning pond spiritual mist left in the void at the core of the lightning sea. In the beginning, it covered an area of 10,000 miles, and although it was much less now, it still covered an area of 4,000 to 5,000 miles. The amount was still quite impressive. This Thunder Lake Spirit Mist was a top-notch resource that could only be encountered but not sought after. It definitely couldn't be wasted like this. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. He thought of the 4 great battles in space. The power of the Star Wars was determined by the strength of the races inside the Star Wars. Yi Xian had ordered the absorption system in his body to search for clues, hoping to find a way to improve the strength of the races inside the Star Wars as soon as possible. However, there was no result. And now, the Thunderlock Spirit Mist before him was clearly the perfect opportunity. Even the native ferocious beasts, Hanba, Ho-Ching, and the desolate Electro Lady could rapidly improve their strength through the Thunderlock Spirit Mist. Yi Xian himself had benefited a lot from it. Without a doubt, the races inside the Star Wars would be able to do the same. More importantly, there was still a large amount of lightning lock spiritual mist in front of him. It covered a vast expanse of space that spanned over 4,000 miles. Although it was in the form of mist, its grade was quite high. Even if the races inside the Star Wars shared it, the final result would be impressive. Thinking up to here, Yi Xian's heart immediately palpitated. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned all 4 of the Starry Sky battle palaces within his undying world. The Golden Time War, the Grey Void War, the Blood-Red Weeping Soul War, the Dark Red Blood Mosquito War. In an instant, the 4 Star Wars spanned across the void, emitting an extremely dense and oppressive aura. After this period of recuperation, the 4 major kinetic races in the 4 Starry Sky battle armors had all recovered their peak combat power. Only the time battle armors that were just used some time ago were still in the cooling period and had not fully recovered. However, this didn't matter. With the thunderous spiritual mist in front of them, the tens of millions of golden slimes inside the Time War would be able to fully recover in no time. Moreover, Yi Xian's expectations weren't just limited to this. In his opinion, this opportunity would definitely allow the entire golden slime race's life form to undergo a complete leap forward. Previously, among the tens of millions of golden slimes, there was only one purple gold slime whose cultivation was at the universe realm. Yi Xian felt that there was a need to improve its life form again. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and took out 3 drops of the all-evil origin liquid from his undying world. Speaking of improving life form and promoting the evolution of life forms, the all-evil origin liquid was the most heaven-defying of all the resources in Yi Xian's hands. After all, this liquid was refined using the 9-colored meat paste in the netherworld furnace as the raw material. The 9-colored meat paste was also made from the remains and flesh of a large number of powerful primordial era creatures. From this, one could see how terrifying the all-evil origin liquid was. This was something that even those terrifying existences that originated from the primordial era and were currently hibernating to recover from their injuries needed. Some existences even only had 1 drop a year, and now Yi Xian directly threw a drop to this golden slime, greatly increasing its life force in a short period of time. This was something that was set in stone. Chapter 3971. Yi Xian no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the 3 drops of all-evil origin elixir were injected into the center of the purple gold slime's eyebrows. In a flash they disappeared into the slime. As the drops of all-evil origin elixir were injected, the purple gold slime's body shook violently. The evolution of its life level immediately began vigorously. The intensity of the evolution was still extremely shocking. The golden slime's entire body was pale gold, but there were streaks of dazzling golden lines on its abdomen like spider webs. As for the purple gold slime, its entire body turned golden. At the location of the golden line on its abdomen, a purple gold line appeared. Furthermore, from that line, countless tiny purple gold spiderwebs extended, enveloping its entire body. Now, after consuming the 3 drops of all-evil origin elixir, the purple gold slime's original golden color actually turned pale purple gold throughout its entire body. Meanwhile, the dense purple gold line on its abdomen turned bluish gold, still extending countless tiny spider webs, enveloping its entire body like a web. Its entire body. Boom. An invisible aura surged and erupted. In terms of appearance, the king of the slime threads that had evolved from a purple-gold slime to a bluish-gold slime actually experienced an overall increase in strength due to the 3 drops of all evil origin elixir. Previously, it was at the peak of the middle stage of the universe realm, but now it had become a star lord. First rank of the universe realm. Its body had even reached a height of 1,000 feet. Even Yi Xian was greatly surprised by such a change. After a moment of hesitation, he took out another 10 drops of all evil origin elixir and selected 10 of the largest golden slimes among the slimes. He rewarded each of them with a drop of all evil origin elixir and sent it into their glabella. These 10 golden slime began to evolve rapidly as well. A top-grade resource like the all evil origin elixir was simply too powerful. Perhaps its effects would be far less effective after repeated use, but the first 1 or 2 times would definitely be heaven-defying. In his line of sight, the golden line under the abdomen of the 10 golden slimes expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, their entire bodies turned golden. Immediately after that, a purplish golden line appeared where the golden line was originally located on their abdomen. Although this purple gold thread did not rapidly spread out like the golden thread before and completely covered his entire body, countless purple gold threads extended out and gradually spread out, covering his entire body. They formed a dense layer of purple gold patterns that resembled countless mysterious runes. During this process, the bodies of the 10 purple gold slimes continued to expand. In the end, when their figures stopped at around 10 m tall, their bodies rumbled as they effused a strand of formidable aura. Shockingly, it was just as Yi Xian had expected, and all of them had stepped into the world realm. A Star Lord Azure Gold Empress and 10 Universe State Purple Gold Empresses would become the soul of the entire species. Their existence alone would significantly enhance the power of the battle of time. But this was still not enough. What Yi Xian needed was the cultivation base and life form of the tens of millions of slime race members to increase in all aspects. Only in this way would the power of this Time War talisman be able to undergo a sublimation. In the past, a golden tide of time represented the instantaneous passing of 10,000 years. However, after the great leap in life form of the entire species, Yi Xian believed that a golden tide of time could pass in 20 or 30,000 years, even if it could not reach 50,000 years in an instant. It was definitely achievable. A few more such tides of time might not be able to kill an undying emperor, but they should be able to heavily injure him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian became excited once again and couldn't sit still. He directly waved his hand and activated the Thunder Emperor seal that was floating high above his head. Activating the power of the Emperor seal, it surged out like a tide of azure lightning that wrapped around the large amount of Thunder Swamp Spirit mist in the air. It was divided into 4 parts and all of them surged into the 4 battleships. Each battleship was given a large canopy of thunder mist, which had a radius of 2,000 miles. It was more than enough for all the 4 races to absorb and evolve. After doing all that, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the void, right in front of the 4 battle of space. What he needed to do now was to wait. He needed to wait until all of the Thunderlock spiritual mist that had just been drawn into the war chariot was completely absorbed by the 4 kinetic races. At that time, there would definitely be new surprises coming one after another, within the Crimson Blood Mosquito Battle of Space. The Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space was the Mosquito Beast race. There were a total of 30 million mosquito beasts that had gained intelligence. Their strength was quite impressive too. Their commander was the Mosquito Beast Prince Shuaben, who sat at the core of the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space. Although the tens of millions of mosquito beasts within the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space had high overall strength, the strongest mosquito beast, Shuaben, was only at the 13th level of the Genesis realm. Other than that, there were over 300 of the strongest mosquito beasts that had reached this level. There was not a single Cosmic Light Realm mosquito beast that was above the Genesis realm. However, even the weakest of the mosquito beasts was close to the 8th realm, the Black Hole realm. It could be said that if it wasn't for the fact that the cultivation bases of the mosquito beasts were around the Black Hole realm and were generally higher, the power of this Blood Mosquito War Talisman would probably be at the bottom of the 4 Starry Sky Battle Talismans in Yi Xian's hands. This time, with the influx of this large patch of green lightning pool spirit mist, it was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the tens of millions of mosquito beasts in the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space. Similar to the situation in the Farmer God Cauldron, the moment the lightning pool spirit mist entered the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, the tens of millions of mosquito beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes instantly went crazy. They roared excitedly and madly fought to devour and absorb the lightning pool spirit mist. Among them, Yi Xian focused on the core node of the beehive where Shuaben sat. On one hand, Shui Ben had been with him for a long time and could be said to be one of his earliest subordinates. However, his current strength was too weak. Yi Xian also hoped that he would be able to obtain more benefits from this opportunity and achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation as much as possible. On the other hand, as the controller of the Battle of Blood Mosquito Battle of Space, the stronger Shui Ben's cultivation was, the more powerful the Battle of Space would be. In fact, the Mosquito Beast Prince Shui Ben did not disappoint Yi Xian. He also began to madly absorb the Lightning Pool Spirit Mist immediately. It had to be said that the Lightning Pool Spirit Mist had an astounding effect on the evolution of life forms with ferocious beast bloodlines. The Mosquito Beast Prince Shui Ben's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the Genesis realm. Now that he had absorbed a large amount of Lightning Pool Spirit Mist into his body, he broke through the Genesis realm and entered the Cosmic Light realm in a few short breaths. However, this was only the beginning. Under Yi Xian's close watch, Shui Ben's cultivation continued to increase rapidly after he broke through to the Cosmic Light Realm. Cosmic Light Realm Level 9. Chapter 3972. Although Shui Ben, the Prince of the Mosquito Beasts, was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Cosmos State, and he didn't take the opportunity to become a Star Lord, Yi Xian wasn't disappointed. It was because the overall strength of the Mosquito Beasts in the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid was quite impressive. Also, apart from Shui Ben, 1% of the Mosquito Beasts in the Genesis state, which was the 13th level, had also entered the Cosmos state. Although they were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Cosmos state, which was the beginning phase of the Cosmos state, they had an advantage in that regard. The large number of Mosquito Beasts could enhance the power of the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid, which wasn't to be underestimated. Of course, the most important thing was actually the other tens of millions of Mosquito Beasts. All of them had advanced by a large realm. Now, in this blood-red blood mosquito battle formation, among the tens of millions of mosquito beasts, there was not a single one whose cultivation level was below the black hole realm. Once it was activated, the power of the blood mosquito war pyramid would be far greater than before. Even Yi Xian would be shocked. The Void War Pyramid. The kinetic energy of the Void War Pyramid was the Void Soldier Ladle. There were more than 30 million of them in total. Just like the mosquito beasts in the Blood Mosquito War Pyramid, they were all relatively strong. After all, in that calamity where the Celestial Legacy race had almost wiped out the black holes, the weaker Void Soldiers had basically all perished. The ones that survived were all relatively strong. They were taken away by the Heavenly Fortune clan and entered the Void War Pyramid after being rescued by Yi Xian. Guarding the core of the beehive were two Soldier Ladle Kings whose bloodlines had evolved to 8 stars. Their cultivation had also reached the Genesis realm, and they were both at the Great Circle of the 9th stage Genesis realm. After a large amount of Thunderlock spiritual mist entered the thousands of beehive nodes of the Void Battle Ladles, the 30 million Void Battle Ladles began to absorb the Thunderlock spiritual mist crazily. In the process, they rapidly improved their own cultivation base and strength, pushing forward the evolution of their life forms. After Yi Xian's attention was drawn away from the Blood Mosquito Battle Band, he immediately cast it towards the Void Battle Band and locked onto the 2 Genesis Stage 8-star Wang Ladles within the core beehive. Back then, the 9-star Ladybird Emperor that Yi Xian encountered when he first entered the Black Hole of Life had yet to reach the Genesis realm. But now, there was a reason why these 2 8-star Ladybirds had yet to evolve into 9-star Ladybird Emperors even though their cultivation had already reached the Genesis realm. The difference between the 8-star and the 9-star bloodline evolution had nothing to do with one's strength. These 2 Wang Ladles had already surpassed the Ladle Emperor back then in terms of cultivation. However, the evolution of their bloodlines was still somewhat inferior. Hence, they were still only 8-star Wang Ladles. Ladle Emperor's bloodline. That opportunities as was? As large amounts of Lightning Pool Spirit Mist entered the 1,000 beehive nodes of the Void Battle Ladles, all the Void Soldier Ladles started to absorb it. Among them, the 2 Genesis Realm 8-star King Ladles were the most eye-catching. Above them, a small whirlpool formed by the Lightning Pool Spirit Mist had formed. Yes, as they absorbed large amounts of Lightning Pool Spirit Mist, the cultivation of these 2 8-star King Ladles rose rapidly. They soon surpassed the Genesis realm and entered the 14th Great Realm, the Cosmic Light Realm. However, it did not stop there. It continued, and after a short 10 minutes or so, it climbed to the consummate level of the 9th level of the Cosmic Light tier. Then, it broke through and finally entered the 15th level of the Cosmic Light tier. 2 8-star Wang Ladles on the level of the Cosmic Light tier were born. During this process, the 9th ghost face began to appear on the backs of the 2 8-star King Ladles. Seeing this scene, even Yi Xian couldn't help but become excited. because this meant that the bloodlines of the two 8-star king ladles were also rapidly evolving. If nothing unexpected happened, it was extremely likely that they would be able to break through the shackles of their bloodlines in one go, and step into the 9-star Emperor Ladle realm from the current 8-star Emperor Ladle realm. Under the close observation of Yi Xian, who was breathing rapidly, the 9th ghost face finally took shape on the back of the two 8-star Ladle Emperors after another 10 minutes. Now, the 9-star Ladle Emperors had reappeared, and there were two of them. At this time, the cultivation of the two 9-star Ladybird Emperors had already risen to the peak of the 9th stage, and they stopped there. After a moment of excitement, Yi Xian's divine sense swept through the thousands of honeycomb nodes in the entire Void Battle Tower. He was pleasantly surprised to find that other than the two 8-star Ladle Emperors who had successfully broken through the bloodline shackles and advanced to the 9th stage of the universe realm, there were actually 10 7-star Ladle generals who were lucky. After breaking through the bloodline shackles, a ghost face also appeared on Ladle's back, and it became an 8-star Wang Ladle. The cultivation strength of these 10 newly advanced 8-star Wang Ladles had also reached the 15th Great Realm, and they had become powerful figures of the universe realm. However, they were only at the first stage of the universe realm. In addition, the cultivation strength of the other 30 million Void Ladles in the entire Soldier Ladle race had also increased. This meant that if Yi Xian used the Void Battle Tower again, the power it displayed would be far greater than before. Finally, Yi Xian's gaze swept toward the Weeping Soul Battle Tower. Amongst the 4 Starry Sky Battle Talismans in Yi Xian's hands, if the Golden Time Battle Talisman was said to be the head of the dragon, then the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman that possessed the power of the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman could be considered the second strongest existence. However, compared to the other 3 Starry Sky Battle Towers, the Weeping Soul Battle Tower had its own unique characteristics, because there was no so-called king or commander among the Weeping Soul beasts that were the Weeping Soul Battle Tower's kinetic energy group. Sitting in the core beehive node of the Weeping Soul Battle Tower was a Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. The Weeping Soul Beast was a spiritual energy life form, and it was related to the Weeping Soul Blood Ape. The Weeping Soul Blood Ape was the primordial supreme. This fellow was mysterious and strange, and in the battle of the primordial era, it did not belong to the camp of the Headless Infant Corpse, nor did it belong to the camp of the Heavenly Eye. Yi Xian's legacy painting on the fallen sky bow. It could be seen hibernating in the shadows of an abandoned star, sinisterly spying on the entire primordial era starry sky battlefield. There must be a conspiracy behind this, and perhaps the countless Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul catacombs on Black Mountain Star had something to do with this. However, all of this did not matter. Back then, the remnant soul of the Weeping Soul Blood Ape had lived a second life and turned into a Weeping Soul Blood Horn. Unfortunately, before this Weeping Soul Blood Horn could grow into a new Weeping Soul Blood Ape, it encountered Yi Xian and was finally refined by the Headless Infant Corpse. Chapter 3973. At that time, Yi Xian had provided some other special materials according to the system's requirements and completed the refinement process. In the end, these tens of millions of Weeping Soul horns and some other precious crystal materials were refined into a Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. It was blood red and nearly transparent, like the highest grade of blood red amber. A miniature Weeping Soul Blood Ape could be vaguely seen inside, and its shape was exactly the same as the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. It was similar but much smaller and was only the size of a palm. After this Weeping Soul Blood Crystal was refined by Yi Xian, it was placed in the core beehive of the Weeping Soul Battle Army. It controlled all of the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts that were stationed in the Weeping Soul Battle Army, making them as obedient as the Void Soldier Ladle race. It had a special ability that could gather the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the Void Battle Kara into one, and after amplification shoot it out with a loud bang. In addition, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the thousands of beehive nodes in the Weeping Soul Battle Kara had evolved after absorbing a large amount of hellish ant liquid from the Hell Ant tribe, turning from illusory Weeping Soul beasts into flesh and blood Weeping Soul green apes. However, there were only about 300,000 Weeping Soul golden apes among them. Their cultivation levels were considerably high, and they had evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul golden apes. As for the other Weeping Soul green apes, their cultivation was below the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven Realm. It was because of this that Yi Xian had a love-hate relationship with the Weeping Soul Battle Kara. He loved its terrifying Weeping Soul strength. Of the more than 30 million Weeping Soul green apes, only about 300,000 of them had evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul golden apes. This was absolutely amazing. However, he hated the fact that the bloodline evolution of these Weeping Soul green apes and Weeping Soul golden apes was very difficult to improve. Although the hellish ant liquid was extremely effective, it was only used once or twice in the beginning. The more it was used, the less effective the effect would be. Moreover, even the Hell Ant tribe would not be able to provide such a large amount of hellish ant liquid. This was really a headache. However, this time he had unexpectedly obtained a large amount of Thunder Swamp Spirit Mist. In Yi Xian's opinion, the tens of millions of Weeping Soul Azure Apes within the Weeping Soul Battle Scroll would definitely evolve once again because of this. Very soon, as Yi Xian's consciousness entered the Weeping Soul Battle Cave, he immediately discovered a pleasantly surprised scene. Just as he had expected, after absorbing a large amount of the Lightning Pool Spirit Mist, all of the Weeping Soul Azure Apes had indeed changed. The effect was actually better than the 300,000 lucky ones that had evolved into Weeping Soul Azure Apes. When it was the Golden Ape, it was even more obvious and swift. All of these Weeping Soul Azure Apes were originally at the Black Hole Realm, but after absorbing a large amount of Lightning Basin Spirit Mist, all of them had undergone a significant evolution in less than an hour. The green fur on the surface of their bodies gradually faded away, and new fur grew. However, it was no longer green but golden. Yi Xian's consciousness swept through the thousands of beehive nodes of the Weeping Soul War Talisman, but in the end he did not find a single Weeping Soul Azure Ape. More than 30 million Weeping Soul Azure Apes had all evolved into Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and their cultivation had skyrocketed to the Grotto Heaven realm. Just this alone was enough to raise the power of this Weeping Soul battle statue by several levels without any suspense. After all, among the 30 million Weeping Soul beasts inside the Weeping Soul War Talisman, there were only slightly more than 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and the rest were all Weeping Soul Azure Apes of the Black Hole Realm. But now, the Weeping Soul Golden Apes had been popularized everywhere. As for the more than 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes, they were fortunate enough to complete a high level of evolution in the last Hellish Ant liquid. This time, after absorbing a large amount of Luai's spiritual mist, their level of life had been greatly enhanced once again. While the other 30 million Weeping Soul Azure Apes had all evolved into Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes, the golden fur on the 300,000 Weeping Soul Golden Apes had all faded away, and new fur had been replaced by dark purple fur. His cultivation base had soared from the Grotto Heaven Realm to the Genesis Realm, which was the 10th Grand Realm. At this point, the Weeping Soul War Talisman had finally completed a perfect transformation. Among the thousands of beehive nodes of the War Talisman, there were more than 30 million Grotto Heaven Realm Weeping Soul Golden Apes, and more than 300,000 Genesis Realm Weeping Soul Purple Apes. The lineup was luxurious, and its power was definitely strong. According to Yi Xian's deduction and estimation, if it was utilized at full strength, then the current Weeping Soul War Talisman would be able to instantly annihilate experts below the Cosmic Realm. At this point, without exception, all the 4 War Talismans in Yi Xian's possession had undergone a gorgeous transformation. Yi Xian hadn't expected the gains he obtained from this trip to the Stellar Lightning Tomb, and unexpected pleasant surprises followed one after another. His cultivation had obtained successive breakthroughs, and merely his main body possessed a strength at the first rank of the Star-Lord realm in his normal state. If he activated the bloodline of the Devil Ape, entered the primeval Devil Ape state with 3 heads and 6 arms, and executed the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape to the 4th transformation, then he would possess a combat strength at the Region Lord realm. Besides that, he'd even obtained a strand of the quintessence of lightning, and it assisted one of the 3 ancient gorgeous cultivators, the primordial lightning goddess, to reconstruct her lightning true body. The Shinong unusual flames within the farmer god cauldron had even evolved from 4 colored flames to 5 colored flames. Moreover, it was even bestowed with the unique attribute of lightning. The 4 war talismans had undergone a collective and gorgeous transformation. The might of any one of them would far exceed its former might, and it would become one of the formidable reserves in Yi Xian's possession that couldn't be overlooked. If one were to say that before coming to the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb, putting aside the supreme existence of the headless infant corpse, Yi Xian's evaluation of his overall combat strength would only stop at being able to barely deal with an ordinary Undying. Moreover, he would have to pay a heavy price. Now, under the circumstances that he paid an equivalent price, he was practically absolutely confident in his ability to fight a life-and-death battle with an Undying. It was even to the extent that even if he encountered an Undying, even if he was unable to crush that Undying, he was rather confident in his ability to grit his teeth and disregard the consequences while forcefully fighting that Undying to the point both sides suffered heavy injuries. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian was instantly filled with heroic spirits. After he waved his hand and placed the 4 war talismans in the space before him into the undying world within his body, He utilized an entire 10 minutes of time before he was able to completely calm his extremely surging emotions. After that, Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly before he turned around and shot towards the border of the stellar lightning tomb. Based on the time that had passed, it had already been 6 days since he left the Devil Domain, and it would take almost another day for him to return. In other words, he'd been gone for an entire 7 days. Barring any mishaps, once they returned, the various races and top-notch forces of the 3 major planes would arrive one after another to deal with the demons. Chapter 3974. The Demon Domain. A huge fleet came from the depths of the first universe. As soon as they entered the edge of the Demon Domain, the army marched forward, heading straight for the Demon Emperor planet. The current alliance of 10,000 races already had its own emblem. Almost all of the battleships of this huge fleet that was heading towards the Demon Emperor planet had this emblem painted on them. Obviously, this alliance army belonged to the alliance of 10,000 races of the first universe. The alliance of 10,000 races was originally a temporary thing created by the slave races of the first universe in order to fight against the alliance of the demon race, the space rats, the hell ants, and the ferocious giants. It was definitely an extremely loose organization. However, from the looks of it, even the battleships, fortresses of the various races were painted with the insignia of the alliance. It was clear that this so-called Myriad Kingdom alliance was moving toward formalization, and it seemed like it would continue to develop in the long term. In fact, this was almost inevitable. It was just a matter of time. Even without the powerful alliance of the demon race, the space rats, the hell ants, and the ferocious giants, the alliance of 10,000 kingdoms would be born soon. This was because although the Tianji race had migrated and avoided the world, they would still return one day. If the slave races of the first universe did not unite, they would not be able to resist at all. Once that day came, they would still be completely enslaved, or even worse. The current alliance of 10,000 races was still fighting against the demon race 4-race alliance. The latter was rushing to the star domain where the ancestral land of another race was located, and the main fleet of the alliance of 10,000 races was also gathering in that race's ancestral land. It could be said that although the alliance of 10,000 races had not been established for a long time, it had always been in the midst of blood and fire. Therefore, the pace of the alliance's overall formalization could be said to be faster and faster. The scene that happened in the Ash Wolf race at the beginning could no longer exist in the main force of the alliance of 10,000 races. There were all kinds of agreements and restrictions between the various races in all aspects. A situation where an entire huge fleet was annihilated because of the inadequacy of a high-ranking commander, it was impossible for it to happen again. This time, the alliance fleet that was approaching the demonic emperor planet didn't have a lot of warships, only 1 million of them, but almost all of them were castles and fortresses of various sizes. There were no star states that were 3,000 meters long. Inside these fortresses and strongholds were the elite warriors of the various races of the alliance. This time, the ultimate goal of this 1 million elite fleet was to capture the demonic royal star and completely control the ancestral land and foundation of the demon dwellers. Taking this opportunity to pressure the 4 demon armies on the front lines and force them to surrender. This was definitely a vicious plan. If the demon emperor star fell, the allied forces of the 4 clans that were rushing to the ancestral star field of one of the alliance's clans would undoubtedly collapse completely. The devil imperial star was the foundation of the demon dwellers, and the current demon king Mo Wen Tian was still here. Once Mo Wen Tian and all the demon dwellers in the imperial family were controlled, the commanders of the 4 clans would have no choice but to surrender. Just a fleet of 1 million battleships, even if they were all elites, they were basically small castles and strongholds, and the 3 commanders were all sector lord old monsters. However, with such a force, it was clearly far from enough to capture the demonic emperor star. Although the demon dwellers had sent out 10 million troops to lead the allied forces, the 3 demonic emperor stars still had over 10 million battleships stationed there. As for the high-end battle force, the demon dwellers also had their own resources. According to the estimation of the outside world, if the demon emperor planet was in danger, the demon dwellers would be able to awaken a bloodline ancestor in advance at a certain price. If the estimates were correct, the demon dwellers would have at least 1 immortal old monster. This was also the result of an immortal old monster from one of the alliance's clans who was proficient in the art of deduction. Adding the royal brother Mo Jinfeng who had the ability to kill immortal rank existences, the demon dwellers basically had 2 immortal rank battle strength. At this time, the 3 sector lord old monsters in charge of the alliance's elite fleet were gathered in the top floor command cabin of the flagship with a diameter of 100,000 meters. With the fleet's current maximum speed, we'll reach the demon emperor star field in 2 days. At that time, as long as the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng or the Demon Dweller's immortal old ancestor appear, the 4 immortal old monsters prepared by the Alliance will immediately descend. Although the Demon Dwellers are strong facing the 4 immortal old monsters of our Alliance, they have no power to resist at all. This battle is destined to end at an unprecedented speed. This is also the unanimous request of the Alliance's upper echelons after discussion. After all, as the news of the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng and the 4 immortal old monsters in one body spread, the former Federation of the Second Universe, including the human race's technology and cultivation camps, as well as the isolated Wanluo Federation headquarters, have all taken action and are sending armies to the First Universe. The universe is rushing over. I have to say, the news of the Demon Dweller's royal brother Mo Jinfeng and the 4 immortal old monsters in one body has provided the best excuse for them to openly invade. Once the Demon Emperor 3 stars and the 4 Race Alliance army fall into their hands, the situation of the entire First Universe will become even more complicated. Our alliance of 10,000 races will fall into eternal damnation. In the past, it was only the Tianji clan who enslaved us. Now, the Demon Dwellers and the 4 Race Alliance army plan to replace us. And if the Demon Dwellers and the 4 Race Alliance army fall into the hands of the human race and the races of the Second Universe and be controlled by them, at that time, the races of our alliance will no longer have a chance to turn the tables. The human race and the races of the Second Universe will suppress us. We will be squeezed and oppressed until we can't even breathe. This situation is absolutely not allowed to happen. Therefore, we must completely control the Demon Emperor 3 stars before the fleets of the human race and the races of the Second Universe arrive at the Demon Dweller's star field. Only then can the overall situation be considered settled. At the end of the speech, the 3 Sector Lord Old Monsters sent by the various races of the Alliance exchanged a look and immediately stood up. 2 of them disappeared in a flash and went to the left and right corners of the fleet they were in charge of. As for the Sector Lord Old Monster who stayed in the main flagship fortress in the center of the fleet, his eyes flashed as he immediately gave a new order: all battleships travel at full speed. Within a day we must reach the Demon Emperor star field. At the same time, all the ship cannons begin to charge to full capacity. The next battle will begin the moment the fleet arrives at the Demon Emperor 3 stars. Rumble. Chapter 3975. The Inner Defense Circle of the 3 Stars of the Devil Emperor. Translator. WQL Editor. Allying before the powerful elite fleet of the Alliance of all races entered the Demon Star area, the Demon Emperor planet had already received the intelligence relayed by the scouts in the front. At this time, the vast void within the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor was already a sea of battleships. The tens of millions of battleships left behind by the Devil Emperor were densely packed in the universe void of the inner defense circle, protecting the 3 stars in the center. The defense was like an iron bucket, almost pouring water. It was difficult to enter. In addition to the tens of millions of battleships, the 6 starry sky battleships left behind at the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor were also pushed into the void. In the center of the outermost line of defense, the 6 huge trumpets were facing the void deep in the First Universe, which was also the direction where the million elite troops of the Alliance of 10,000 races were coming from. Behind the inner defense line, the current Devil Emperor Mo Wentian and other senior members of the Devil Emperor royal family were discussing the battle situation in a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They all looked worried. This time, the Alliance of 10,000 races only sent 1 million battleships. Even if they are all big and small fortresses and can be called elite troops, it is absolutely impossible for them to take down the 3 stars of the Devil Emperor with only these. Moreover, although they must know that the races of the Second Universe, the human race of the Third Universe, and the Wanluo Federation have also taken action, they will never have the intention to join forces with them. They even hope to control the overall situation before the forces from outside the dimensions arrive. Therefore, in addition to the million elite battleship army on the surface, the Alliance of 10,000 races must have other arrangements in the dark. If there is no accident, there should be more than one immortal level existence on the move. There is no doubt about this, but even so, we devils are not afraid. Although we only have one immortal, he is a marquis. One marquis is enough to crush 10 ordinary immortals. I think the Alliance of 10,000 races will only send 3 or 4 immortals at most, even if the forces from outside the dimensions are counted. At most, there will be 12 immortals. We are not afraid at all. Unfortunately, there is a time difference. According to the information from the scouts in the second and third universes, It will take at least a week for the extraterrestrial forces in these two directions to pass through the wormhole and enter the edge of the Demonkin star region at the frontier of the first universe. However, the millions of forces of the Myriad Races Alliance, the elites, will arrive within a day. What if they attack as soon as they descend? At that time, my clan's old ancestor won't know whether to attack or not. Once we make a move, we'll be exposed in advance. I'm afraid that the forces outside the material plane will retreat immediately. Our original plan to give them a painful beating and buy as much time as possible for the allied forces of the four races at the front line to unify the entire material plane will probably fall through. The key is that our young friend Ling Hu didn't come back. Otherwise, as long as he was there, even if he couldn't withstand the attacks of 3 or 4 immortal realm-old monsters at the same time, he could at least scare them a little. At least the 4 Star Wars in his hands are all real, unlike us. Sai, don't be fooled by the fact that there are 6 palaces lined up in the void. There's only one that can be activated. If we're forced into a corner, I'm afraid we'll be exposed in an instant. Now, we can only hope that our young friend Ling Hu can arrive in time before the battle begins. At this point, the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator royal family immediately revealed awkward expressions. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The next day, the elite fleet of the Myriad Races Alliance finally arrived. 1 million battleships sailed at extreme speed and were already less than 10 million miles away from the inner defense circle of the 3 Stars Demon Emperor. 1 million battleships, all big and small fortresses, and all the cannons on the battleships had been fully charged on the way here at extreme speed. In the command cabin on the top floor of the central flagship, the Realm Lord Old Monster from the evil spirit race sneered and immediately gave the order to open fire. 1 million battleships fired at the same time. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Among the million battleships, there were almost no stellar-level ships that were 3,000 meters long. All of them were big and small fortresses. Naturally, the main cannons of the battleships were all black antimatter energy death ray cannons. This scene was absolutely shocking. 1 million energy light beams of the battleship's cannons, although their diameters varied, were all as black as ink. At this moment, they were shooting at extreme speed from the void in front of them, covering the sky and earth, imperceptibly emitting a suffocating aura of destruction. Facing all this, the upper echelons of the demon race were dumbfounded. In the central area of the 10 million battleships outside the inner defense circle of the 3 Stars Demon Emperor, the current Demon Emperor Mo when Tion's angry roar instantly sounded from a command fortress. *Eminent, crazy? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. What are you waiting for? Attack immediately. Also, the 6 battleships at the front, retreat immediately. *Eminent, this is the rhythm of being exposed? Mo when Tion was indeed furious. According to his and the upper echelons of the demon race's estimation, Yi Xian, who had left in a hurry because of something, should be able to return within a day. With him around, they could completely delay the time a little longer. 2 to 3 days would not be a problem. Basically, they could wait until the forces from the dimensions also entered the demon star field. At that time, no matter which side attacked, the demon race's marquee immortal bloodline ancestor would be able to attack without any scruples. In other words, the problem that Mo when Tion originally faced was just to delay the battle as much as possible. When Yi Xian returned, there would be no more problems. This was not a difficult thing. In a space battle of more than 1 million battleships, the two sides would need half a day to set up camp and confront each other in the void. Then they would have a war of words and shouting at each other, and another half a day would pass. But what he did not expect was that this time, the other side did not play by the rules at all. They did not say a word as soon as they came and directly went crazy. What was worse was that this million-strong elite fleet was actually all big and small fortresses and strongholds. Although they were hundreds of thousands of miles away now, these big antimatter energy death light cannons of all sizes were all within range. And the speed was extremely fast. But the 6 battleships of their camp stood in the center of the front line, and if they did not retreat immediately, they would definitely be exposed immediately. There would be no end to the trouble. Unfortunately, although he immediately gave the order to evacuate the 6 battleships from the front line, it was still too late. A large number of antimatter energy light beams had already bombarded the front line of the camp. Rumble. Boom. A huge explosion sound was heard, and a large number of battleships exploded into brilliant fireballs in the void, including 2 battleships. Of course, these 2 battleships were both fake.